As the first light of dawn crept into his modest chamber, Ulrich von Stein stirred from a restless sleep, the chill of the early morning air wrapping around him like a spectral embrace. He lay still for a moment, listening to the soft whispers of the wind weaving through the cracks in the ancient stone walls, stirring memories of a life devoted to duty and solitude. With a deep, grounding breath, he rose and walked to the window, where light spilled across the cobblestones below, illuminating the castle's imposing silhouette against the dawn sky. Today would bring its share of challenges, yet Ulrich felt a flicker of anticipation, a sensation that today was threaded with the possibility of discovery. He dressed methodically, each motion as familiar as the paths etched in the castle's labyrinthine corridors. As he stepped through the heavy oak door, the world outside awaited him, a realm of light and shadow filled with both duty and dreams, where every encounter held the promise of a deeper story unfolding. The sun hovered just above the horizon, casting a golden hue over the aged, ivy-clad stones of the castle. Ulrich approached the grand gates. Their weighty wood and iron-banded frame stood as the guardians of countless stories. Each scar and groove etched into the surface held echoes of ancient whispers, a history of travelers, warriors, and whispered secrets over the ages. He gently ran his fingers along the cool metal of the latch, reminding himself of the burdens of his role. These gates were more than mere barriers. They symbolized the thin line between safety and peril. As he turned the key, the creaking hinges broke the morning stillness, a sound that seemed to awaken the spirits of the past. Today would bring fresh encounters and challenges, and Ulrich welcomed them with a sense of duty. He stepped through the threshold into the bustling world beyond, where the market's vibrancy awaited, and promised to breathe life into an otherwise solemn morning. As the sun crested the horizon, casting a golden glow over Nuremberg, Ulrich stepped through the castle gates, the heavy wood creaking softly behind him. The bustling market outside breathed life into the morning, a tapestry of sounds woven with laughter, bartering, and the clanging of goods. Merchants shouted their wares, displaying vibrant fabrics that fluttered like flags in the wind, while the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the sharper notes of smoked meats and spices from far-flung lands. Ulrich greeted old friends and acquaintances, exchanging nods that conveyed unspoken camaraderie, though beneath the surface, whispers of uncertainty skittered among the crowd. His keen eyes caught glimpses of worried faces, shadows lingering in the corners of jovial laughter. As he navigated the throngs, he noticed a familiar figure among the stalls, the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter ringing like a bell, pulling at memories that longed to surface. Hidden beneath the layers of daily life, a sense of unrest simmered, hinting that the shadows of the past were anything but forgotten. As the sunlight filtered through the narrow stone windows, Ulrich settled into the weight of nostalgic memories, his mind drifting back to the tales spun by elder villagers around flickering fires. Their stories, rich in mystery and woven with the fabric of the castle's lore, echoed in his thoughts as he traversed the castle's dimly lit corridors. Whispers of noble knights defeating dragons danced in the shadows, alongside legends of the restless spirits that still roamed the upper towers, searching for lost glory. Each rumor, steeped in both truth and embellishment, painted a vivid tapestry of the castle's complex past. Ulrich felt a chill as he recalled the tragic tale of Lady Gertrude, who had once graced these halls, her love thwarted by a treacherous betrayal that led to her untimely demise. Such stories weighed heavily upon his heart, igniting a flame of duty within him. Duty not just to guard the castle, but to honor its stories, shadows of the past intertwining with the present, reminding him that every stone held a secret, every silence a profound truth. As Ulrich strolled through the market square, the familiar aroma of freshly baked bread mingling with the tang of iron from the nearby blacksmith's forge drew him closer, his heart inexplicably quickening at the sight of a figure woven through the crowd. There she was, the blacksmith's daughter, Aveline, her fiery auburn hair shimmering like molten gold in the afternoon sun. She laughed, a melodic sound that danced on the breeze, capturing Ulrich's attention in a way he had not experienced in many years. Though his duty anchored him to the castle's ancient stones, thoughts of her ignited long-dormant emotions within him. Amidst bustling merchants, haggling over wares, and children scampering about, she embodied the spirit of life and freedom that so eluded him. He watched her interact with the townsfolk. The way her kindness made the harshness of life seem more bearable. But as twilight descended, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, Ulrich felt the weight return to his shoulders, the bittersweet reminder that such moments were fleeting, a reality he must confront with the shadows gathering beyond the castle's walls. As the moon hung low over Nuremberg Castle, cloaking the stone walls in a tapestry of shadows, Ulrich slipped into the expectant stillness of the night watch. The echoes of the marketplace faded, giving way to a chorus of owls and the whispering wind that rustled through the battlements. Each creak and sigh of the ancient stones beneath him felt like the pulse of the castle itself, alive with stories untold. With lantern in hand, Ulrich traversed the narrow corridors, acutely aware of his solitude. The fear of what lurked in the darkness mingled with the ghosts of memories past, their outlines dancing just beyond the edges of his lantern's light. Tonight, an unsettling chill brushed against his skin, conjuring thoughts of long-buried secrets waiting to resurface. As he made his rounds, Ulrich couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows held more than just fleeting shapes. They harbored whispers of destiny that would soon beckon him into their depths. For tomorrow, he would face the stirrings of both the castle and his own heart, charting an uncertain course illuminated by flickering flames and the ties that bind him to this fortress. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow over Nuremberg, the preparations for the Festival of Lights began to hum with life. Ulrich wandered through the bustling market, his heart lightened by the laughter and camaraderie that filled the air. Vibrant banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, and the scent of roasted meats mingled with sweet pastries, drawing townsfolk together in a tapestry of sound and color. Merchants haggled, their voices rising in joyful cacophony, while children darted beneath tables, squealing with delight. In the midst of the revelry, Ulrich noticed a familiar figure amidst the colorful throngs, the blacksmith's daughter. Her laughter rang like a melody, igniting forgotten yearnings within him. He felt the tug of connection, an invisible thread weaving between their eyes as they exchanged shy glances. Yet the festival was not merely a celebration. It served as a reminder of the shadows lurking beyond their walls. And with each flickering lantern, Ulrich knew darkness loomed, waiting to cast its pall over the light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting deep shadows across the cobbled courtyard, Ulrich found himself pacing at the castle gates, unease gnawing at his insides. The air crackled with an unusual tension, a silent herald of disturbance. Just then, a cloaked figure emerged from the gathering dusk, their presence a stark contrast against the fading light. A shiver ran down his spine as the stranger approached, eyes glinting with secrets unspoken. "What news do you bring?" Ulrich's voice was steady, concealing a storm of anticipation. With a wave of the hand, the figure revealed a weathered scroll, detailing unrest and distress in the neighboring realms. A tapestry of discord was being woven, threatening to engulf Nuremberg. The weight of the news hung heavy in the air, igniting a spark of determination within Ulrich. This was no mere whisper of trouble. It held the potential to reshape his very duties and the fates of those he guarded. Tomorrow he would prepare, for shadows were gathering, and the keeper of shadows must stand vigilant against the encroaching night. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich found himself wandering the familiar corridors of the fortress, his lantern casting flickering shadows that danced eerily on the cold stone walls. Yet, it was not the whispers of the past that beckoned him tonight, but a gnawing curiosity that pulled him toward the castle's depths, the cellar, often avoided, yet rich with unspoken stories. Each creaking step echoed with the weight of history, a low hum of secrets that seemed to breathe with life. At last he reached the heavy wooden door, its iron hinges rusted with age. With a gentle push it groaned open, revealing a labyrinth of darkness. As he moved further inside, the scent of damp earth filled his nostrils, and he stumbled upon an ancient passageway lined with remnants of forgotten relics. Not just objects, but fragments of the souls who once walked these halls. His heart quickened, for a truth lay entwined within these shadows, waiting for Ulrich to seek it out. Ulrich stood before the towering stone fireplace, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the parchment laid out before him. A letter from the Duke had arrived earlier that day, its seal heavy with significance. As he unfolded the paper, the fragrance of ink and aged parchment enveloped him, mingling with the smoke from the hearth. His heart raced as he read the words, an invitation to serve in a capacity that might elevate not just his standing but the very fate of Nuremberg itself. Yet the weight of duty tugged at him, a relentless reminder of the responsibilities that bound him to the castle he loved. With a sigh, he gazed out the narrow window where the twilight sky was shot with crimson. Outside, life continued, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous choices roiling within him. As night descended, Ulrich sensed the impending storm, both in nature and in his heart. The air inside the castle buzzed with an undercurrent of unease, a sensation that clung to Ulrich like a damp cloak. It wasn't just the weariness from the siege. It was the whispers among the guards, darting glances exchanged in the flickering torchlight. They gathered in knots, voices hushed, as news of potential threats outside their fortified walls spread. Ulrich busied himself with preparations, yet, in the depths of his mind, he couldn't shake the gnawing dread. In the midst of a strategic discussion, an elder guard spoke of fortifications that had withstood greater odds, reminding Ulrich of the iron resolve woven into the very stones of Nuremberg. As plans unfurled and strategies clashed, he felt the mantle of leadership settle heavily upon him. The castle's fate was entangled in their hands, and Ulrich knew he must rise to this challenge, for the shadows not only harbored threats, but also memories lingering around every corner of the ancient stone. As the dusk draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg, the shrill cry of the alarm bell cleaved the serene evening air, sending tremors of urgency through the castle. Ulrich's heart quickened as he leapt from his post, the gaunt stone walls seeming to pulse with dread. Shadows danced wildly across the courtyard as soldiers scrambled for their gear, their hoarse commands echoing off the ancient stones. "Prepare the defenses," he bellowed, rallying the guards to their stations, the weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders. A flicker of torchlight illuminated the fear-stricken faces of townsfolk as they sought refuge beneath the castle's protective gaze. Ulrich's thoughts turned to the whispers of the mysterious stranger from days past, rumors of unrest now crystallizing into a tangible threat. With steadfast resolve, he moved through the chaos, each step a declaration of loyalty to both the fortress and its people. Outside, the shadowy figures of invaders loomed nearer, their intentions dark as the night that enveloped them. The storm had come at last. Ulrich stood in the flickering torchlight of the castle's great hall, unease gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Whispers had danced through the air like shadows, rumors of betrayal weaving a tapestry of distrust among the castle's inhabitants. He felt their weight, palpable and pressing, echoing the heavy stones of the fortress he had so diligently protected. Gathering his resolve, he embarked on a quest for truth, guided by a sense of duty that thudded in his chest. As he moved through the shadowy corridors, the images of comrades he once called brothers loomed large. Memories of laughter now mingled with suspicion, cloaked figures in the periphery of his vision, casting doubts that twisted like vines around his heart. Every face held a potential secret, a whispered betrayal that could unravel the very fabric of their sanctuary. With a fierce determination igniting his soul, Ulrich prepared to unearth the elusive threads of treachery, for within darkness lay the compass towards light. The castle's heart beat in unease, and he would be its relentless sentinel. Amidst the stillness that followed the siege, Ulrich wandered through the echoing halls of Nuremberg Castle, memories flooding his mind with a bittersweet tide. He recalled the laughter of his youth, carefree days spent with friends beneath the watchful gaze of the stone gargoyles. Their camaraderie, once a vibrant tapestry, felt frayed now, threadbare under the weight of duty and sacrifice. With every step, he revisited the bonds forged in innocence yet tempered by the harshness of reality. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets of loyalty and betrayal, prompting Ulrich to ponder the nature of trust. Had he been blinded to the treachery lurking within their midst? Each flicker of candlelight stirred a deeper resolve within him. He would unearth the truth hidden in the corridors of his mind and the castle alike, for in the interwoven fates of friends and foes, he sensed an impending storm, a reckoning drawing closer. Just as the last echoes faded, Ulrich felt a presence behind him, an old friend, unexpected yet familiar, entering through the great oaken doors, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the unease. The festival night shimmered with anticipation, the air thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts and the lively hum of laughter. Torches flickered, casting a warm glow upon the cobbled stones of Nuremberg, and Ulrich found himself swept up in the joyous chaos surrounding him. As townsfolk danced in circles, their happiness a stark contrast to his pensive heart, he watched the blacksmith's daughter twirl, her laughter ringing like a chime through the air. In that moment, Ulrich felt the weight of unspoken words pressing against his chest, a longing to breach the silence that had grown between them. Yet, as the music soared, so too did the unease lurking at the edges of the merriment. Whispers of discontent mingled with the melodies, shadows of betrayal dancing just beyond the flickering light. As the night wore on, Ulrich sensed the fragile joy collapsing like a house of cards, and he braced himself for the storm that awaited. As dusk draped its cloak over Nuremberg, Ulrich sat in his dim chamber, a quill poised but unmoving in his hand. The faint light flickered from the single candle, illuminating pages that lay strewn before him, each blank one a testament to words unspoken and feelings untold. He grappled with the weight of thoughts he dared not voice, a heartfelt confession to the blacksmith's daughter, dreams cloaked in shadow and insecurity. With each stroke of the quill, he executed a delicate dance of vulnerability and longing, crafting letters that would remain forever unsent. Words of hope, regret, and unacknowledged love coursed through his mind like the wind weaving through the castle's corridors. The night air grew colder, filling him with a resonance that urged him to express the depths of his heart. Caught in this bittersweet moment of self-reflection, he realized that perhaps it wasn't the letters left unwritten that haunted him, but the unvoiced connections that seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. Rising abruptly from his desk, he reminded himself that the dawning day would soon break the silence, pushing him toward action, toward the chance to turn the inked words into reality. As Ulrich stepped away from shadows of indecision, he could already feel the warmth of possibility waiting just beyond the castle walls. As dawn broke over Nuremberg, casting a golden hue across the dew-kissed fields, Ulrich donned his cloak, steeling himself for the day ahead. Whispers of cattle thieves had reached his ears, unsettling the fragile peace that had recently settled over the land. The villagers, fraught with anxiety, looked to him for guidance, their eyes reflecting a blend of desperation and hope. Ulrich set out alongside a few brave townsfolk, their determination palpable as they ventured into the wooded outskirts, where shadows danced under the canopy of twisted branches. Each rustle in the underbrush heightened their senses. Was it merely the wind, or something more sinister? Tension crackled in the air, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. When they finally confronted the thieves, Ulrich's heart raced. This unexpected venture was not merely a recovery of stolen livestock. It was a test of their unity, a reminder that amidst the encroaching darkness, the bonds of community could illuminate their path forward. As darkness draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg, the castle transformed into a maze of shadows, whispering secrets in the stillness of the night. Ulrich took his place on the parapet, the chill of the air creeping through his cloak. The faint rustle of leaves lost in the wind carried tales from the depths of the forest, where creatures stirred under the cloak of darkness. Tonight, the shadows felt alive, swirling with an energy that both intrigued and unnerved him. Strange sounds emerged, distant echoes amplifying the quiet. A flicker caught his attention. A shadow moved unnaturally across the courtyard. Heart racing, Ulrich stepped lightly toward the edge, his keen gaze searching for the source. Was it merely a trick of the night, or was something more sinister afoot? As he strained to listen, a chill ran down his spine. In the silence of those haunting moments, he found himself grappling not just with lingering external fears, but also with the shadows lurking within his own heart. As shadows stretched across the castle walls, Ulrich made his way through the stone corridors, a peculiar scent lingering in the air. He had heard whispers of a healer residing on the outskirts of Nuremberg, known for her uncanny remedies and deep wisdom. Intrigued, he resolved to seek her out, hoping to ease the burdens carried by both himself and his companions. The path winding towards her humble abode was fraught with tales of her mystical abilities. When at last he arrived, the warm glow of candlelight slipped through the wooden door like a welcome whisper. The healer, a woman of grace and poise, greeted him with knowing eyes. She spoke of herbs and potions, but more importantly, she ventured into the depths of the heart, where wounds often linger unhealed. As they conversed, Ulrich felt a stirring. Her words struck chords long forgotten, igniting a flicker of hope within. Just as he began to question how he might carry her teachings back to the castle, a sudden gust of wind rattled the door, ushering a chill that hinted at the approaching storm, both outside and within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dark shadows clung to the castle walls, foreboding a restless night ahead. Ulrich stood at his post, feeling the weight of the oncoming storm, both in the sky and within his heart. Cumulus clouds churned ominously, echoing the turmoil brewing in Nuremberg, a storm more perilous than any tempest. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled with an unsettling awareness, as whispers of dread infiltrated the very stones he vowed to defend. Townsfolk rushed about, their faces taut with worry, exchanging glances that spoke of unspoken fears. With each distant rumble of thunder, Ulrich's resolve solidified. Duty called louder than the tempest above, urging him to be the steadfast gatekeeper he had always strived to be. As the atmosphere thickened, he prepared himself for the trials ahead. Hope flickered amidst the shadows, and alongside it, the undeniable truth that the encroaching storm brought with it the promise of change, a prelude to something profound. The sun's first light crept delicately over the castle's stone facades, bathing them in a soft, golden glow, hinting at new beginnings. Ulrich stood at the edge of the parapet, breathing in the crisp morning air as the distant calls of birds heralded the dawn. Below, the sleepy market began to stir, vendors arranging their stalls with fresh produce glistening under the radiant sun. This spectacle of life stirred something deep within him, an urgency, a desire to protect this peace that felt so fragile. As he descended the winding staircase, the echoes of footsteps resonated in the silence, a reminder of the shadows that lingered beneath every joyful sound. Today, he vowed, he would reach out further into the community, rekindling connections tarnished by doubt. The promise of unity mingled with the scent of dew-soaked earth, urging Ulrich to embrace the responsibility that came with his role, the keeper of shadows, and seek the light within the encroaching darkness. The sun had barely risen over the horizon when an unexpected knock echoed through the castle's stone corridors. Ulrich opened the door to find an old friend, Hans, whose jovial laughter filled the air like music long forgotten. After years apart, the sight of him brought back cherished memories of youth, of reckless adventures, secret hideaways, and the warmth of camaraderie. They exchanged tales of travels and trials, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of the morning breeze. Hans shared stories of distant lands, vibrant with bustling markets and friendly faces, but his eyes betrayed a sense of purpose. "There's much changing beyond these walls, my friend," he said, his voice lowering. As they spoke, Ulrich felt a flicker of restlessness ignite within him, like the first spark of flame in a hearth. This reunion wasn't merely the rekindling of friendship, it was an awakening, stirring questions deep in his heart that would not remain silent for long. Ulrich lingered in the shadowed corridor, unease curling around his heart like mist. The evening had draped itself in a veil of uncertainty, whispers clinging to the air. He had caught fragments of conversation, furtive glances exchanged between castle guards, a flickering candle light betraying secrets in the hidden alcoves. Spurred by a growing instinct, he followed his intuition, eavesdropping on the murmurs of discontent that wove through the group gathered in the great hall. Unsettling rumors of treachery danced like firelight on walls steeped in history. Each word he overheard weighed heavily, casting doubts on familiar faces. Who among them might harbor ill intentions, willing to plunge the castle into chaos? The shadows deepened with each revelation, laying bare the loneliness of his duty. As he stepped back from the threshold, the resolve within him hardened. Protecting the gate was not just about the physical barrier, it was about safeguarding the very essence of trust that bound them. Determination sparked alive. He journeyed forth to confront the unknown, guided by the belief that light could pierce even the thickest shadow. The flickering light of the flames danced like playful spirits around the gathered townsfolk, their faces illuminated with stories longing to be told. As the fire crackled, Ulrich settled himself among friends, their laughter mingling with the cool night air. An old man began recounting the tale of the castle's first keeper, a ghostly figure who roamed the ramparts, guarding against unseen evils. Each word wrapped around Ulrich, stirring emotions he had kept buried beneath layers of duty and responsibility. Between the haunting legends of lost loves and brave battles, he felt a familiar pang in his heart, a yearning for connection that had eluded him for years. As the firelight flickered, illuminating the embers of longing, Ulrich caught a glimpse of the blacksmith's daughter among the crowd, her laughter ringing like a melody. In that moment, surrounded by shadows and warmth, he recognized the intertwining of their fates. Each story shared not merely a reminder of the past, but a spark of hope for the future awaiting them in the dim light of dawn. As the evening descended upon Nuremberg, shadows crept across the courtyard, and whispers of intrigue rippled through the castle's stone halls. Ulrich, attuned to the subtle shifts in the air, observed the nobles convening within the great hall, their hushed voices barely discernible above the crackling torches. Unbeknownst to them, a sea of shifting allegiances swirled beneath their polished exteriors, a tension as palpable as the dusk gathering outside. Furtive glances exchanged over goblets of wine sparked unease in Ulrich's gut. The threads of loyalty once woven tightly now frayed at the edges, hinting at schemes that could unravel the very foundations of the castle. Torn between his solemn duty as gatekeeper and the weight of potential treachery, he vowed to keep watch. For in shadows lie truths, cloaked in deception, and as he stepped back into the corridors, the insistent whispers of the castle seemed to echo in urgent warning, beckoning him to uncover what shadows had concealed. As Ulrich meandered through the castle corridors, he felt the pulse of the stone walls, an ancient heartbeat resonating through time. Each creak of the floorboards beneath his feet whispered secrets long buried, tales of knights and nobles who once walked these halls. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows, mingling with the memories embedded in the very fabric of the castle. Every archway held the weight of history, and as he traced his fingers along the cool, rough-hewn stone, Ulrich pondered the delicate balance between preservation and decay. Venturing into the heart of the castle, he paused to appreciate the intricate carvings that adorned its walls, each telling a story of triumph, sorrow, or redemption. It occurred to him that this stronghold was not merely a fortress, but a sanctuary for tales waiting to be told. With renewed purpose, Ulrich resolved to protect not only its physical structure, but also the rich legacy it embodied, aware that in doing so, he safeguarded the spirit of Nuremberg itself. As he turned to leave, a shiver ran down his spine, a reminder that the past would never truly fade. It lingered, watching, waiting for its moment to reclaim the present. Ulrich rose with the sun, its golden rays spilling through the narrow slits of the castle walls, casting long shadows that played tricks on his eyes. The haunting echoes of morning chants drifted through the corridors, mingling with the rustle of banners flapping against the stone. A deep sense of reverence enveloped him as he joined the townspeople in prayer, his heart swelling with a connection to a community bound by shared hardships and hopes. As their voices rose in unison, he felt the ancient stones vibrate with the pulse of history, a testament to resilience woven into the very fabric of Nuremberg. Yet, beneath the surface of this spiritual solace, unease lingered. Foreboding whispers of uncertainty crept in with each verse. Ulrich's thoughts flickered to the unknown, waiting beyond the castle's gates, the tribulations that threatened both the realm and his own heart. The day unfurled ahead like an open scroll, dark ink ready to inscribe new chapters, and he braced himself for what lay beyond the dawn. The dawn broke over Nuremberg, painting the castle walls in hues of gold and crimson, a stark contrast to the simmering tensions that loomed over the marketplace. Ulrich made his way through the bustling stalls, where merchants exchanged not only goods but sharp words, the echo of rising prices stirring discontent among them. Today, he bore the ungrateful task of mediating disputes, a role he treated with the gravity it deserved. "5 pence for a loaf?" one vendor shouted, indignation brimming in his voice. Ulrich stepped forward, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. "Fairness is the heart of trade," he reminded them, seeking to soothe frayed tempers. His mind swirled with thoughts of community. The very fabric that held them together threatened to fray. As tensions escalated, he felt a flicker of resolve. This was not merely about bread or coin. It was about their future, woven from shared hardships and collective hopes. As the sun climbed higher, casting its warm rays upon the cobblestones of Nuremberg, Ulrich embraced a day of service, a chance to weave back the frayed threads of community. He donned his simple attire, leaving the weight of his gatekeeper's duties at the threshold of his heart. Today, the villagers gathered to support the less fortunate, and Ulrich's presence among them offered a glimmer of hope. He moved through the throng, listening intently to the stories brushed with hardship, a widow struggling to feed her children, an elder reminiscing about brighter days. Each tale etched confidence into Ulrich's soul as he distributed bread and warmth, reminding him that compassion could light the darkest corners of life. With every smile exchanged, an unspoken bond grew stronger, creating ripples of solidarity. As the day dimmed, he felt an enduring sense of belonging, knowing well the invisible threads that tied his heart to those he served, and in turn, to the castle that cradled them all. As dusk descends upon Nuremberg, a kaleidoscope of shadows dances upon the cobblestones, whispering secrets only the castle knows. Ulrich, having finished his duties, wanders through the labyrinthine halls steeped in evening's embrace, each step echoing with hesitant resolve. His thoughts linger on the omens he has observed, an unseasonable chill, flickering lights in the tavern windows, and the hushed murmurs of townsfolk laden with unease. Seeking counsel, he finds himself drawn to the elder, a keeper of wisdom whose eyes glint with the weight of countless truths. Underneath the ancient starlit archways, Ulrich receives cryptic guidance regarding the impending shadows clinging to the fringes of Nuremberg's peace. Each cryptic word resonates deeply within him, provoking unsettling revelations of his own fears and aspirations. As he departs the elder's side, a gust of wind swirls around him, heralding a turning tide, and he knows that the unknown beckons with both peril and promise. As dawn's light filtered through the narrow windows of the stone keep, Ulrich found himself drawn to the soft whispers of the castle. The remnants of yesterday's turmoil flickered in his mind like shadows playing on the walls. Outside, the market began to stir with life, yet the unease from the mysterious stranger's warning lingered within him. His hands, calloused from years of guarding the gates, trembled slightly as he prepared to face the day's uncertainties. With a determined breath, he stepped into the lively square, where faces he recognized flashed fleeting smiles mingled with unspoken worries. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, a comforting contrast to the tension that gripped the community. As Ulrich approached a group of familiar merchants, their laughter felt like fragile glass, beautiful yet easily shattered. He could sense their fears lurked just beneath the surface, intertwining with his own as they began to discuss the future, a future fraught with both promise and potential peril. As Ulrich wandered the dimly lit corridors of the castle, he found himself lost in thought. The echoes of laughter and the scent of freshly baked bread from the adjoining kitchens reminded him of fleeting moments of joy, overshadowed now by the looming uncertainties. His heart lingered at the edges of the festival, a bittersweet melody weaving through familiar faces, each one holding a piece of his past and a thread of his future. The clang of metal in the armory drew his attention, prompting him to investigate. Inside, the blacksmith was immersed in his craft, hammering iron with purpose, sparks flying like fireflies in the dim light. "Ulrich," the man called, wiping sweat from his brow. "Your presence is a comfort. There's talk of more unrest beyond our borders." Ignoring the prickle of unease creeping up his spine, Ulrich stepped closer, steeling himself for whatever revelations lay ahead amidst the shadows of twilight. The sun cast a warm glow over the cobblestone courtyard, illuminating the faces of the townsfolk gathered for the harvest celebration. Laughter mingled with the rhythmic clatter of wooden carts, creating a vibrant symphony that filled the air. Ulrich navigated through the throng, heart swelling with a sense of community rarely felt amid the castle's shadowed walls. He paused before a stall adorned with colorful banners, where the blacksmith's daughter was demonstrating the delicate art of weaving flower crowns. Her hands, skillful and graceful, brought forth blossoms that seemed to bloom brighter under her touch. For a fleeting moment, time suspended itself, and Ulrich felt pulled into her world, the laughter of nearby children dancing like sunlight across the castle stones. Just as he stepped closer, a sudden chill swept through the air, a reminder that whispers of unrest lingered not far from their laughter, a warning that would soon evoke both courage and resolve. As dusk unfolded its silken cloak over the castle, Ulrich lingered near the tall windows, peering out into the encroaching darkness. The market's vibrant echoes faded, leaving behind a haunting stillness that set his heart racing. Whispers of treachery loomed in the air, insidious tendrils coiling around him like an unshakable fog. His thoughts returned to the unsettling discoveries of the last few days, rumors of hidden alliances brewing among the nobles, each conspiracy like a flickering shadow, waiting to engulf the unwary. With the weight of the evening pressing upon him, he donned his leather jerkin and stepped into the chill, the cobblestones beneath his feet cool and resolute. Each footfall whispered of the castle's ancient heart, while the chill wind carried the scent of impending rain, mingling dread with the earthy fragrance of the land. What awaited him outside these time-worn walls? A voice stirred within, urging him onward, driving him toward the secrets only the night could unveil. The sun dipped low over the horizon, the sky igniting in hues of orange and purple, reflecting Ulrich's tumultuous thoughts. He found himself wandering the castle's less trodden paths where shadows clung to the ancient stones like whispered secrets. Each echo of his footsteps resonated with memories of a simpler time, when laughter danced freely in the halls instead of caution. As he paused before a weathered statue of a forgotten knight, Ulrich considered the tales he had spun around the flickering hearth. Instinctively, his fingers brushed the cool stone, feeling an odd pulse of warmth, like a heartbeat trapped within the rock. It was here, amidst the remnants of the past, that the flicker of possibility ignited within him, not just the specter of duty lingering like a fog, but the restless yearning for something more. As the evening shadows lengthened, Ulrich felt the weight of decisions to come, standing on the precipice of change that awaited him at dawn. As dawn unfurled its gentle fingers across the horizon, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's ramparts, where the cool morning breeze played with the last traces of night. Below, the markets began their daily symphony, vendors calling out, the metallic clang of tools, and children's laughter threading through it all. Each sound melded into a tapestry of life, vibrant yet tinged with the shadows of uncertainty that had clung to the castle like a persistent mist. Today, Ulrich sensed a change in the air, an undercurrent of anticipation as he scanned the growing crowds. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the mysterious stranger who had lingered at the gates, weaving tales of far-off lands and hidden dangers, igniting both fear and curiosity among the townsfolk. With a renewed sense of purpose, he resolved to discover the truth behind this enigmatic figure, knowing that within the shadows lay secrets that could alter the fate of Nuremberg forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the stone courtyard, Ulrich found himself standing at the entrance of the castle, caught between the lingering warmth of day and the encroaching chill of night. The vibrant hues of dusk painted the sky, a picturesque canvas that belied the tension brewing within the castle walls. Whispers of discontent floated through the air, murmurs of betrayal that swept like the evening wind, and Ulrich's heart quickened with unease. Venturing into the inner chambers, he was drawn to the dimly lit hall, where a flickering candle illuminated more than just the surroundings. It revealed truths hidden in the folds of darkness. He recalled the words of the healer, the ancient tales of betrayal that echoed in his mind. The flickering flame danced before him, mirroring his own turmoil. Suddenly, a message slipped from the shadows. A note sat on the table, inscribed with a name that sent tremors through him. Ulrich's instincts ignited, steering him toward the unsettling revelations yet to come. As night descended into a cloak of darkness, Ulrich felt the castle's stones resonate with a pulse of their own. The flicker of torches illuminated the damp courtyard, casting elongated shadows that danced with secrets. He stepped through the threshold of the gatehouse, the heavy door groaning in familiar protest, as if entreating him to linger within the warmth of its embrace. Tonight, the air tasted electric, a harbinger of change. Whispers on the wind conveyed tales of an impending storm, both in the sky and in the hearts of men. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if unseen eyes catalogued his every movement. Amidst these sensations, a query surfaced. Was he merely a keeper of shadows, or a harbinger of the truth lurking just beyond the horizon? With purpose igniting his senses, he ventured deeper into the castle's dark corridors, determined to uncover what lay hidden, knowing well that some secrets were meant to be unearthed, while others would forever remain buried in the annals of history. As the dim light of dawn crept through the narrow slits of the castle's stone walls, Ulrich found himself lingering in a familiar courtyard, where the scent of damp earth mingled with the whispering winds. Here, amidst the ivy-clad stones, time felt both suspended and relentless. The burden of the previous day's revelations weighed heavily on him, a reminder that the shadows of suspicion could strangle even the sturdiest bonds of loyalty. He paced, listening to the distant clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, each strike resonating like a heartbeat woven into the fabric of Nuremberg. With resolve, he summoned his courage. A council awaited to bear witness to his suspicions. This was not merely a gathering of voices, but a reckoning, demanding clarity amid lingering doubts. As he approached the heavy wooden doors of the great hall, a chill enveloped him, a prelude to the unmasking that could alter the fate of everyone he cherished. The air grew thick with anticipation, as Ulrich steeled himself for the storm that lay ahead. The day began with a shrouded heaviness, the shadows in the castle deepening as foreboding clouds rolled in from the distant hills. Ulrich stood at the ramparts, feeling the gusty winds whip around him, carrying whispers of ancient legends. The townsfolk scurried below, their faces drawn with worry, casting nervous glances toward the darkening horizon. Ulrich's heart sank, heavy with the specter of uncertainty looming over Nuremberg. He remembered tales of relentless storms, not just in weather, but in the echoes of betrayal that had haunted these very walls. As he retreated into the castle, a nagging thought clenched at him. Perhaps the rumors of an inner betrayal had not merely been idle gossip. He found solace in the flickering candlelight of the great hall, where the weight of history seemed palpable. There, with every flicker, the spirit of the past whispered wisdom, urging him to confront the truth before it consumed all he held dear. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow across the castle's ancient stones, while Ulrich stood gazing over the battlements. He felt the weight of the day settle on his shoulders, intertwined with the shadows creeping along the courtyard. A messenger arrived, breathless and wide-eyed, bearing news from the surrounding countryside. Whispers of a mysterious illness spreading among the villagers reached his ears, and a knot tightened in his chest. With each word, Ulrich recalled the faces of the townsfolk, their laughter echoing through the market, now tinged with anguish and fear. Determined to act, he gathered supplies and rallied a small group of volunteers, intent on aiding those in need. As night descended, shrouding the castle in darkness, camaraderie ignited a sense of purpose within him. This night, under the flickering torchlight, he embraced his role not just as protector of the gates, but as a beacon of hope. As the first light of dawn spilled across the battlements, Ulrich felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. The latest skirmish had left its mark, and whispers of discontent reverberated like echoes through the stone corridors of the castle. He resolved to visit the blacksmith's forge, drawn not just by the need for repairs, but by the magnetic pull of the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter seemed to carve through the gloom of uncertainty. Today, the vibrant colors of market day added life to the air, mingling with the scent of fresh bread and the rich aroma of spices. As he approached the forge, the rhythmic sound of hammer striking metal danced in his ears, a reminder of the strength of craftsmanship, and perhaps the strength of community too. Her bright smile greeted him, momentarily dispelling the shadows that lingered all too long in his heart. Yet, as he looked into her eyes, He sensed an undercurrent of worry mirrored in her expression. Instead of dismissing it, he allowed the concerns to surface, ready to uncover the truth beneath their shared burdens. The day felt rife with possibility, but he knew the gathering storm was not far behind. The air was thick with tension as Ulrich stepped into the great hall, where murmurs of discontent swirled like the smoke from the flickering torches. Shadows danced across the stone walls, the echoes of past grandeur mingling with the present unease. Today marked an assembly of the castle's council, a gathering birthed from mounting fears. The rumors of betrayal had woven a web of distrust, threatening to ensnare all within. As he took his seat, Ulrich's heart quickened, not from the weight of his duties, but from an inexplicable foreboding. He glanced at the faces around him. Some bore grim determination, while others flickered with doubt. The council began, voices raised, fear interlaced with fervor over the looming specter of internal treachery. With each accusation hurled, Ulrich felt the familiar chill of shadows tightening their grasp. The battle for truth had begun, and as he listened, he recognized that the fate of more than just the castle rested upon his shoulders. As twilight cloaked the castle in its velvet embrace, Ulrich stood beneath the ancient arches of the courtyard, where shadows danced like fleeting whispers. Tonight, the air was thick with anticipation as preparations for the harvest feast reached their crescendo. Lanterns flickered to life, casting warm glows against the stone, while the laughter and spirited chatter of townsfolk echoed into the evening, mingling with the scent of roasting meats and freshly baked bread. Ulrich observed the festive atmosphere, feeling a tugging at his heart, memories of times long past when joy came easily. But beneath the revelry lay an undercurrent of unease, hints of discord simmering just beneath the surface. It was rumored that old grievances were boiling over, and he pondered how he might mend those rifts. As the first notes of music wafted through the air, he felt an electric charge, a promise of the evening's adventure awaiting beneath the shimmering stars. Would this night bring solace or further strife? As dusk draped the castle in a cloak of mystery, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's ancient library, a sanctuary where time seemed to hold its breath. Dust motes danced in the fading light, and the scent of aged parchment filled the air, whispering of stories long forgotten. While rummaging through the brittle pages, he stumbled upon an old tome that chronicled the lost tales of Nuremberg, stories involving brave souls and treachery that echoed with familiar beats of his own heart. Each tale resonated with his spirit, igniting a longing deep within him, a yearning to pen his own narrative against the sprawling backdrop of loyalty and valor. Lost in the words, he envisioned the ghosts of past gatekeepers, their shadows intertwined with his own, urging him to embrace the looming storm outside the castle walls. As the wind howled, Ulrich clenched the book close, ready to confront both the night and the truths that lay ahead. Ulrich stood at the edge of the castle's stone parapet, gazing out over the sprawling village below. The market buzzed with life, colors punctuating the gray morning, while the scent of fresh bread mingled with the distant notes of a lute being strummed. Though the day promised warmth, a chill crept along his spine, whispering of unrest, an echo of the recent siege that still clung to the air like smoke. As he descended the winding staircase to the great hall, Ulrich's thoughts turned inward, haunted by the confidence of his bonds with the people of Nuremberg. There was talk of unusual gatherings at twilight, shadows flickering in back alleys where secrets thrived. Trust was a currency in these uncertain times, and with each passing moment he felt the weight of preserving it. Lost in contemplation, he nearly missed the hurried footsteps approaching, the urgent presence starkly contrasting with the rhythmic pulse of everyday life. The arrival of news, as always, demanded his immediate attention. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, a warm glow began to seep through the castle's narrow windows, illuminating the time-worn stones that held centuries of history. Ulrich found solace momentarily, thumbing through a well-worn tome in the library, the smell of aged parchment wafting around him like an embrace from the past. Yet the peace was fleeting. Whispers of dissent lingered in the air, curling into the very shadows he had sworn to guard. The chill of the night crept in, its grip tightening around the castle and evoking memories of long-lost friendships and shared laughter now tinged with worry. With each heartbeat echoing in the silence, Ulrich sensed something amiss. Shadows slithered in the corners, and for a moment he thought he glimpsed a figure, a fleeting silhouette, vanishing down the corridor with the grace of smoke. Curiosity ignited within him, a reminder that duty often demanded more than the protection of stone and mortar. It called for the courage to confront specters both seen and unseen. The horizon glowed with the amber hues of dusk as Ulrich made his way through the castle's lower chambers, the flickering torches casting dynamic shadows that danced like specters upon the stone walls. Today, he had chosen to venture into the castle's archives, a treasure trove of forgotten lore and the palpable essence of history. Dust motes drifted like whispers, settling on crumbling scrolls forgotten by time. As he unfurled a brittle parchment, a chilling tale leaped forth, a prophecy inscribed long ago, warning of an uprising born from discontent festering in the shadows of the castle. His heart quickened. The atmosphere felt charged, as if the very stones were alive with anticipation. Outside, distant thunder rolled, reminding him of the storm he'd intended to weather through introspection. Voices echoed softly from the hall above, drawing him back into the present, but his mind lingered on the chilling revelations. The shadows may hold answers, but they could just as easily spell doom. As dawn crept through the weathered stone windows of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich found himself drawn to a forgotten corner of the courtyard, where the remnants of winter lingered, a patch of frost shimmering like a cradle of secrets. He contemplated the soft hues of sunrise brushing against the battlements, illuminating his path toward the day's unknown challenges. Today, the townsfolk would gather to discuss the increasing threats looming over their trade routes, and whispers of banditry had begun to stir unease among merchants. With a steady hand, he adjusted his cloak, feeling the weight of impending discussions settle on his shoulders. The air was thick with expectation, and he sensed a gravity in the steps echoing behind him, a reminder of his duty, to be the sentinel between safety and chaos. As he walked through the castle gates, his heart thudded in rhythm with the pulse of the castle itself, ready to embrace whatever shadows danced on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced across the castle walls, Ulrich felt a familiar unease settle in his chest. The festival had drawn most of Nuremberg's townsfolk away from their nightly routines, leaving the castle eerily silent. He strolled along the rampart, the cool stones beneath his fingertips grounding him amid the rising tension. Outsiders whispered of rebellion in the air, their motives hidden beneath a veil of revelry. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dim shadows, a woman cloaked in a shimmering gown, the blacksmith's daughter, her eyes bright with purpose. "Ulrich," she breathed, urgency lacing her voice, "we must speak." The air crackled with unspoken words as she drew closer, the flickering torches casting an ethereal glow around them. Her presence ignited something deep within him, a blend of longing and resolve, solidifying his promise to protect not only the castle, but also the fragile heart beating within it, as whispers of danger loomed ever closer. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestones of Nuremberg. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone of the castle wall, memories swirling like leaves caught in a restless breeze. Today had been a day of whispered secrets, a chance encounter with a merchant who spoke of strange happenings in a distant village. Tales of figures cloaked in darkness, appearing in the woods by night, were enough to stir a lingering anxiety in his heart. With a deep breath, he pushed away from the wall, steeling himself for the night ahead. Each shift brought its own challenges, but tonight felt different. An electric tension crackled in the air, almost palpable. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Ulrich tightened his grip on the gatehouse key, determination igniting within him. Shadows flitted just outside his vision, and as duty called him back into the depths of the castle, he couldn't shake the feeling that something awaited him, a specter of a past he had long tried to forget. As dawn broke over the rugged silhouette of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich felt the weight of another day settle onto his shoulders. The sleepy echo of distant bells reminded him of the duties that awaited him. He stepped outside the thick stone walls, where morning mist coiled like a ghost around the cobblestones. The market, still wrapped in shadows, would soon awaken, alive with the chatter of townsfolk eager for connection and commerce. Today's agenda held an unusual sense of urgency. Rumors of a violent rift between rival factions snaked through the air like a serpent, whispering of unrest that could breach their peaceful haven. Ulrich resolved to gather insights from vendors who found themselves on the brink of conflict. As he approached the stalls, the vibrant colors of fresh produce burst forth, an illusion of normalcy amidst the gathering storm. Each face told a story, and he was determined to uncover them all, for within their tales lay the fragile fabric of his beloved castle's future. The air hung heavy with a sense of impending change as Ulrich strolled through the castle's quiet corridors, the echoes of his footsteps melding with the distant murmurs of an unresolved tension lurking amongst the townsfolk. As he rounded a corner, he paused before a weathered tapestry depicting the castle's storied past, its fibers whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. Intrigued, Ulrich traced the embroidered figures with his fingers, feeling a kinship with the heroes of old, whose shadows seemed to intermingle with his own. A sudden commotion broke his reverie. The sound of hurried voices wafted through an open window, drawing him towards the battlements. Outside, a group of villagers gathered, raising their voices in a chorus of distress. They were demanding answers, their fears swelling with each passing moment. Ulrich's heart raced as he recognized the urgency in their cries. This was a call to action, a reminder of his duty, and he knew it was time to step into the light, to confront the shadows threatening his beloved home. In the stillness of dawn, a soft fog cloaked the castle like a shroud, blurring the outlines of stone and shadow. Ulrich stood atop the battlements, his breath visible in the crisp morning air, pondering the tangled threads of loyalty that bound him to both the castle and its people. The echoes of last night's festival still pulsed through his veins, laughter and music intertwined with the haunting melody of distant flutes, a memory now tinged with unease. The market square, just outside the gates, would soon breathe life once again, teeming with merchants and townsfolk eager to barter their wares. He descended the stone steps, his heart heavy with the weight of unspoken fears lurking in the corridors, for he had overheard whispers of unrest from the mysterious stranger who had darkened their doorstep. With each stride, Ulrich steeled himself for the day ahead, where the flicker of hope was countered by the shadows of uncertainty, casting doubts that danced like phantoms within him. As dawn's first light spilled through the narrow windows, Ulrich stood at the castle's edge, contemplating the expanse of the rolling hills beyond, where whispers of unrest had reached him like the softest murmur of the wind. The air, tinged with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, brought memories of childhood adventures and carefree days long past. Now, however, shadows loomed larger, fueling his worries. Today, a crucial meeting with the Council of Oversight beckoned him to the Great Hall, the very heart of Nuremberg's power. Dressed in his finest garments, he fought the rising tide of anxiety as he walked the winding corridors lined with flickering torches. Each step felt heavy, charged with the weight of impending decisions. Voices mingled with the crackling of flames as he approached. The fate of the castle stirred in the air. Threats and alliances danced dangerously close, weaving a tapestry of uncertainty that had come to define his duty. Ulrich stepped into the fraying daylight of the castle's western tower, drawn by the promise of a new perspective. The wind whispered secrets through the cracks in the ancient stones, carrying the scent of blooming wildflowers from the gardens below. As he leaned against the cool stone, memories of laughter and joy echoed in his heart. It struck him how the castle held shadows not just of legends and battles, but of relationships entwined in its very fabric. From this height, he could see the town bustling with life, the market square alive with merchants hawking their wares, the rhythmic cries of children playing. In that moment, he resolved to bridge the distance between himself and the townsfolk, recalling the yearning he had felt for connection, especially with the blacksmith's daughter. As he turned to descend, a flicker of movement caught his eye at the gate, an unfamiliar figure cloaked in darkness, stepping into light and fragmentation. A cool breeze drifted through the castle's towers as the sun lowered, casting elongated shadows across the courtyard. Ulrich stood vigilant, his shaded figure melding with the ancient stone, listening to the distant laughter of children at play and the rumble of merchants packing up their stalls. The day's hustle began to fade, shifting into the softer cadence of twilight, yet the weight of the unknown loomed closer, like dark clouds gathering before a storm. With every creak of the castle's walls, memories whispered of past battles and unresolved fears. He found himself wandering to the ramparts, where he often sought solace. Here, the horizon stretched endlessly, painted in crimson and gold, but each sunset seemed to mirror the uncertainty that gnawed at him. Should he dare to trust again, to deepen the fragile threads of connection he'd begun to weave? The impending sense of strife pressed against him, reminding Ulrich that in every shadow a flicker of light remained, a challenge he must embrace anew. With the mist still curling around the castle's cold stones, Ulrich found himself enveloped in a reflective haze. Night's darkness surrendered to dawn, revealing the castle battlements illuminated by a golden wash. He stood by the old well, the water murky yet deep, mirroring both the past and the secrets hidden in its depths. As the townsfolk stirred with life outside the gates, their laughter mingled with the distant clanging of blacksmith hammers, creating a symphony of resilience. Today was different. A sense of urgency pricked the air. A gathering at the castle was underway, nobles from distant lands converging on Nuremberg, each bringing with them whispers of alliance and treachery. Ulrich felt the weight of his duty more acutely than ever, and in that moment he forged a silent promise, to protect the castle from shadows both seen and unseen. Little did he know, the day would unravel in unexpected ways, where loyalties would be tested, and revelations ignited the very heart of his being. As the sun dipped below the turrets of Nuremberg Castle, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, Ulrich found himself drawn to a flickering flame. The bonfire in the courtyard blazed, illuminating the faces of townsfolk. Each story recounted a thread in the fabric of their shared history. Laughter intertwined with the haunting tales of past battles, drawing him in like a moth to a flame. The blacksmith's daughter, with a sparkle in her eye, wove stories of lost treasures and brave souls who had once walked the castle's halls. Ulrich felt the pull of gratitude, mingled with an unshakable desire to protect this legacy, both past and present. Yet as shadows danced, he couldn't shake the feeling that the embers of unrest were smoldering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to ignite once more. His heart heavy with both warmth and foreboding, Ulrich turned his gaze toward the castle's looming silhouette, pondering the shadows that loomed not just within the castle's walls, but within himself as well. As the haunting echoes of yesterday's turmoil faded with the dawn, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's battlements, where the crisp morning air filled his lungs with both clarity and resolve. The horizon glowed with the blush of sunrise, its golden light spilling like liquid fire over the cobblestones, illuminating the scars of siege that still marred their surface. Each crack told a story of resilience and struggle. Yet it was the laughter of children playing in the courtyard below that reminded Ulrich of hope. Today he'd set out to mend more than just stone. He aimed to repair the fragile threads binding his community after recent fears had undone them. Approaching the villagers gathered for morning chores, he felt a swell of purpose. He listened intently, ready to offer his guidance, but beneath his calm exterior, a question nagged at his heart. How would he navigate the unseen shadows lurking within their midst? With determination, he stepped forward, prepared to kindle the spirits of those around him, igniting a spark of unity amid the lingering darkness. The sun began to wane, casting long, distorted shadows across the castle's inner courtyard as Ulrich paced thoughtfully along the battlements. The recent rumors of treachery echoed in his mind like an insistent drumbeat, drawing him deeper into contemplation of the trust that bound the castle's inhabitants. Each face he passed seemed inseparable from the fabric of his memories, and yet an unsettling doubt gnawed at him, sparking a desire for clarity in the murky depths of suspicion. As twilight cloaked the stone walls, he found himself wandering towards the chapel, where he often sought solace. The flickering candlelight illuminated wisps of incense that curled like smoke before fading into the dimness. Here, he prayed not just for protection over the castle, but for insight into the troubled hearts of those within, his duty extending beyond the mere act of guarding. With every whispered prayer, he felt the weight of shadows both inside and outside the castle intertwining, preparing him for the trials yet to unfold. An eerie chill danced through the corridors of Nuremberg Castle, a restless wind carrying secrets long buried in stone. Ulrich, deep in thought, climbed the winding stairwell towards the observatorium, seeking solace in the view over the town he had safeguarded for years. As he reached the top, dawn broke like a promise, casting golden rays over the slate roofs below. Yet the beauty felt like a haunting melody, calling forth memories of the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter echoing in his heart. Amidst the soft hues of morning, he noticed a figure lingering near the gates, wrapped in a tattered cloak, casting a shadow that seemed almost alive. The stranger's presence felt heavy with meaning. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity swirling in his chest, Ulrich descended the staircase, the urgency in his stride betraying a sense of foreboding. Today, he realized, would unfurl secrets that were ready to grasp the fragile threads binding his past and present together. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyard, as Ulrich felt the weight of the day coalescing like the gathering clouds under a bruised sky. The air, heavy with the scent of approaching rain, reminded him of whispered secrets waiting to be uncovered. He leaned against the cool stone wall, his gaze drifting to the horizon where lightning danced faintly. "A reckoning is upon us," he muttered. As the buzz of the market faded, replaced by the distant rumble of thunder, Ulrich imagined the flickering candlelight through the castle's narrow windows, each flame a sentinel against encroaching darkness. He recalled the fragile laughter of townsfolk who held their breath in anticipation of the impending storm, both literal and metaphorical. With a resolute sigh, he turned back toward the castle, aware that history itself seemed to beckon him inside. This evening held promises, perilous yet potent, swirling like the winds outside. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the cobblestones as Ulrich surveyed the preparations unfolding in the courtyard. Laughter mingled with the crisp autumn air, a stark contrast to the brewing tension lingering in his heart. He caught sight of the blacksmith's daughter, her eyes sparkling like starlit skies, as she arranged vibrant lanterns that flickered like tiny flames of hope. Yet, amidst the festive cheer, an unsettling thought gnawed at him. The news of unrest in neighboring lands had spread like wildfire. As townsfolk gathered, excited chatter enveloped him, each face radiating an innocence he felt slipping away from his grasp. The festival promised warmth and connection, yet it also masked uncertainties and fears. In that moment, he realized his duty extended beyond the castle walls. It wrapped around the very essence of community. Ulrich stood firm, a bastion against growing shadows, determined to protect what gave these moments meaning even as the darkness loomed. Just then, a messenger approached, breathless and pale, bringing with him echoes of urgency that shattered the jovial atmosphere. Ulrich steeled himself, prepared for whatever revelation threatened to upend their fragile peace. Golden rays danced through the castle's narrow windows as Ulrich scaled the winding staircase to the ramparts, his heart thrumming with anticipation. Today marked the annual reckoning of the shadows, a day steeped in tradition where townsfolk prided themselves on sharing stories past, tales that shrouded the castle in whispers. As he peered over the battlements, the bustling marketplace below erupted with laughter and the vibrant colors of vivid fabrics, momentarily dispelling the ever-present weight of duty resting on his shoulders. Yet, amidst the gaiety, a distant figure caught his eye. A tall man draped in deep hooded robes, moving stealthily against the throngs. A chill slithered down Ulrich's spine. Something felt amiss. With a whisper of the wind teasing the back of his neck, he descended, his resolve sharpening. He had made a promise to protect those he loved, and shadows could conceal both stories and dangers. Today, he would uncover what lurked beneath the festival's vibrant facade. As the sun sank low behind the castle's ancient spires, a lingering twilight settled over Nuremberg, casting elongated shadows that danced across cobblestone streets. Ulrich, still burdened with whispers of betrayal that clung to him like the chill of the evening air, wandered toward the castle's edge. The distant clamor of a returning caravan echoed, reminding him of the fragile balance between peace and discord. Among the thrumming market stalls, he noted the anxious faces of townsfolk, their conversations tinged with uncertainty. Reminded of his purpose, Ulrich pressed onward, seeking solace among familiar surroundings. Just as he turned the corner near the old fountain, a soft voice braided with urgency beckoned him from the shadows. It was Isabel, her eyes wide with fear and determination. "There's something you must see," she urged, leading him into the depths of the castle's labyrinthine passages. With heart pounding, Ulrich pursued her, sensing that this moment would irrevocably alter the course of his life and the castle's fate. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the castle's stone walls, Ulrich felt a familiar tightening in his chest. Fresh wounds from the recent skirmish haunted him, the faces of the fallen flickering in his mind like the dying light. The castle's hearth crackled, a stark contrast to the ominous silence that cloaked the keep. Determined to lift his spirits, he wandered towards the common room, where laughter and song mingled in the warm flickering glow. Familiar faces brightened as he entered, their joy an antidote to his heavy thoughts. A young bard strummed a lute, weaving tales of valor and mischief, his fingers dancing over the strings. Ulrich lost himself in the music, heart swelling with pride for his people, finding solace in their resilience. Here, amid stories spun like delicate threads, hope thrummed beneath the surface, binding them all together against the looming shadows of uncertainty. The night promised to be a balm for old wounds, setting the stage for what lay ahead. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the cobblestone courtyard as Ulrich meandered through the castle's storied halls. Today's duties had drawn him to the archives, where dust motes danced in the fading light, illuminated by shafts spilling through grimy windows. Here lay the tomes of Nuremberg's history, bound leather and yellowed parchment welcoming him into their secrets. As he thumbed through the brittle pages, Ulrich stumbled upon a forgotten legend of a phantom knight clad in shimmering armor, said to roam the battlements on stormy nights. His pulse quickened, intrigued by the possibility of deeper truths woven within the fables. Images of the blacksmith's daughter flitted through his mind, stirring memories of conversations held under moonlit skies. Was he destined to be more than just a keeper of shadows in this ancient place? With renewed purpose, Ulrich resolved to unravel mysteries that tied him to the past, igniting a fire within him that would not easily be extinguished. As twilight draped Nuremberg in a soft golden hue, Ulrich strode through the courtyard, the echoes of laughter and music from the festival just outside the castle walls lingering in the air. The warmth of the festivities contrasted sharply with the chill that coiled around his heart. The joy of the townsfolk felt like a distant reverie. He paused, observing the flickering torches casting playful shadows on the ancient stones, unaware of the solitude beginning to tug at him again. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, a young boy, breathless, eyes wide with urgency. "Sir Ulrich, I have news." The boy's words rushed forth like water from a spout, spilling secrets of whispers circulating among the townspeople about a sinister plot brewing just beyond sight. Intrigued, Ulrich felt the weight of duty settle firmly on his shoulders, a shadow creeping closer to his sanctuary, demanding to be uncovered. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the castle's ancient walls as Ulrich prepared for an eventful evening. The air hummed with anticipation. Villagers whispered excitedly about the upcoming harvest festival, an annual event that breathed life into the usually solemn stone keep. As he took his place at the gate, Ulrich observed the flurry of preparations, a tapestry of colorful banners unfurled, laughter ringing out like a merry melody. Yet beneath the merriment lay an unsettling tension. The remnants of the recent siege still lingered in the villagers' eyes, a poignant reminder of the fragility of their peace. As Ulrich greeted familiar faces, he felt the weight of their hopes resting upon him, a burden mixed with a flicker of pride. This evening, amidst the vibrant decorations and joyous songs, he understood the delicate balance between celebration and vigilance. The festival was not merely a feast, but also a testament to their resilience, something every heartbeat of the castle bore witness to, as dusk embraced Nuremberg. As dusk descended upon Nuremberg Castle, the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows along the stone walls, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the smoke from the hearth fires. Ulrich leaned against the weathered gate, savoring the remnants of day, while contemplating the whispers of unrest that had woven through the castle's fabric. Rumors of dissent lingered in the air, thick as the evening mist, tugging at his sense of duty. Tonight, he would venture beyond familiar bounds, braving the wooded outskirts where tales of odd occurrences thrived. He felt the weight of the responsibility resting heavier upon his shoulders. His heart quickened at the thought of confronting uncertainty. With a deep breath, Ulrich stepped into the shadows, each footfall echoing with an ancient rhythm that resonated within him. In the heart of the darkness, he sought answers that might illuminate the path ahead, leading him closer to the truth hidden just out of reach. Night draped itself across the castle like a heavy tapestry, and Ulrich found himself drawn to the tower's ramparts, where the world stretched out beneath an inky sky studded with stars. The fleeting warmth of the festival lingered in his thoughts, a stark contrast to the chill that kissed his skin. He leaned against the stone, reflecting on the fleeting moments of joy shared with the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter still echoed sweetly in his heart. Suddenly, a flicker in the distance caught his sharp gaze, a lantern swaying precariously near the edge of the forest. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he felt the weight of duty settle heavily upon his shoulders. Gathering his resolve, he descended the spiral staircase, the echoes of his footsteps intertwining with the whispers of shadows that danced in the corridors. A mystery awaited him, and he would not shy away from uncovering the truth, no matter how deep the darkness might reach. As dawn broke over Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich stood watch at the eastern ramparts, the gentle light illuminating the distant hills. The market, still shrouded in morning mist, promised a day of bustling energy. Yet, beneath the rising warmth of the sun, a chill tugged at his heart. A whisper of uncertainty echoed through the shadows cast by the castle walls. His mind drifted to the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter lingered like a sweet melody in his thoughts. Determined to focus, he turned his attention back to the town below. The sound of hooves and the clattering of carts signaled the merchants awakening to their daily toil. But in their haste, Ulrich sensed an undercurrent of unease. As he descended the stone steps, the air thickened with unspoken worries, drawing him inexorably toward the heart of the town. There, amidst the lively chaos, secrets tangled with disappearances, each one stoking the fire of his protective instincts. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobblestone courtyard, Ulrich stood at the edge of the castle walls, his thoughts swirling like the evening mist. The air hummed with the sound of laughter from the nearby tavern, where townsfolk gathered to recount tales of valor and woe. Yet, for Ulrich, tonight was a somber reminder of the solitude that accompanied his duties. A flickering lantern caught his eye, revealing the silhouette of the blacksmith's daughter weaving through the crowd. Her bright smile pierced the gloom, reviving memories of warmth in a heart long shrouded in duty's chill. As he turned to greet her, Ulrich felt a stirring of hope amidst the ever-looming shadows of responsibility. Their conversation flowed like the sweet northern breeze, each shared laugh cutting through the weight of unvoiced desires. But beneath the warmth of their connection, a flicker of anxiety loomed. News of potential conflict from beyond the castle gates whispered reminders of the world's cruel unpredictability. In the heart of Nuremberg, shadows danced, weaving a tapestry of emotion that Ulrich could neither deny nor escape. The fog clung to Nuremberg like a shroud, weaving through the stone corridors as Ulrich descended into the castle's depths. The world above, filled with bustling merchants and laughter, faded into a haunting echo. With each step, whispers of forgotten tales brushed against his ears, tales of betrayal and valor etched into the very stones beneath his feet. In the dim light of the cellar, ancient relics beckoned, their presence heavy with the weight of history. Ulrich paused, drawn to a weathered chest adorned with obscure symbols. Curiosity ignited a flicker of daring within him. What secrets lay within? As he opened the lid, a cloud of dust rose, dancing in the stale air, revealing scrolls that spoke of alliances long since broken. The torchlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed alive, urging him to unravel the mysteries and connect the threads of past and present. The castle, it seemed, had much more to reveal. As Ulrich stepped outside the castle's weathered walls, the cacophony of the market enveloped him once again. Merchants called to passers-by, colorful wares glinting under the sunlit sky. Today, however, an undercurrent of tension hummed through the vibrant atmosphere, threading its way between greetings and laughter. The previous night's unsettling happenings weighed heavily on him, stirring unease in his gut. As he approached a stall piled high with fruits, he caught snippets of hushed conversations. The townsfolk whispered of shifting allegiances amidst the noble families, their tones laced with apprehension. A chill crept up his spine. Ulrich understood that shadows were gathering, not only within the castle but in the very heart of the community. Before he could inquire further into the whispers, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, loud voices clashing above the usual market din, heralding a confrontation that would draw him back into the depths of his vigilant world. In the amber glow of a fading sun, Ulrich stepped onto the battlements, his heart swelling with both pride and unease. The castle, once a silent sentinel of history, seemed to vibrate with the murmurs of the approaching twilight. He gazed over the sprawling landscape of Nuremberg, the rooftops blending into a tapestry of shadows, each representing dreams woven and unfulfilled. Below, townsfolk hurried through the marketplace, their laughter mingling with the unsettling whisper of winds that carried tales both old and new. Tonight, shadows almost danced, alive with the weight of secrets. Ulrich's thoughts drifted to the mysterious visitor from days past, the stranger whose warnings coiled tightly around his mind. Beneath the night sky, he sensed an unspoken tension. Something was brewing in the very air. Difficult decisions lay ahead. As the first stars began to prick the deepening indigo, he steeled himself for the challenges that awaited him, knowing each choice he made would ripple through time, entwining him ever closer with the castle he guarded. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg, the castle transformed, its stone walls shrouded in deepening shadows. Ulrich navigated the dimly lit corridors, feeling the weight of the day's unfoldings linger in the air. Each whisper of the wind seemed charged with uncertainty, portending something elusive yet near. A gathering fog slithered through the courtyard, an otherworldly presence that heightened his senses. The townspeople, normally bustling with energy, now moved like specters, their laughter tinged with unease. Alarms of distant galloping hooves echoed ominously along the cobblestones, an unsettling reminder of the world beyond the castle's protective embrace. As he ascended the stone staircase to the high tower, Ulrich's mind drifted to the unsettling tales shared by the traveling minstrel just days prior. Old legends of war and betrayal loomed heavily in his thoughts, woven into the very fabric of the castle he guarded. Was it mere folklore, or did the ethereal shadows now closing in hint at an impending truth? As dusk settled over Nuremberg, casting elongated shadows across the castle walls, Ulrich found himself wandering through the gardens, where nature whispered secrets only he could hear. The hues of twilight mingled with the fragrance of blooming lilacs, stirring memories of lost moments, laughter, warmth, and an unspoken yearning that was beginning to tether itself to the blacksmith's daughter. In the soft glow of lanterns flickering in the cooling air, he encountered an elderly woman with eyes like ancient wells, pouring forth tales of the castle's storied past. Her voice, a melodic tapestry, spoke of brave souls and hidden treasures long since buried beneath the stones he now patrolled. As she gestured toward the castle's towering spires, Ulrich realized that the flickering lights of the approaching festival seemed to dance in synchrony with his racing heart. Yet, amid the allure of celebration, shadows loomed, a reminder that his duty encompassed more than mere vigilant watch over time-worn stones. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows down the stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle as Ulrich prepared to face yet another day. The air was thick with anticipation, a tangible energy that hummed in the back of his mind. Whispers of an approaching storm had begun to stir unease among the townsfolk, their eyes darting toward the horizon. Today, a group of villagers sought his counsel, seeking protection and assurance against the foreboding threats beyond the castle gates. As he stepped outside, the warmth of the sun clashed with the cold anxiety nestled in his gut. He listened intently to their tales of fear, shadowy figures seen at dusk, livestock vanishing without a trace. Each story woven with threads of desperation tugged at Ulrich, intertwining his sense of duty with the growing unrest. He felt the weight of their expectations resting heavily on his shoulders, and with a deep breath, he resolved to safeguard not only their physical beings, but also the fleeting hope that flickered like a candle in the gathering dark. His decision was forged in the crucible of uncertainty, beckoning him to protect the heart and soul of Nuremberg as the storm began to gather. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and indigo, Ulrich found himself in the castle's armory, surrounded by the scent of oiled leather and cold iron. He meticulously polished the sword that had once belonged to a legendary knight, its blade glimmering like a shard of moonlight. Each stroke served as a reminder of the weight of his duties and the fading echoes of chivalric tales that whispered through the castle's corridors. Tonight, the air hummed with anticipation. A clandestine meeting was set to unfold in the shadows of the great hall. Whispers had reached Ulrich's ears. Dark conspiracies were brewing among the nobles, and loyalty was proving a fickle companion. As he secured the final details of his preparations, the clatter of footsteps echoed through the stones, sending a ripple of urgency coursing through him. The night was alive with possibilities, and the Keeper of Shadows braced himself for the storm ahead. The warm air of late summer clung to Ulrich as he traversed the castle's inner courtyard, a vibrant palette of flowers competing with bold banners flapping gently against the stone walls. The anticipation of the upcoming harvest festival stirred the hearts of all, and laughter laced the fragrance of roasted meats wafting from the kitchen. Yet within him dwelled an unshakable disquiet, a shadow lurking just beyond the reach of merriment. He paused, observing the bustling preparations, children painting faces and neighbors exchanging jovial banter, their eyes alight with hope. But amid the jubilant chaos, whispers of dissent pricked at his mind. Conversations overheard in the market hinted at unease, a fear that darkened even the brightest of days. As Ulrich turned to leave, a nagging sense of urgency ignited within him. Duty called louder than the revelry, a reminder that even as joy approached, vigilance remained paramount. With a resolute stride, he headed toward the castle's shadowy depths, where secrets awaited revelation, ready to unravel further threads of intrigue that wove through the lives he endeavored to protect. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the cobblestone streets as Ulrich made his way to the castle grounds. He felt the echoes of last night's festival lingering in the air, the laughter of townsfolk woven with whispered secrets. As he patrolled the ramparts, he recalled the young blacksmith's daughter dancing, her bright eyes sparking a flicker of warmth within him, a distraction from the weight of his responsibilities. But peace was fleeting. As he approached the watchtower, a flicker of movement drew his gaze. A shadow slipped into the darkness beyond the castle walls, illuminated briefly by the moonlight. Heart racing, Ulrich quickened his steps, compelled by a mix of curiosity and dread. He had heard tales of a band of rogues causing unrest in neighboring hamlets. This could be the sign of their mischief moving closer, a challenge he could not ignore. With every instinct sharpened, he prepared to confront whatever lay in the shadows. A heavy fog cloaked the castle grounds as Ulrich stepped out into the early morning chill, the air thick with the promise of an impending storm. The distant echo of a lute floated through the air, weaving its way around stone pillars, playing the haunting melody of the previous night's festivities. Straining to discern the source, he recalled the lively laughter and shared tales that had warmed their hearts, yet beneath it lay a lingering unease, a reminder that joy often danced precariously close to sorrow. As he strolled toward the gates, his eyes caught a shimmer among the shadows. A cluster of townsfolk gathered, their hushed tones blending with the rustling trees. They were sharing troubling whispers of bandits sighted on the outskirts, inciting fear and uncertainty within the community. Ulrich's resolve hardened. The Keeper of Shadows must ensure that his castle remained a bastion against the encroaching darkness, even as storm clouds gathered overhead. A chill hung in the air as Ulrich stood at the parapet, gazing out over the mist-cloaked valley that bordered Nuremberg. Shadows danced like wraiths among the trees, whispering secrets of the night, and the weight of uncertainty pressed upon him. Rumors of unrest had turned into tangible fears, echoing through the castle's stone corridors. With each passing day, relationships frayed, trust eroded, and the once vibrant community began to falter beneath the looming threat. Amidst this somber atmosphere, he found solace at the forge, where the rhythmic clang of metal against metal resonated, a heartbeat of the castle's spirit. There he sought the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter lighting up the dimly lit space. In her presence, the shadows receded momentarily, and he dared to dream again. Yet he knew that shadows often held more than they revealed, and as the fires blazed brightly, so too did the storm brewing just beyond the horizon, ready to sweep through their lives. The rain tapped gently against the castle walls, a soothing rhythm that matched Ulrich's somber thoughts. He revisited the tales of ancient battles, echoes of bravery and folly swirling in his mind as he stood at his post. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the promise of renewal, yet a nameless dread nestled deep within him. That morning, he had overheard the townsfolk murmuring fears of a looming conflict, their faces cloaked in anxiety. As he prepared for his evening watch, a flickering torch illuminated the stone corridor, casting elongated shadows that danced like wraiths. Ulrich's heart quickened. He felt the weight of his grandfather's stories, as if they were woven into the very fabric of the castle. With every creak of the wooden beams above, he sensed the restless spirits of those who had once stood guard. He silently vowed to protect both the castle and its people, uncertain of what the night would reveal. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that danced along the cobblestone paths of Nuremberg. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone wall of the castle, his heart heavy with the weight of the day's revelations. Secrets had a way of weaving into the fabric of the castle, and the whispers he heard earlier lingered like smoke in the air. A clandestine meeting among the nobles stirred unease within him, shadows of treachery threading through the very essence of duty he cherished. He had skipped evening prayers, unable to shake the feeling that darkness loomed, not just outside but within the castle walls. The laughter of children in the courtyard seemed distant, as though the weight of the world had eclipsed their innocence. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to delve deeper into the murky depths of the castle's politics, knowing that uncovering secrets was a two-edged sword, one that could either protect or destroy. As he set forth into the encroaching night, the familiar chill nipped at his resolve, fueling the flames of his insatiable pursuit of loyalty and honesty. The shadows welcomed him, their cloak promising both danger and discovery. The sun hung low over Nuremberg, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets. Ulrich paced along the ramparts, his gaze tracing the horizon where storm clouds brewed ominously. The day had begun with unsettling news. A band of marauders was reported near the northern trails, raiding villages and spreading fear like wildfire. His heart thrummed with a familiar mix of concern and resolute duty. As whispers of impending peril echoed in the castle's stone halls, the need for unity surged within Ulrich. He gathered the guards, imparting a strategic urgency to their preparations. The scent of sweat and metal filled the air as armor donned and swords were sharpened, a symphony of readiness rising to combat the encroaching shadow. Yet amid the clamor, Ulrich couldn't shake the thought of the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter a distant memory tinged with longing, a reminder of all that lay beyond the castle walls. With resolve igniting within, he stepped forward, ready to confront whatever darkness approached, determined to protect both fortress and heart. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the shadows grew longer, wrapping Nuremberg Castle in a cloak of twilight. Ulrich stood at his post, the cool stone of the gate pressing against his back, a familiar anchor in a world shifting with unspoken tensions. The air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and burning torches, whispered secrets of the night. This evening brought murmurs of unease. Patrons at the market exchanged hushed words about sightings of strange figures lurking at the forest's edge. Ulrich felt it in his bones, the electric anticipation of an approaching storm, both in the skies and within the hearts of the people he guarded. As he lingered in the growing darkness, a rustle behind him startled his thoughts. Turning, he glimpsed a figure shrouded in mystery, their face obscured by a hood. A chill raced down his spine, and with it, a question. Who dared to approach under the veil of night? Curious and cautious, he edged closer, ready to confront what lay hidden in the shadows. The midday sun cast a warm glow over the stone courtyard, illuminating the intricate patterns etched into the cobblestones. As Ulrich leaned against the cool wall of the castle, he marveled at the children playing nearby, their laughter weaving lightness into an otherwise weighty day. Yet amidst this cheerful scene, a sense of foreboding lingered. He had received word of increasing tensions in the town. Whispers of dissent simmered just below the surface. With every heart that beat in his care, Ulrich felt the heaviness of his duty. His thoughts drifted to the impending visit from the town council, a gathering that would surely weigh heavily on the shoulders of all present. He caught a glimpse of the blacksmith's daughter at the edge of the courtyard, a fleeting smile sparking warmth in his heart, yet uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Duty called, and shadows loomed, but the sun still rose, promising new beginnings in the face of trials ahead. A hush fell over Nuremberg as twilight draped her velvet cloak across the castle's weathered stones. It was a time for secrets. Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's library, a labyrinth of shadows and musty tomes that whispered forgotten truths. As he wandered through the flickering candlelight, the scent of aged parchment filled his lungs, arousing memories of legends long buried. He unfolded a scroll, its ink barely legible, revealing tales of betrayals and valor that echoed the present turmoil. Just then a soft creak echoed from the corner. A book, dislodged from a crowded shelf, lay open at his feet. Intrigued, Ulrich knelt beside it, the text revealing a prophecy of looming conflict that mirrored the unease brewing within the castle walls. The air crackled with anticipation as he traced the faded words. This was no mere story, it was a warning. Gritting his teeth, he sensed his resolve strengthening. Outside, storm clouds brewed, foretelling that peace was but a flicker away. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the stone walls of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich found himself lingering near the ramparts. The distant echoes of laughter from the marketplace danced in the air, weaving a tapestry of warmth that contrasted starkly with the chill creeping in from the shadows. This day had been consumed by an unease that seemed to grip the very stones beneath his feet. Shadows stretched longer, twisting into unnatural shapes, whispering tales of treachery and doubt. In his solitude, Ulrich reflected on the small, seemingly innocuous incidents that had taken place over the past weeks. A missing key, a misplaced document. Each had seemed trivial alone, yet now they formed a sinister puzzle in his mind. The thought of betrayal nestled deep within him, festering like a wound. Resolute, he clutched his lantern tightly. As darkness enveloped the castle, he vowed to uncover the truth lurking in the shadows. A heavy fog enveloped Nuremberg as Ulrich took his evening patrol, the shifting shadows weaving tales only he seemed to understand. The whispers of the past echoed in his ears, the castle walls vibrating with centuries of secrets and stories left untold. Tonight, the chill in the air carried an unshakable tension, a prelude to something buried in the depths of history. As he made his way along the ramparts, the silhouette of the keep emerged like a phantom against the moonlight, urging him to reflect upon the burdens he carried. Could the castle speak? What tales would it tell of his guard? Each stone, he felt, had absorbed his moments of doubt, bravery, and regret. In the distance, the soft murmur of a lute floated through the fog, pulling him toward the courtyard where the festival of lights was now coming alive. Instinctively drawn to the flickering flames, he sought solace in the warmth of his community and the brightening shadows that danced, leaving the weight of his inner turmoil behind, if only for a fleeting moment. As twilight enveloped the castle in a shroud of amber, Ulrich found himself wandering the echoing hallways, drawn to a peculiar sound, a soft, lingering melody that danced in the air. Curiosity piqued, he followed the haunting tune through meandering corridors, the worn stones beneath his feet whispering secrets of centuries past. The music led him to a hidden alcove, where a young bard strummed a lute, weaving tales of valor and heartache for a small gathering of entranced listeners. Ulrich, leaning against the cool stone wall, felt an unexpected surge of nostalgia as the chords resonated with the long-dormant stories of his own heart. The bard's voice, both vibrant and raw with emotion, seemed to awaken memories of his youth, lost laughter, ephemeral joy, and desires long buried. In that moment, the weight of duty and solitude slipped away, allowing him to escape into the tapestry of the night, wishing he could hold on to this fleeting connection just a while longer. The chill of the evening settled over Nuremberg, painting shadows that danced along the cobblestone streets. Ulrich stood by the castle's north tower, the weight of the day pressing heavily on his shoulders. Whispers of unrest coiled like smoke in his mind, a reminder of the stranger's ominous warning. As he leaned into the cool stone, memories of the castle's past flickered through him, its once glorious moments interwoven with ghostly echoes of betrayal. Tonight, the stars were rebellious, their flickering light a stark contrast to the growing darkness within the walls. It wasn't merely the physical threats Ulrich faced, but a profound churning in his heart, drawing him ever closer to the depths of his own vulnerabilities. Determined to protect not just the castle, but the soul of his community, he made his way down the corridors, each echoing step a vow to unravel the shadows lurking in the hearts of his comrades. Tomorrow would demand courage, for as the moon waxed, so too would the tensions surrounding them. Nightfall cloaked the castle in a shroud of stillness, each stone whispering secrets to the wind. Ulrich leaned against the cool wall of the battlements, the distant glow of torches from the town flickering like starlight caught in the cobblestone streets below. He sensed a change in the air, a portent of unrest that gnawed at the edges of his weary mind. Tonight marked the eve of a celestial alignment, one whispered in hushed tones by the village elders as a time of revelation. As shadows danced in defiance of the flame's steady glow, Ulrich found himself lost in thought, reflecting on his encounter with the healer just days earlier. Her words echoed in his ears, urging him to seek clarity amidst chaos. Perched on the edge of memory and anticipation, he remained vigilant, aware that challenges awaited beyond the castle's ancient walls, ready to shake the very foundations of all he held dear. As twilight dipped the castle in shades of indigo, Ulrich found himself entranced by the flickering light of the hearth. Stories brewed in the air, weaving tales of valor and sacrifice, echoing the age-old legends he cherished. He listened intently to the voices gathered around the fire, their laughter mingling with the crackling of burning wood, fueling both camaraderie and a faintly bittersweet nostalgia. He was reminded of the fragile thread connecting the past and the present, a thread woven with the fabric of shared lives within the castle's stone embrace. The warmth of the flames contrasted sharply with the chill gnawing at his heart, an unspoken reminder of his choices and the bonds left unformed. As the evening wore on, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, the blacksmith's daughter, her presence illuminating his thoughts like a beacon in the night. With a shared glance, unspoken words hung between them, hinting at possibilities that lingered just beyond reach. The day unfolded with an unmistakable heaviness in the air, as Ulrich found himself wandering the shadows of the castle's inner courtyard. Doubts echoed within him, mingling with the scent of fresh bread from the kitchens. Each step, as deliberate as the tolling of the bell, brought him closer to the heart of a conflict he could not ignore. The merchant he had spoken to earlier bore an unsettling tale, whispered allegations of a conspiracy festering among those once considered allies. As he approached the storied fountain, Ulrich's thoughts drifted toward the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter a bright contradiction to the encroaching storm. Memories of sunlit afternoons ignited a flicker of warmth within him, yet that light felt dim against the looming shadows that now seemed intent on swallowing Nuremberg whole. Breath-hitching, he resolved to unravel the threads that bound secrets to treachery, even if it meant confronting the very darkness that haunted him from within. The challenge of the unknown lay ahead, testing not just the strength of his resolve, but the very fabric of loyalty that interwove the lives around him. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows through the castle's narrow corridors, Ulrich felt an unease gnawing at him, a familiar weight that settled upon his shoulders like a cloak. The air was thick with the scent of impending rain, murmuring promises of change. He found himself wandering toward the library, a sanctuary of whispers and dusty tomes, where secrets lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Ulrich entered, the quiet enveloping him like a shroud. A brittle parchment caught his eye, insignia of an ancient order inked in deep crimson. It hinted at forgotten treaties and alliances that could tip the delicate balance of peace. Heart racing, he traced the lines of the text, a pulse echoing through the stone walls, resonating with histories entwined in his veins. Just as revelations brewed, an unexpected sound interrupted his reverie, a knock that hinted at destiny waiting just beyond the threshold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the cobblestone courtyard as Ulrich leaned against the weathered wall, pondering the weight of recent events. Whispers of dissent among the townsfolk lingered in the air, an unsettling reminder that peace, though coveted, was often temporary. As he walked through the castle halls, the echo of his footsteps felt heavier than before, a constant reminder of his duty and the uncertain future approaching Nuremberg. Ulrich paused before a massive tapestry depicting the castle's foundation, each thread narrating battles fought and won, ancestors who had wielded power and pride. It was then that he felt a presence behind him. Catherine, the blacksmith's daughter, her fiery spirit a beacon amidst the encroaching gloom. Her words, laden with restless energy, stirred something deep within him. They spoke of gathering forces, secret plans brewing in their shadows, as Ulrich realized that the true battle was not just against external threats, but against the shadows lurking within their own hearts. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient courtyard, Ulrich felt the weight of the day's events lingering like the last vestiges of light. Whispers of unrest filled the air, not just from the nearby market, but also weaving through the castle walls as if the stones themselves harbored secrets. Each step he took echoed his uncertainty, and he found himself drawn toward the ramparts, where the cool breeze carried a hint of salt from the distant river. It was here, among the battlements, that he stumbled upon a curious sight, a gathering of townsfolk below, their heads bent together in earnest conversation, faces etched with concern. Ulrich's instincts kicked in. Approaching closer, he quickly realized their whispers hinted at rumors of a band of marauders sighted near the borders, a threat that could spiral into chaos. He could not ignore the call to protect his home. After all, duty and loyalty often dwelled within the shadows, just like the keeper himself. As the sun sank behind the castle's turrets, casting long shadows upon the cobbled courtyard, Ulrich prepared for an evening unlike any he had witnessed. The air was thick with excitement, and the faint melody of lute strings drifted through the arched windows, inviting a sense of festivity that intertwined with the ever-present tension of the castle. Tonight was the eve of the midsummer celebration, a time when tales of old were recounted, laughter echoed, and bonds were forged anew. He navigated through throngs of townspeople, each face illuminated by flickering lanterns, pulsating with life and stories. A sudden flourish of laughter caught his ear, and Ulrich turned, intrigued. There, amidst the merriment, stood the blacksmith's daughter, her smile radiant as she danced, embodying the very spirit of joy. In her laughter, he felt echoes of hope stirring within his heart, reigniting a flame long dimmed by the shadows of duty and despair. As the first notes of the festival's chimes filled the air, Ulrich sensed change lurking around the corner, both in the castle's heart and within himself. He could almost taste the whisper of adventure that awaited him, mingling with the scent of roasting meats and sweet pastries. Each note resonated like a promise, urging him to embrace the night and the secrets that it held. Yet beneath the revelry, an unsettling current lingered, enticing him to peer deeper into the swirling darkness. A night of joy intertwined with shadows, perhaps the true keeper of the castle would unveil more than mere festivities. As twilight descended upon the castle, the once bustling marketplaces faded into a hushed silence, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Ulrich stood at his post, feeling the cool stone beneath his fingertips, grounding him amid swirling thoughts. The day had brought whispers of unrest from distant towns, murmurs suggesting discontent among the serfs. With each passing hour, shadows danced playfully around him, teasing his imagination. Yet, his heart remained heavy with the burden of unseen threats. The blacksmith's daughter occupied his mind, a beacon of light amidst uncertainty. He recalled her laughter, the way it seemed to chase the dark from the very air, filling crevices long thought empty. At that moment, a flicker of movement caught his eye, piercing the encroaching darkness. It was then he realized that the most profound shadows were not merely cast by nightfall, but often loomed from one's own fears and untold tales. A chill enveloped the castle as twilight descended, casting long shadows across the stone corridors. Ulrich gathered his thoughts, the echo of footsteps reverberating in the solitude of the night. Each thud drew him deeper into contemplations of loyalty and betrayal, the delicate threads of trust beginning to fray around him. In the dim glow of a flickering torch, he wandered toward the central hall where whispers filled the air, secrets darting like elusive wraiths. Tonight was fraught with tension, rumors of a brewing descent swirling through the ranks of the guards. He caught fragments of conversations snatched by the wind, unsettling glances exchanged, eyes full of unspoken fears. Suddenly the low hum of laughter broke through the tension, drawing his attention to the gathering of familiar faces. Yet, amid the camaraderie, an ominous sense of foreboding gnawed at him, urging him to dig deeper into the shadows, because he realized that within that laughter lay the keys to both unity and division. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, as Ulrich stood at the edge of the castle courtyard, gazing out towards the darkened woods that bordered Nuremberg. Distant howls echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine, mingling with the unsettling sensation that something unwelcome lingered just beyond the shadows. Today marked an unusual gathering of the townsfolk, their faces drawn tight with concern over recent sightings of ominous figures lurking at the forest's edge, a threat that cast a pall over the ongoing market preparations. As he moved closer to the gathering, Ulrich's keen ears captured snippets of hushed conversations, murmurs of worry blending with the clattering of carts and the laughter of children. With each passing moment, the weight of his responsibility pressed heavier upon him. He could feel the urgency coursing through him, igniting a flame of determination within his chest. The Keeper of Shadows must learn the truth of these fears and protect those he held dear. A soft rain began to fall as Ulrich patrolled the castle's outer walls, each drop a gentle reminder of the changing seasons. The night air was thick with the earthy scent of wet stone, and the faint sounds of distant thunder echoed like whispers of forgotten tales. He wandered to the highest guard tower, gazing out over the shadowy expanse of Nuremberg. The city below glimmered intermittently with flickering torchlight, the life it held contrasting starkly against the looming darkness surrounding him. As Ulrich's thoughts drifted to the impending festival, he recalled the laughter of children mingling with the vibrant energy of market stalls. Yet, unease simmered beneath the surface, tensions heightened as rumors of unrest spread like wildfire. The castle, a sanctuary in troubled times, absorbed his worries as he embraced the weight of his duty. Reluctantly, he pulled away from the view, determined to uncover the truth lurking in the shadows, where secrets danced just beyond reach. Ulrich stood in the cool shadows of the castle's eastern tower, where whispers of the past draped over him like a well-worn cloak. It was in this secluded space that he found the remnants of forgotten correspondence, crumpled letters bearing the familiar insignia of the Duke. As he meticulously unfolded one, the ink, faded yet resolute, spoke of alliances lost and future endeavors threatened by the specter of conflict. The weight of these words pressed heavily on his heart, each line weaving a narrative of loyalty and betrayal that stirred the embers of anxiety within him. Outside, the wind howled against the weathered stones, mirroring his turmoil. These secrets, sealed in parchment, held echoes of desperation and hope, all the while beckoning him deeper into the web of court intrigue. With a resolve that ignited a flicker of purpose, Ulrich stepped back into the world beyond the tower, determined to confront the brewing storm with a steadfast heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the castle grounds, Ulrich found himself lost in thought, the day's weight pressing upon his weary shoulders. Fragments of conversations with the townsfolk echoed in his mind, mingling with the rustle of leaves stirred by a soft evening breeze. A gentle knock at the gate interrupted his reverie, and his heart quickened. It was Greta, the blacksmith's daughter, her fiery spirit lighting up the dimly lit corridor. She carried a basket brimming with freshly baked bread, its warmth enveloping them both. As they spoke, her laughter like music against the somber backdrop of looming troubles, Ulrich felt the stirrings of hope ignite within him. Yet beneath their playful banter lurked an undercurrent of anxiety. News of distant skirmishes crept closer, reminding him that peace was often but a fleeting illusion. With thoughts of an uncertain tomorrow shadowing their bond, Ulrich urged himself to cherish this moment, for the lingering light would soon surrender to the encroaching night. Despite the sun's struggle to break through the heavy clouds, Ulrich found solace in the rhythmic sound of the rain against the castle stones. The scent of wet earth mingled with the faint smoke of hearth fires from the kitchens, creating a familiar embrace that comforted him during these tumultuous times. He stood near the gate, observing the inky shadows that danced along the cobblestones, pondering the secrets they concealed. A sudden commotion erupted from the marketplace, drawing his keen attention. Merchants shouted, their distress permeating the air like the gathering storm. He dashed toward the noise, heart racing, each footfall echoing with urgency. Through the throngs of people, Ulrich discerned the root of the chaos. A brawl had broken out among traders, fueled by rumors of dwindling supplies. As he stepped into the fray, the weight of his duty pressed down upon him. He must restore order before the shadows claimed more than mere whispers in the wind. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls of the castle. Ulrich paced the ramparts, his thoughts a tumultuous tide. Whispers of unrest continued to ripple through the corridors, suggesting a deeper malaise infecting Nuremberg. The recent discoveries in the cellar weighed heavily on his mind, each relic a fragment of forgotten truths, urging him to question the loyalties that bound those within the castle. As night enveloped the fortress, a chill seeped into the cracks of the ancient stones. The faint echo of laughter from the festival beyond the outer gates felt like a distant memory, and the flickering torches ignited Ulrich's resolve. He could no longer ignore the shadows that lingered at the edge of his duty. With a newfound determination, he headed down the winding staircase, ready to confront the unspoken fears that lurked not only outside the walls but within them as well. The night was alive with secrets, and he was prepared to unveil them, come what may. As dusk deepened over Nuremberg, shadows danced like whispers across the cobblestones, a prelude to the storm of emotions brewing within Ulrich's heart. This evening's meeting, held in the dimly lit great hall, held the weight of thousands of unspoken words. The urgency among the guards filled the air with palpable tension. Strategies were forming amidst hushed voices, each man grappling with the shadow of impending conflict. Ulrich, leaning against one of the cold stone walls, felt the heaviness of duty pressing upon him like the weight of the castle's ancient stones. He observed the camaraderie among his fellow guards, their laughter and camaraderie momentarily masking the uncertainty lurking just outside the castle gates. A fleeting glance towards the flickering torches reminded him that around every corner, beneath every stone, lay tales of valor and betrayal yet to unfold. Today would not merely be a chapter in history. Rather, it could redefine the very essence of their realm. Amidst whispers of uncertainty curling through the corridors of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich lingered in the dim glow of the flickering torchlight. Today, the shadows felt heavier, as if absorbing the tensions of the world outside. While patrols were routine, he sensed an unusual gravity in the air, one stirred by the anxiety brewing among the castle's inhabitants. A sudden clamor from the courtyard drew his attention, a scuffle between guards and a few irate townsfolk, voices rising in frustration over recent tax increases. Ulrich, with his heart heavy and mind racing, approached the gathering, intent on restoring calm. He stood tall, a steady beacon amidst the turmoil, channeling his role as protector. As he raised his voice to quell the discord, memories of friendship and loyalty flooded his thoughts, reminding him of the delicate balance he must tread between authority and empathy. Resolving to bridge the growing chasm between castle and town, he felt the weight of history pressing down, and knew the unseen threads of fate spun ever tighter around him. The bustling sounds of the castle courtyard echoed faintly in Ulrich's mind, drowned out by the relentless fight against the gnawing unease that had taken root deep within him. He trudged past the sun-drenched walls adorned with creeping vines, pondering the recent whispers of dissent that had begun to snake through Nuremberg like a subtle poison. Each merchant's jovial greeting felt tinged with worry, each laugh a brittle mask against the startling changes looming on the horizon. As he approached the guard tower, the faint scent of smoke drifted in the breeze, piquing his senses. It reminded him, a cunning tongue would twist a simple fire into tales of betrayal and fear. Sensing the urgency of the moment, Ulrich resolved to gather his trustworthy comrades, for the shadows around them thickened, pulling together a tapestry of intrigue and desperation. The castle felt different now, charged with the weight of untold truths waiting to be unearthed, as if the very stones themselves whispered secrets of the past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the courtyard, Ulrich set forth upon his evening rounds, the silence of the castle wrapping around him like a heavy cloak. The stillness was deceptive, pregnant with the whispers of unseen stories. He paused at the old well, its stone walls weathered and cracked, recalling the tales of secret meetings that had transpired there long ago. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he turned sharply, heart racing. Luna, the healer, emerged from the shadow of a nearby archway, her basket of herbs spilling a fragrant array into the cool evening air. "Evening patrol, Ulrich?" she asked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Always vigilant, as is my burden," he replied, appreciating the warmth of her presence amid the tightening cloak of night. Their conversation drifted easily, yet beneath the surface, unvoiced feelings lingered like the fading light, an unacknowledged certainty that this bond might shape the very fabric of their lives in the days to come. Ulrich stood at the battlements, the scent of damp earth clinging to the air as twilight draped a curtain of lavender over the horizon. His thoughts drifted to the rumors swirling through the castle like autumn leaves. Whispers of dissent flickered among the guards, unsettling him more than the chill in the evening breeze. The weight of betrayal hung heavy in his chest, a tightening noose around his heart. Just as the last rays of sunlight vanished, a shadow shifted near the outer walls, making him uneasy. He peered into the gathering darkness, instincts flaring. Having learned the subtle language of shadows during countless watchful nights, Ulrich sensed that something was amiss. The flickering torches below illuminated the surrounding market, lively yet unaware of the brewing tensions. With resolve solidifying in his mind, he turned away from the battlements, knowing he must uncover the truth lurking behind the veils of darkness and deceit. The path ahead promised uncertainty and danger, but Ulrich, the keeper of shadows, would face whatever lay ahead. The air hung thick with anticipation as Ulrich paced the shadowed corridors of the castle, his mind swirling with thoughts of the upcoming council meeting. Whispers of dissent had traveled through the stone walls like wildfire, and uncertainty gnawed at his insides. The heavy tapestries lining the hallways seemed to watch him, their ancient eyes echoing the weight of the castle's history and the burdens he bore. Outside, the wind rustled through the market, blending the muffled laughter of children with the clinking of metal smiths plying their trade. Each sound tugged at Ulrich's heart, reminding him of the community's fragile state. His loyal guard, Reinhold, approached with solemn news of increasing tensions among the nobles. "They question our strength, Ulrich," he warned, brow furrowed. As dusk descended, cloaking the castle in deeper shadows, Ulrich felt a resolve hardening within him. Tonight, he would stand not only as the protector of these ancient stones, but also as the voice of hope for the people beyond the gates. As twilight bathed the castle in shades of gold and violet, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's watchtower, its stony majesty silhouetted against the descending night. Climbing the winding staircase, he felt the echoes of past sentinels whispering tales of vigilance and pride. The air was thick with anticipation as he recalled the recent turmoil, unrest, simmering just beyond the castle walls. A band of discontented townsfolk had gathered outside, their shouts mingling with the distant tolling of the bell, a reminder of fragile unity. Peering through the cold stone embrasure, Ulrich scanned the darkening streets, his heart heavy with responsibility. He sensed that the very foundation of their society was on the brink of fracture. Should he quell the rising tide of dissent, risk being labeled a tyrant, or foster understanding, drawing people together in shared purpose? As shadows deepened, he steeled himself for the weight of decisions still to come. aware that history would judge him not just as a keeper of gates, but as a custodian of their very souls. The sound of clashing steel reverberated through the courtyard as Ulrich stepped into the crisp afternoon. A small contingent of guards was engaged in a rigorous training session, their movements precise yet imbued with a sense of urgency. He felt a familiar pang of responsibility settle deep in his chest. Today he had promised they would discuss tactics, the shadows of looming unrest hanging heavier than ever on his heart. With a calmness he did not feel, Ulrich approached, their eyes glinting with a mixture of respect and camaraderie. He began to outline defense strategies, his voice steady despite the storm brewing outside the castle walls. The men listened intently, hanging on his every word as he shared stories of past sieges, tales woven with valor and sacrifice. Yet behind his authoritative facade, Ulrich was plagued by the specter of betrayal, every glance and whisper a reminder of his own doubts. Was he truly safeguarding the castle, or merely prolonging its inevitable fall? As dusk approached, he resolved to seek the truth lurking in shadows, just beyond the flickering torchlight. As twilight descended, the flickering torchlight danced against the weathered stone walls of Nuremberg Castle, casting elongated shadows that whispered of secrets long kept. Ulrich paced the ramparts, keenly aware of the unsettling silence surrounding him. It was a tension-stretched moment, filled with unsaid words and heavy thoughts. Just days earlier, the castle had been alive with laughter and music during the festival, yet now, a persistent unease settled in the air, like a storm cloud waiting to burst. He recalled the words of the healer, who spoke of the delicate balance between light and dark, life and death. Ulrich had dismissed them then, but now, standing on the precipice of uncertainty, they rang true. Each creak of the castle echoed like a heartbeat, urging him to listen closely. Unbeknownst to him, the night was poised to reveal truths that would intertwine his fate with the shadows lurking at the edges of his duty. The sun hung low over Nuremberg, its golden rays casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets as Ulrich made his way toward the castle gates. Today was to be a day of change. He felt that undercurrents of anticipation ripple through the summer air. As he exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces, the merchant's daughter, with her animated chatter about upcoming festivities, caught his eye. Her laughter reminded him of the fleeting joys of life, drawing him momentarily from his solemn duties. However, just as he prepared to return to his vigilant watch, murmurs of unrest reached his ears. Whispers of discontent from the villagers spoke of rising tensions in the countryside, stirring an unease he could not ignore. The castle walls felt as if they were closing in, the shadows lengthening with each passing moment. Ulrich steeled himself. Today would demand more than just vigilance. It would require intuition and action, a delicate dance between protector and peacemaker, as the heart of the castle pulsed with uncertainty. Morning light spilled through the narrow windows of the castle, shimmering like golden coins on the stone floor, heralding the dawn of a new day. Ulrich stood by the eastern turrets, taking a moment to breathe in the crisp air that hinted at the fresh beginnings on the horizon. With a subtle tension lingering, he pondered the weight of his responsibilities. The castle had always demanded vigilance. As he gazed over the awakening village, familiar shapes and sounds melded into a tapestry of life, yet he felt a stirring of unease. Whispers of discontent floated on the breeze, threads of rumor weaving through the market, a merchant's anger at a rival, poorly timed droughts, and the faintest hints of a brewing conflict. The fabric of peace seemed delicate, almost frayed. Determined to fortify both his heart and the castle, Ulrich gathered his resolve, steeling himself for the challenges that awaited beyond the heavy gates. The Keeper of Shadows was, as always, on watch. The echoes of laughter and the distant clanging of metal faded into the twilight, leaving Ulrich with a sense of bittersweet longing as he stood watch at the castle's edge. The Festival of Lights, a time of celebration and camaraderie, illuminated memories long buried beneath his duties. In the soft glow of lanterns, he spied familiar faces mingling in joyous revelry, but his heart felt heavy. He found solace in the flickering flames, pondering his unexpressed feelings for the blacksmith's daughter, a tenderness that stirred like embers waiting to ignite. As night deepened, a figure emerged from the shadows near the old Well of Whispers. cloaked under a tattered hood. The overtures of the festival gave way to hushed tones and glances exchanged over flickering lights. Ulrich sensed an unusual tension, something lurking just beyond the veil of merriment. Steeling himself, he stepped forward, drawn to the mystery unfolding beneath the stars, unaware that the night would soon unveil secrets destined to roar like a tempest. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the castle's courtyard, Ulrich strode through the fading light, acutely aware of the secrets intertwining amidst the stone walls. Today had brought whispers of discontent from the townsfolk, distrust festering like the remnants of a storm. The air carried a tension that felt almost palpable, a silent challenge to his authority as gatekeeper. He paused by a weathered pillar, tracing its ancient carvings with his fingers, pondering the voices of the past. Were those who had stood here before him facing similarly tumultuous times? Memories of laughter and camaraderie drifted into his mind, tainted now by the encroaching shadow of uncertainty. As night cloaked the castle, Ulrich sensed more than the cool air. It was a foreboding reminder of the divide growing between his people and those they once called allies. Yet within that darkness, he felt the flicker of determination ignite, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, even as the nocturnal chorus echoed ominously around him. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's ancient study, a place where secrets whispered among the dusty tomes. He had come seeking solace, yet the air crackled with electricity, hinting at the unsettling truths waiting to be unearthed. Lost in contemplation, he leafed through a forgotten manuscript that chronicled tales of guardians past, noble figures who had to balance loyalty to their people with the burdens of their own hearts. Each tale seemed a mirror, reflecting Ulrich's own conflicts as the lines between duty and desire blurred ever more. Suddenly, a rustle echoed from the shadows, pulling him from his reverie. He turned, eyes narrowing, heart pounding. The ghostly visage of a forgotten ancestor materialized before him, a guardian of both history and prophecy. "You must choose," the figure intoned, "for the shadows will not remain silent." This cryptic warning stirred within Ulrich a consuming urgency, one that would guide him to confront his own shadows and perhaps reshape the castle's very future. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow across the castle's crenellated towers. Ulrich leaned against the stone wall of the battlement, the coolness of the ancient stones seeping into his bones, and allowed his thoughts to drift. In the distance, the market square buzzed with the sounds of laughter and lively chatter, a stark contrast to the weight pressing upon his heart. He had seen tension stirring among the townsfolk, a palpable anxiety that wrapped itself around the air like a dense fog, and he couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was brewing both outside and within the castle walls. As he turned to re-enter the keep, he caught sight of the blacksmith's daughter, her hair catching the last rays of sunlight as she carried firewood. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, the chaos of the world fell away, replaced by an unspoken understanding. But before he could approach, a shout echoed from below, a call for help. Reacting instinctively, Ulrich dashed down the staircase, the urgency of the moment galvanizing his spirit. The course of the evening had shifted. He could sense it in his very bones. A pervasive stillness hung in the cool evening air as Ulrich found himself standing in the grand hall, shadows dancing in the flickering torchlight. He had spent the day attending to the needs of the castle, but struggled to shake off the haunting memories that clung to him. With every creak of the aged timbers, he felt the weight of time pressing down, each echo entwining with the legends of old. As he lingered near a window, gazing out at the darkening sky, a figure emerged from the corridor. It was Margareta, the blacksmith's daughter, her fiery spirit illuminating the oppressive gloom. Their eyes met, and in that moment unspoken words hung heavy between them. She approached, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with concern, yet holding the promise of understanding. Ulrich's heart raced, caught between the past's lingering shadows and the possibility of a brighter dawn, of a connection that could flourish in the depths of uncertainty. As twilight cloaked the castle in rich purples and deep blues, Ulrich stood at the old battlement. The chill of the evening air swirled past him like whispered secrets. Shadows danced across the courtyard, casting elongated forms of memory and myth. Tonight, the remnants of the recent festival still lingered in the air, mingling with the faint scent of burnt wood and laughter, yet an unsettling tension foreboded beneath the surface. Ulrich's thoughts wandered to the mysterious stranger who had visited days prior, igniting apprehension and curiosity alike. The man's words echoed in his mind, fragments of a warning about the threats that lurked beyond the castle walls. As he surveyed the fellowship assembling below, sharing their stories under the stars, Ulrich felt the pull of camaraderie and the weight of impending responsibility. In this fragile moment, fraught with anticipation, he sensed that the ebb and flow of shadows signaled trials ahead, a dance he could not ignore. As the moon draped Nuremberg in a silvery glow, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's battlements, where shadows danced like phantoms under the flickering torchlight. With each gust of wind, the air carried whispers of ancient tales, filling him with a sense of foreboding. His thoughts lingered on the stranger's words from days past, rumors of agents lurking at the fringes, plotting chaos. Clarity began to pierce the veil of uncertainty, igniting a fire within him. The security of the castle depended on the vigilance of its keeper, and the burden was heavier tonight than ever before. Gathering his resolve, he stepped further into the night, moving swiftly through the cloisters, where stone echoes mingled with the night's quiet lament. Patterns of light flickered along the walls, reminiscent of the secrets buried beneath the castle's foundations. Yet, the quietude was deceptive. Danger lurked just beyond the horizon, waiting for the slightest crack in Ulrich's steadfast demeanor. As the day pressed on, Ulrich felt the weight of his responsibilities weaving itself intricately into the fabric of his thoughts. A heavy silence cloaked the castle, disturbed only by the distant echoes of hammers striking anvils in the blacksmith's forge. Each strike resonated in his heart, a reminder of the strength he needed to muster against the encroaching shadows of doubt and treachery. Today, he roamed deeper within the castle's bowels, compelled by an urge to unearth the secrets hidden among the cold stone walls. Each chamber whispered stories long forgotten, tales of valor entwined with treason. In a dimly lit corridor, he stumbled upon remnants of a faded tapestry depicting a battle, its colors muted yet filled with the ferocity of a bygone era. It ignited a flame within him, a fierce resolve to protect not only the castle, but also its legacy. With newfound determination fueling his steps, Ulrich steeled himself for what lay ahead. Outside, the murmur of the townsfolk reached him, their voices threads stitching the castle's soul to its vibrant heart. The danger was real, but so too was hope, and it surged through him like the first light of dawn piercing through the darkness. The chill of dusk settled over Nuremberg, wrapping the castle in a cloak of soft shadows. Ulrich stood at the battlements, breath misting in the fading light, as whispers of the winds carried tales from the woods beyond. Tonight, a flicker of mischief surged within him, an urge to venture where few dared. He recalled the legends woven by old men in the tavern, tales of mystical creatures that roamed the moonlit paths, enticing the unwary. Driven by a restless spirit, he slipped through the castle's winding corridors, careful not to disturb the sleeping walls. As he emerged into the cool night, the stars blinked down in eager anticipation of his quest. Shadows danced amongst the trees, and a palpable tension thrummed in the air. What secrets would tonight unravel? With each step, Ulrich felt the pulse of the ancient land echoing beneath his boots, urging him onward into the heart of the unknown. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone courtyard. Ulrich stood at his post, the weight of his duties heavy on his shoulders, yet today felt different, infused with an unnameable energy. The faint echoes of laughter from the local children melding with the distant clanging of metal from the blacksmith's forge tugged at his heart, reminding him of a simpler time. As night approached, whispers of discontent floated through the air like the shifting scents of the market. Rumors of unrest had reached his ears, and Ulrich understood that a storm brewed not just in the skies, but within the hearts of the townsfolk. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to seek out the council that evening. Firmly gripping the hilt of his dagger, he slipped into the shadows, prepared to navigate the delicate web of alliances and fears that threatened to unravel the community he had sworn to protect. The evening air carried whispers of restlessness as Ulrich made his rounds beneath the flickering torchlight. Shadows danced along the stone walls, echoing his fears and doubts. He had sensed an unease growing among the guards, an undercurrent of suspicion that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the castle. As he approached the guard tower, he paused, thoughts racing back to the rumors he had overheard of treachery festering within their ranks. The camaraderie once cherished now hung like a shroud of mistrust, each man casting wary glances at the other. Ulrich resolved to confront this uncertainty head-on. He would gather his comrades and seek the truth, for a divided castle was more vulnerable than any siege. With resolve firming in his chest, he stepped into the cold stone tower, where the air was thick with tension. "We need to talk," he began, his voice steady, knowing that the path ahead would lead not only to answers, but perhaps to the redemption of their bonds as brothers. The air hummed with unease, thick with whispers of impending change, as Ulrich ascended the narrow staircase leading to the watchtower. Each stone beneath his feet echoed with the heavy, unspoken thoughts that haunted the guards since the arrival of news from beyond the castle walls. The shadows danced around him, but it was not fear that drove him, rather a fierce determination to protect what he had sworn to guard. Peering through the slits of the tower, he surveyed the horizon, where the sun dipped behind the mountains like a reluctant king. As the fiery orb relinquished its reign, darkness crept forward, bringing with it a chilling foreboding. Tonight he could sense it, the fear that trembled in the hearts of the townsfolk and the tension among the soldiers. Ulrich steeled himself against the chaos of uncertainty that swirled in his mind, resolute in his duty, knowing that in shadows lie both peril and the spirit of resilience. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that crept stealthily across the stone walls, Ulrich found himself retracing the steps of a path seldom trodden since childhood. A peculiar urgency tinged the air, coaxing him to the castle's ancient library, long forgotten and draped in layers of dust. The scent of aged parchment filled his nostrils as he pushed the heavy door open, revealing rows of tomes that whispered secrets of an era past. As he ran his fingers along their spines, a brittle scroll slipped to the floor, its seal intact. Kneeling to retrieve it, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, a portent, perhaps, of revelations yet to come. This scroll, bearing the insignia of a rival lord, hinted at alliances that could threaten Nuremberg. Gripped by a sense of foreboding, Ulrich quickly tucked it into his tunic, determined to decode its message before it fell into the wrong hands. In the gathering darkness, the shadows began to swirl around him, as if the castle itself was alive, urging him into deeper mysteries. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the castle grounds, Ulrich felt the stirrings of unease within the stone embrace of Nuremberg. Whispers echoed in the chilled air. Some claimed to hear the cries of past souls trapped within its walls, their stories blending with the wind. Today, the townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of a looming threat, a mercenary band rumored to be roaming the countryside. Determined to uncover the truth, Ulrich ventured into the depths of the castle library, where tomes of history and lore lined the shelves like silent sentinels. Fingers brushed over ancient texts, each volume a portal to a different time. In the flickering candlelight, he discovered accounts of battles once fought, defending the very stones that cradled his existence. This history wasn't merely a record. It was a living testament to the strength required to face not just external foes, but the shadows within. And as he immersed himself in words long forgotten, Ulrich felt the weight of his heritage, centuries pressing upon him as night fell, beckoning him to rise once more, fortified by the legacy that surrounded him. The storm had settled, leaving the air thick with a haunting stillness. Ulrich, feeling the weight of uncertainty upon him, wandered through the courtyard, his footsteps echoing against the cobblestones. The remnants of chaos lingered in the shadows, a reminder of the night's tumult. Gazing up at the towering stone walls, he recalled the fragile threads that connected him to the people of Nuremberg. Each person held a story, a burden shared in silence. As dusk crept in, he heard laughter drift from the kitchens, a warmth that clung to the chill. Drawn to the flickering glow, he peered inside, finding the blacksmith's daughter surrounded by kitchen maids, their chatter intertwining like the embers of a fire. Her eyes sparkled, igniting sparks within him. Tonight, he felt an unfamiliar yearning to protect, not just the castle, but the warmth of such precious connections. It was a realization that led him towards uncharted paths, where shadows would soon intertwine with light. As the soft hues of twilight draped over the castle, Ulrich felt an inexplicable twinge in his heart. He leaned against the cold stone wall of the rampart, gazing down at the sprawling village below, where flickering lanterns began to illuminate the cobbled streets. He marveled at how the day's worries seemed to dissolve into the shadows, only to be replaced by the memory of the mysterious stranger who had visited days prior, bearing whispers of insurrection. The banners of distant lords unfurled in his mind, each thread woven with tension and uncertainty. Despite his duty as gatekeeper, he felt a fierce longing to delve deeper into the tangled web of alliances forming outside Nuremberg's bastions. With a resolute breath, he turned away from the encroaching night, his heart racing at the thought of unearthing hidden truths. Each discovery could lead him closer to the peril lurking just beyond the gates. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would push further into the shadows. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows on the ancient stones of the castle as Ulrich descended the narrow steps to the lower courtyard. The chills seeped into his bones, the air thick with unease. Whispers of discontent had grown, like a creeping vine overtaking the sturdy walls. He could hear the murmur of voices just beyond the ivy-covered archway, a restless town, uncertain and fearful. At the heart of his worries was the blacksmith's daughter, now embroiled in the struggle for her family's safety. Ulrich's heart ached. He could neither ignore his duty nor the feelings that stirred within him. He stepped forward, resolved to bridge the growing divide between the castle and the town. Gathering a few trusted souls, he proposed a gathering, a council to discuss grievances and foster unity. The echoes of their discussion would reverberate through stone and spirit, setting the stage for a reckoning that Ulrich could not yet fully comprehend. As shadows swirled and deepened, anticipation hung palpably in the air. The chill of dawn crept through the castle corridors, wrapping Ulrich in a shroud of introspection. He found himself lingering near the great hall, where the remnants of last night's celebration still whispered in the air. Laughter and music, now distant echoes, stirred memories of fleeting moments with the blacksmith's daughter, her smile a beacon through the shadows of uncertainty that enveloped him. Today, however, his thoughts were burdened by a heavy realization. The delicate fabric of trust within the castle was unraveling. Whispers of dissent simmered in the hearts of the guards, like embers waiting for a breath to ignite flames of discord. Undeterred, Ulrich resolved to confront the whispers. With each step he took, the stone floors felt alive beneath his feet, as if they, too, were urging him forward into the labyrinth of loyalty and betrayal. The castle's heartbeat quickened, and he knew. Today would reveal startling truths, perhaps even a path through the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The moon hung low over the ramparts as Ulrich patrolled the castle grounds, its silvery light casting elongated shadows that danced across the stone. Whispers carried through the air, fragments of conversations between guards echoing in the stillness. A heaviness settled within his chest, a palpable tension hinting at the unrest brewing beyond the castle walls. Tonight, the past felt unusually close, blending with the present, as each resonant clang of metal from the nearby blacksmith's forge wrapped him in a cloak of nostalgia. Memories of childhood days spent running through these same corridors flooded him, laughter shared among friends, dreams forged under the watchful eyes of the ancient stones. Yet lurking in the deeper corners of his mind were the questions that began to stir. What alliances were shifting, and who could Ulrich trust as shadows grew darker? With determination, he tightened his grip on the lantern, stepping forward into the unknown, ready to uncover truths that could alter the course of their future. Ulrich leaned against the cold stone wall of the rampart, gazing out at the misty valley below. The pale sun barely pierced the somber clouds, much like the uncertain thoughts swirling in his mind. Today, whispers of discontent hung heavier than usual, carried by the autumn breeze into the castle's heart. He shifted, the weight of his sword a reminder of his duty as gatekeeper. As rumors thickened, he sensed an impending storm, not merely in the skies, but within the very walls he protected. An unexpected encounter in the courtyard brought the tension to the forefront. A frantic child who spoke of shadows creeping through the market, of fears that turned friends into foes. Ulrich's heart quickened as he recalled the recent tremors of unrest. Resolutely, he tucked the child's small hand into his own, silently promising to shield his castle and its people from the darkening uncertainties that threatened to swallow them whole. The aroma of damp earth wafted through the castle's corridors as Ulrich descended into the depths of the storied cellar, lantern in hand, its flickering glow dancing across time-worn stones. Whispers of restless spirits seemed to murmur from the shadows, urging him to uncover the secrets long buried in the dark. The air grew thick with anticipation as he approached the ancient wine casks, each barrel a sentinel of forgotten tales and lost legacies. He paused, heart pounding, drawn to a peculiar engraving etched into the wooden backdrop, an intricate symbol unlike any he had seen before. The inscription seemed alive, pulsating with a history that beckoned him closer. As he traced the contours of the carving, a deep resonation filled the chamber, igniting a spark of realization within. This was no mere relic. It hinted at hidden treasures forged within the castle's very foundation, echoing the struggles and triumphs of lives entwined through generations. Ulrich's thoughts raced with the implications, a sense of urgency propelling him onward into the unknown depths that lay hidden just beyond the reach of his lantern's light. As twilight slipped silently over Nuremberg, the fading light wrapped itself around Ulrich like a tattered cloak, heavy with the day's burdens. The echoes of laughter from the marketplace lingered in his ears, fading into the stillness of the castle's stone corridors. Each step he took resonated with the whispers of those who had walked before him, their hopes and fears merging with his own. Tonight, he knew, was different. The shadows clung more fiercely, as if anticipating a revelation. He lit a lantern with a trembling hand, the flame flickering hesitantly, mirroring his own inner turmoil. Was he truly prepared to confront the secrets lurking in the castle's depths, those remnants of betrayal and sorrow that threatened to unravel everything he held dear? Determined, he descended into the heart of Nuremberg's hidden passages, his resolve steeled against the encroaching darkness. What awaited him below could redefine his understanding of loyalty and fate. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the stone courtyard, Ulrich found himself drawn to the library's vast collection of scrolls. Here, amidst the musty scent of ancient parchment, he sought refuge from the brewing storm outside. Always a haven for stories long forgotten, the library whispered of secrets, lending an aura of comfort in the face of burgeoning tensions. He gingerly unrolled a scroll depicting the castle's past, its tales of valor and frailty stirring a familiar ache in his heart. If only its stones could speak. While each turn of the page unveiled legends, Ulrich felt the weight of his present responsibilities pressing down, urging him onward. There, lost in contemplation, he was interrupted by a rustle at the door. The sudden sound pulled him from reverie, awakening a realization. The shadows weren't just remnants of history. They were alive, swirling with stories yet to unfold. He steeled himself, knowing the night held more than mere tales. It promised challenges that could bind the past and future in ways he could scarcely imagine. Ulrich stood at the edge of the battlements, the cool evening breeze tussling his hair as he gazed over the sprawling rooftops of Nuremberg. The distant sounds of laughter from the festival carried up to him, a reminder of the life pulsing in the streets below. Yet his heart felt heavy with a burgeoning unease. Just hours earlier, he had intercepted a whispered conversation, two figures cloaked in shadow exchanging furtive glances under the cover of night. Their words, laden with bitterness, dripped with the ink of treachery. The air crackled with anticipation, and darkness hung as a shroud over his thoughts. He had worn the mantle of gatekeeper for too long, navigating the corridors of duty and loyalty. Tonight, the weight of what he learned pressed harder upon his shoulders. As townsfolk danced, he knew an adversary lurked just beyond the stone walls he had sworn to protect. The revelries continued, oblivious to the storm brewing in the shadows. The castle's stone walls echoed, with the laughter of children playing in the courtyard, a sweet sound that seemed almost foreign these days. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone of the battlements, allowing the warmth of the late afternoon sun to wash over him, momentarily dispelling the cloud of unease that had settled in his heart. News from the neighboring lands had grown increasingly dire, rippling through the populace with a tension that made even the simplest moments feel heavy with foreboding. Just then, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. It was Gerhard, one of the younger guards, breathless and wide-eyed. "They say the Duke is sending emissaries," he exclaimed, clutching a scroll that crackled like autumn leaves when he waved it. Ulrich took a deep breath, knowing that this could usher in change, either an alliance to strengthen their defenses or a harbinger of war, reshaping the very foundations of their world. As he unfolded the scroll, anticipation curled in his gut. Whatever lay ahead, the shadows were thickening around Nuremberg Castle, and he felt unyielding duty pull him deeper into the fray. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, casting elongated shadows across the ancient stone courtyard, Ulrich found himself pacing near the old well, lost in thought. The air was thick with whispers of the townsfolk, their lives intertwined with the castle's fate and his own in ways he had yet to fully comprehend. It was on this night that he stumbled upon a group of children gathered around an elderly storyteller, their eyes wide with wonder as tales of valor and ancient spirits came to life. He stopped to listen, the vivid imagery drawing him into forgotten realms of his own childhood, igniting embers of nostalgia long buried beneath ponderous duty. The story spoke of a guardian spirit, said to watch over the castle during times of strife, an echo of hope clinging to his heart. As the children giggled and gasped, Ulrich realized he was not merely the keeper of shadows. He was also a thread in the tapestry of Nuremberg's enduring legacy, forever entwined with its hopes and dreams. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the castle's aged battlements as Ulrich strode purposefully along the parapet. Today marked an unsettling silence in Nuremberg. The usual clamor of voices and laughter had waned, replaced by a palpable tension. He took a moment to lean against the cool stone, eyes scanning the distant fields where heavy clouds loomed like harbingers of storm. As thoughts of the mysterious rumors filled his mind, a sudden rustle in the foliage below caught his attention. It was a gathering of shadowy figures, well hidden from casual observation, yet none could elude Ulrich's keen gaze. He stayed still, heart racing, uncertain whether to unveil what he had witnessed. The weight of his duty bore heavily upon him. This looked like trouble, and trouble meant he must act. With swift resolve, he descended into the castle's depths, intent on unraveling this unsettling mystery before it could weave itself into the fabric of their lives. Ulrich paused on the castle's ramparts, gazing down at the distant hills, shrouded in mist. The chill in the air sparked a flicker of unease. Whispers of unrest had reached even these ancient stones. A band of travelers had spoken of dissent bubbling in nearby villages, stirring the hearts of the discontented. He felt the weight of their eyes upon him, searching for reassurance that he could not fully provide. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthened, their fingers creeping toward him as if to beckon him into their embrace. Returning to the heart of the castle, he found the courtyard filled with flickering torchlight, shadows undulating alongside the figures of townsfolk gathering to discuss the hardship of the recent months. Ulrich joined the circle, his heart heavy, but his resolve steady. Tonight, stories would weave through their fears, binding the community in a fragile tapestry of hope as they faced the dark winds that threatened to tear them apart. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting golden tones over the castle walls, Ulrich felt a gnawing restlessness settle in his chest. The day had been an unbroken tapestry of routine, but whispers of discontent stirred among the guards. They murmured of missed shipments and shadows flitting through the alleyways, a tightening of the noose, they claimed. The weight of their concerns settled on Ulrich's shoulders, prompting him to gather the men for a clandestine meeting by the old well under the elm tree where roots twisted like secrets. Compelled by their unease, Ulrich confronted the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf not just the castle, but the very essence of his duty. Under the veiled light of the crescent moon, he felt the unyielding pulses of Nuremberg resonate deep within him. Around him, hushed voices whispered possibilities, stirring his resolve. Duty versus personal attachment, a battle inevitably mirrored by the shadows that danced just beyond sight. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the worn cobblestones of Nuremberg as Ulrich leaned against the cool stone wall of the castle, lost in thought. The vibrant sounds of the bustling marketplace drifted upwards, a lively chorus of laughter, haggling, and the clanging of wares. He was reminded of the interconnectedness of life outside the towering walls, where the spirit of the community thrived amidst shadows. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within him as whispers of unrest reached his ears, a shifting tide that threatened the harmony they had fought hard to achieve. His thoughts turned to the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter echoed in his memory like a sweet song. She had been a beacon of light, a reminder of what was worth protecting. He felt the weight of his choices pressing against him, urging him to confront the delicate balance of duty and desire. As night began to fall, he resolved to speak with her, to share a moment of truth amidst the encroaching darkness. As night draped its velvety cloak over Nuremberg, Ulrich found himself wandering the castle's shadowy corridors, the weight of uncertainty lingering heavily in the air. In his heart, the faint echoes of laughter from the festival still clung like the last remnants of daylight retreating into dark corners. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows that whispered secrets he dared not chase. He paused before a mural depicting a legendary hero whose eyes seemed to follow him, igniting a familiar longing for valor he believed had slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, a soft rustle interrupted the silence. An old tome lay slightly ajar on the wooden table nearby, its pages yearning for attention. Curiosity urged him closer, revealing an ancient prophecy forgotten by time. As he leafed through it, the words resonated within him, hinting at alliances forged in trials and the necessity for a formidable bond against the gathering storm. Ulrich felt a surge of clarity. Decisions loomed, and the past nestled within his hands could illuminate a path forward. As twilight draped its soft veil over Nuremberg, Ulrich stood at the castle's edge, gazing out over the shadowy hills that cradled the ancient city. Whispers of the past echoed in his mind, each gust of wind stirring fragments of memory long left dormant. He recalled the jubilant laughter of the townsfolk during the Festival of Lights, a stark contrast to the ominous clouds that gathered now, pressing upon him like a weighty shroud. Tonight, he would tread upon familiar stones, his feet guided by instinct as he ventured to the hidden alcove where years of secrets took refuge. He remembered tales of hidden treasures and lost souls, their stories woven into the very fabric of the castle's walls. With each step, the air thickened, heavy with the promise of revelation and danger. Questions swirled in his thoughts. What truths awaited him in the shadows? And what darkness would he have to confront within himself before dawn broke anew? The sun hung low over the castle, casting elongated shadows that danced across the cobblestones. Ulrich ventured into the castle gardens, where the vibrant blooms of summer were now replaced by autumn's fiery hues. The air was crisp, scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. He found solace beneath the boughs of a gnarled oak, its limbs heavy with memories of laughter and whispers. Today was one of reflection, a moment stolen from the relentless pace of duty. Thoughts of the blacksmith's daughter lingered in his mind, her laughter echoing like distant chimes. He traced the outline of a small wooden charm she had gifted him, a token of unspoken affection resting in his palm. Suddenly, a rustle interrupted his reverie. Eager eyes peered from the shadows, and Ulrich felt a familiar twinge of urgency. The winds had shifted, and whispers of discontent within the castle walls beckoned him forward into the fray. The chill of dusk settled over Nuremberg, a soft shroud of shadows weaving its way through the castle's corridors. Ulrich paced along the walls, his senses alert to the sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the creaking timbers of ancient stone. Tonight marked an unusual gathering. Light flickered in the great hall, casting playful silhouettes that danced in rhythm with the murmurs of the people. Conversations swirled around him like the scented smoke from the evening's feast. As he entered, his gaze caught the blacksmith's daughter embroiled in laughter, her spirit brightening the dim room. A strange warmth touched his heart, mingling with the persistent ache of longing. Ulrich's thoughts wandered to dreams of a life less burdened by duty, a life unfettered by the weight of shadows. Just as he moved closer, a sudden hush fell, a prelude to gravity as a stranger stepped forward, igniting a potential storm within the walls that had grown too familiar. As twilight draped its silken hues over Nuremberg, Ulrich wandered through the castle's corridors, the weight of unspoken words heavy on his heart. The flickering torchlight danced against the stone walls, casting long shadows that whispered of history and burden. Today had been a tapestry of intertwined emotions, and he found himself reflecting on the healer's tales of resilience, which had resonated deeply within him. The healer's gift had illuminated paths hidden in darkness, rekindling hope long shrouded in doubt. In quiet contemplation, he paused near a window overlooking the bustling marketplace, where life pulsed vibrantly in stark contrast to his inner turmoil. The laughter of children echoed faintly, reminding him of simpler days, days when dreams didn't come with heavy chains of expectation. With a deep breath, he resolved to pay attention to the flickers of joy amidst the encroaching shadows. Perhaps it was time to embrace the possibilities lurking just beyond the gates. His path was set, and every choice pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing through the very stones he vowed to protect. The muted echo of hammer against anvil filled the air as Ulrich approached the blacksmith's forge. It had become a sanctuary of sorts, the rhythmic clang resonating with the pulse of his own heart, and today it carried layered meaning. The blacksmith was engaged in crafting a set of horseshoes, but his daughter, with her fiery auburn hair catching the sun like a beacon, drew Ulrich's gaze. She spoke animatedly, her laughter ringing out like a melody against the backdrop of the forge's heat. Yet beneath his admiration lingered the weight of unspoken thoughts, each unresolved emotion emerging like notes in a haunting tune. The recent unrest within the castle echoed in the growing distance he felt from the townsfolk, pulling him away from those he cherished. As Ulrich lingered, hovering between past affections and present duties, he realized that, despite the shadows of responsibility cloaking his heart, a flicker of hope still glimmered in their laughter. Today, amid the sparks of the forge, he felt the fragile threads of rekindled connection weaving back into his life. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced against the stone walls of Nuremberg Castle. Ulrich stepped into the great hall, where echoes of laughter and lively chatter filled the air. Tonight marked the annual gathering for the harvest celebration, a poignant reminder of the village's resilience and unity. As he navigated through the throng, the scent of roasted meats and spiced mulled wine enveloped him, enticingly rich and warm. Among the revelers, familiar faces glimmered with joy, yet Ulrich felt a bittersweet twinge tugging at his heart. He spotted the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter ringing like a sweet melody, but uncertainty wove through his thoughts. Would she see him only as the gatekeeper destined to watch from the shadows? As dusk deepened, the flickering candlelight illuminated not just the moments of celebration, but also the flickers of doubt that clung to him. In that charged atmosphere, Ulrich realized the night held secrets, and the whispers of destiny stirred in the air, beckoning him toward something greater just beyond the castle walls. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg, the air buzzed with the anticipation of the upcoming spring festival. Ulrich ambled through the castle's stone corridors, the flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows that seemed to hum with life. He paused to listen to the laughter spilling from the great hall, where the townsfolk prepared decorations, their hands filled with vibrant ribbons and blooming petals. The aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread wafted through the air, tugging the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Yet beneath this festive veneer lingered a weight he could not shake. Whispers of unrest still echoed in his mind, reminders of the dangers lurking beyond the castle walls. Ulrich turned, drawn towards a voice, an old friend recounting tales of daring and courage. There, in the warmth of camaraderie, he found a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the shadows, light could prevail. His heart dared to believe, just for a moment, in the resilience of his beloved Nuremberg. As the last echoes of the festival faded into the night, Ulrich found himself wandering the castle grounds in solitude, his thoughts adrift like the leaves captured in the autumn breeze. He couldn't shake the mingling sense of roasted meats and sweet pastries. The laughter of townsfolk lingered like a gentle ghost in his mind. Yet beneath the revelry lay a gnawing unease, darker than the shadows that stretched before him. Tonight, the castle felt alive with whispers, tales of old woven through the air. A flicker of light from a distant tower summoned his gaze. Intrigued, he crept closer, discovering an open window revealing a solitary figure, intent over flickering parchment. He felt an immediate pull of curiosity, a longing to unravel the cloaked secrets being scribed. Would he dare step closer, risking exposure to truths better left unknown? The hearth's warm glow beckoned him onward, urging him to seek whatever mystery awaited within those hallowed stones. Amidst the flickering shadows cast by the dying embers of his hearth, Ulrich found himself haunted by the echoes of laughter that once filled the great halls of Nuremberg Castle. This evening, however, as he combed through the intertwining paths of memory, the absence of joy weighed heavily upon him like a shroud. The sounds of the festival faded beyond the thick stone walls, replaced by an unsettling silence that wrapped around him, mingling with the scent of damp earth and distant rain. He ventured to the castle's ramparts, longing for the caress of the night breeze to dispel the ghosts of his thoughts. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds converging ominously above the town. With each clap of thunder, Ulrich felt a gnawing sense of foreboding, the whispers of treachery and uncertainty echoing in the recesses of his mind. As the first droplets of rain began to fall, mingling with the chill in the air, he steeled himself for the trials that lay ahead, another chapter woven into the tapestry of his fate. The hearth crackled with warmth as Ulrich settled into the shadows of the great hall, the flickering flames casting dancing shapes upon the stone walls. Cradling a small mug of spiced cider, he listened intently to the old bard recount tales of forgotten heroes and lost loves. Each word seemed to resonate with his own hidden longings, stirring memories he'd thought buried beneath layers of duty. Tonight, the castle felt alive with the echoes of laughter mingling with shadows that clung to the corners like uninvited guests. Yet amongst the revelry lurked an unshakable unease, a ledger of secrets weighing heavily in his heart. As the bard's voice rose and fell, enlivening spirits and igniting imaginations, Ulrich caught sight of the blacksmith's daughter dancing in the dim light, her laughter sparkling like stars scattered across the firmament. A whispered thought darted through him. Perhaps there was still time to embrace both duty and desire, to weave light into the shadows threatening to envelop his soul. The day unfolded under a shroud of uncertainty, its air thick with whispers of impending change. As Ulrich crossed the castle courtyard, the chill of early evening wrapped around him like a cloak, reminiscent of the shadows that danced in the flickering torchlight. The familiar clang of the blacksmith's hammer resonated in the distance, a rhythmic reminder of craftsmanship grounded in tradition, yet the unease shadowing Ulrich's thoughts was palpable. At the edge of the castle he spotted a gathering of townsfolk, their faces etched with concern. Rumors swirled around the impending treaty with the neighboring lord, each word spinning a tighter web of anxiety. He approached, and the murmurs quieted, eyes turning to him as their gatekeeper, an unspoken expectation to quell their fears. Ulrich felt a twinge within, a call to action that echoed the weight of their trust. As he prepared to address their worries, the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the tension in the air, foreshadowing a storm far greater than the one brewing in the skies. The sound of distant laughter drifted through the castle walls, mingling with the scent of roasted meats and freshly baked bread as the annual harvest feast approached. Ulrich stood at the gate, surveying the preparations with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The energy of the townsfolk buzzed like the honeybees flitting about the blossoming flowers, invigorating the atmosphere. Yet beneath the smiles and merriment lay an undercurrent of anxiety, exacerbated by the recent skirmishes at the border. As he watched the villagers string up colorful banners, his mind wandered to the blacksmith's daughter. Her laughter echoed in his heart, a sound sweeter than any melody. Yet could he embrace the joy of the festival when shadows loomed so near? A feeling of resolve began to settle within him. Perhaps it was time to share his burdens, to foster unity in the face of uncertainty. With one last glance at the festivities, Ulrich grasped the door to his heart and stepped forward, ready to confront the cheering crowd. As dusk settled over the castle, the warm glow of torches flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the weathered stone walls. Ulrich stood at the parapet, gazing out at the expanse of Nuremberg, his heart heavy with the weight of recent discoveries. Whispers of dissent had woven through the castle like a cold mist, hinting at a threat that lurked closer than he had dared to imagine. The echoes of laughter from the festival below collided with the unease in his chest. In the quiet solitude, he reflected on the trust he had extended to his fellow guards, now clouded by doubt. Were they all loyal, or were some cloaked in the guise of friends? A distant clang of metal jolted him from his reverie, a reminder that life within the castle was ever fragile. He turned away from the battlements, determined to seek the truth hidden within these shadowed corridors, for the heartbeat of Nuremberg depended on it. As dusk cloaked the castle in its familiar embrace, whispers of uncertainty lingered in the air. Ulrich's footsteps echoed down the ancient stone corridor, each step a reminder of the shadows creeping closer. The flickering torches cast elongated silhouettes, twisting his thoughts into a tapestry of worry and determination. Tonight would mark the gathering of the council, a moment when allies would share their displeasures and fears about the rising threats beyond Nuremberg's sturdy walls. As he entered the council chamber, the flickering flames revealed the anxious faces of trusted comrades, their shared burden heavy in the air. They discussed troop movements and strategic alliances, strategies intertwined with old grievances. Ulrich found himself reflecting, his heart a tempest of loyalty and resolve. In these walls, he felt the weight of history pressing down. Choices made long ago reverberated in the present. And as the conversation deepened, a realization took root within him. This was not just a meeting of defense, but a crucible forging the very essence of their future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a rustle of shadows swept through the castle's inner courtyard, carrying with it whispers of an unsettling night ahead. Ulrich felt it in the air, an electric charge, a tension that coiled in the silence. He found himself drawn to the ancient stone walls, now cloaked in twilight, their stories echoing in the faint breeze. Tonight, a gathering of the castle's inhabitants was planned, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the growing unease. Ulrich stepped into the flickering candlelight of the great hall, where laughter and conversation mingled, masking the undercurrents of anxiety. Yet as he glanced around, he noticed the subtle glances exchanged between nobles, their words dipped in veiled meanings. Sensing a storm brewing beneath the camaraderie, he steeled himself, aware that the night might unveil not just hidden tensions, but revelations that could alter the course of Nuremberg forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyard, Ulrich found himself lingering at the edge of the castle gardens. The vibrant hues of twilight melded with the whispering winds, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. He recalled tales shared around the fire, relics of past struggles woven into the very fabric of Nuremberg's legacy. Tonight, however, his thoughts turned to Otto, the blacksmith whose steady hands crafted not just metal, but connections between people. With a heavy heart, Ulrich understood that the impending storm was not merely weather, but the gathering tension of unresolved conflicts among the townsfolk. Whispers of discontent echoed through the castle walls, and he felt the weight of vigilance pressing against his chest. Stepping back into the stone embrace of the castle, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and uncertainty brewed like thickening clouds in the night sky, promising change. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the cobblestones as Ulrich surveyed the castle grounds, still reeling from the revelations of the previous night. The air felt heavy, laden with unspoken words and lingering doubt. He caught sight of a group of children playing near the oak tree, their laughter a sharp contrast to the tension brewing within the castle walls. Yet even their joy couldn't ease the knot tightening in Ulrich's chest. As he wandered closer to the market stalls, whispers of discontent reached his ears, fragments of conversations hinting at unrest and mistrust. Faces turned away hastily when he approached, leaving him with an unsettling sense of isolation. The blacksmith's daughter, however, broke through the haze of his thoughts, her smile offering a fleeting warmth amidst the chill of uncertainty. Her presence urged him to seek clarity, not just for himself, but for the community he vowed to protect. With renewed determination, Ulrich set his sights on uncovering the source of the discontent, knowing full well that the shadows lurking beyond the castle gates could soon turn into threats far more dangerous than he anticipated. The echoes of laughter from the castle gardens drifted through the stone corridors, mingling with the scent of blooming flowers that seemed to awaken something deep within Ulrich. Today was the day of the midsummer celebration, a festival that breathed life into the hearts of Nuremberg's people, igniting their spirits amidst the shadows of uncertainty. As he wandered through the sun-dappled paths, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his role as the gatekeeper, a guardian not just of stone but of memories and aspirations. He caught a glimpse of the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter ringing like music, her vibrant dress trailing behind her like a flame. For a fleeting moment, the world around him blurred, and the burdens of duty receded. Yet as he approached, a sense of foreboding settled in his chest, a whisper of something lurking beneath the joviality, reminding him that dangers were not easily exorcised. The day unfolded with a heavy silence, the kind that hung thick in the air, wrapping the castle in an unsettling embrace. Ulrich stood by the battlements, his eyes drawn to the horizon where dark clouds swirled ominously, a portent of the turmoil that seemed to mirror the unrest brewing within Nuremberg. A messenger had arrived that morning, breathless and wide-eyed, delivering jarring news of a rift among the townsfolk. Whispers of dissent crept through the alleys like a thief in the night. As Ulrich paced the stone walkways, he felt an unshakable sense of foreboding. The unity that once flourished among the people was now fragile, and he sensed the twinges of betrayal tightening their grip. Memories of laughter during festivals now seemed like echoes of a distant, idyllic past. Determined to uncover the truth behind the unrest, he sought counsel from familiar faces, hoping to stitch together the fraying bonds of his community before the impending storm shattered them completely. The moon hung high, casting its silvery glow across the castle, illuminating the shadowed corners where secrets often lay. Ulrich, still reeling from the ominous whispers that had infiltrated the castle like tendrils of smoke, felt a familiar dread settle in his chest. As he retraced his steps through the echoing halls, he could almost hear the laughter of years gone by, friends lost in the passage of time, promises unfulfilled. Each shadow seemed to speak, recounting tales of betrayal and loyalty, intertwining their fates among the stones. He paused by the great oak door leading to the chapel, where the scent of incense lingered like a ghost. There, beneath flickering candlelight, he sought solace in prayer, hoping to find clarity amidst the turmoil brewing within and beyond the castle walls. In that moment of quietude, Ulrich contemplated the weight of his role as keeper, understanding that shadows are merely shapes given life by the light. With renewed resolve, he stepped back into the night, determined to confront the enigma that lay ahead. The early morning fog clung to the castle walls like whispered secrets, wrapping Ulrich in a shroud of contemplation as he patrolled the ramparts. Each step echoed softly against the stone, blending with the distant sound of the town waking. Today was different, the air crackled with possibility. A subtle thrill tingled in his veins as he recalled the words of the old seer. Omens spoke of change, and he felt the days of complacency slip away like grains of sand. As he paused at the battlements, surveying the awakening landscape below, a fluttering piece of parchment caught his eye, wedged beneath a loose stone. Curious, he pried it free, revealing a message scrawled in hurried ink. "Trust not the shadows, they dance with deceit." The chill that raced down his spine fishtailed into resolve. Ulrich understood that he must not only protect the castle, but also navigate the treachery lurking among familiar faces. The day's unraveling had begun, and he sensed destiny's call. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the cobblestone courtyard as Ulrich took a moment to breathe in the crisp autumn air. It was one of those rare afternoons when tranquility seemed to envelop the castle, a brief lull before the anticipated storm. The scent of earth and wood smoke mingled in the breeze, and he felt a strange pull to the hidden corners of the castle he often overlooked. On this day, he met with Annalise, the blacksmith's daughter, who possessed a fierce spirit that mirrored the very flames her father commanded. Their conversation danced like the flickering light, revealing hopes and dreams ignited by the prospect of a future shaped together. Laughter spilled between them, melting away the burdens of duty that usually weighed him down. Yet, as the sun began to dip, casting the castle in a darker hue, Ulrich couldn't shake the creeping suspicion that something had shifted within the walls. A whisper of change lingered in the air. Ulrich leaned against the ancient stone wall, shadows dancing around him as dusk settled over Nuremberg. The day's events weighed heavily on his thoughts. Whispers of conspiracy echoed in the corridors of the castle, fueling a restless urgency within him. He felt the pulse of the castle, its walls steeped in secrets, guarding stories yet untold. As the last light flickered from the horizon, he resolved to uncover the truth hidden in the gathering dark. Determined, Ulrich steered his course toward the library, where ancient tomes lay like dormant dragons waiting to be awakened. The scent of parchment and ink enveloped him, memories of past discoveries igniting a flicker of hope. As he pored over dusty scrolls, fragmented tales began to weave together, illuminating treachery lurking closer than he dared imagine. Just then, a chilling gust of wind snuffed out the nearby candle, plunging him into the encroaching abyss, both outside and within. Ulrich leaned against the ancient stone wall, the coolness seeping through the fabric of his cloak, as he watched the last rays of sunlight dance on the castle walls. The whispers of the townsfolk drifted up to him, carrying tales of hopes and fears intertwined with the fading day. It was in this twilight glow that he felt the weight of his duties shift, a subtle reminder of the fragile balance he maintained between the castle's rich history and the present tumult. Suddenly, a soft rustling broke the evening calm, stirring the shadows at the base of the wall. Curious, Ulrich descended carefully, his heart quickening at the prospect of secrets long hidden. As he approached, he stumbled upon a tattered fabric caught in the thorns, an emblem of forgotten allegiances. Without hesitation he grasped it, sensing the pull of destiny that urged him deeper into the shadows, where truths lay buried and ancient ties beckoned him forth. As the shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, Ulrich found himself wandering through the castle's less traveled paths, drawn by a whisper of curiosity that wrapped around his heart. Each stone beneath his feet seemed to pulse with untold stories, echoes of those who once inhabited these halls. He paused before the tapestry-lined wall, fingers grazing the fabric depicting the legendary dragon that had once threatened Nuremberg. Its fierce gaze met his, igniting a flicker of nostalgia mingled with fear, a reminder that true legends never fade. This evening felt different, charged with anticipation. Rumors swirled through the air like autumn leaves, hinting at dire decisions looming over the council. As he continued his solitary promenade, the flickering torchlight cast playful shadows, mirroring the inner turmoil he now grappled with. Fortunately, the weight of history remained a steadfast anchor, urging him forward into the night, ready to confront whatever awaited him beyond the castle walls. The fires of the evening feast crackled softly, casting warm shadows that danced upon the ancient stone walls of the great hall, weaving a tapestry of flickering light and whispered laughter. Ulrich stood at the periphery, observing his beloved castle's inhabitants revel in their small joys, while his heart labored under an unseen weight. He recalled the tales of bygone feasts told by the elders, their voices echoing through corridors now haunted by shadows of doubt and intrigue. A haunting melody from a minstrel stirred something deep within him, conjuring memories of simpler times, of dreams once held close. Yet even amid merriment, a foreboding chill crept into Ulrich's thoughts. The air felt thick with unspoken words and veiled glances, as though the very walls conspired to withhold truths. As he turned his gaze to the swirling faces of the crowd, he sensed a change, the thrill of peace teetering dangerously close to unrest. What truths would emerge from the lingering shadows? The flickering candlelight cast long shadows along the cold stone walls of Ulrich's quarters as he reflected on the day's events. The townspeople had gathered to discuss the growing unrest, the air thick with unease and whispered fears. It was in this charged atmosphere that a young boy had approached him, trembling and wide-eyed, clutching a tattered rag that turned out to be a warning from an escapee who had narrowly fled from the conflict brewing beyond the castle's walls. With every detail recounted, Ulrich's heart sank further. The very fabric of their lives felt threatened. Rather than dissolve into despair, a fierce determination ignited within him. He resolved to convene a meeting, not just to protect the castle, but to rally the townsfolk and fortify their spirits against the tides of uncertainty. As the weight of responsibility bore down on him, Ulrich stood, prepared to face yet another night filled with shadows, both outside and within himself. As dusk cloaked Nuremberg in a shroud of uncertainty, Ulrich surveyed the fading glow of the town from the castle ramparts. The shadows clung tighter than ever, whispering secrets he was reluctant to uncover. A shiver traced his spine as he recalled the unsettling tidings carried by the mysterious stranger days ago, a latent threat simmering beyond the horizon. His nightly watch, usually a time of introspection, became a battleground of conflicting emotions. With every creak of the castle stone, he could almost hear the echoes of his own doubts. The unseen strain of loyalty and betrayal weighed heavily, the choice of action pressing deep upon his soul. As he paced the parapets, the stillness was interrupted by hurried footsteps below. He leaned in, alarmed, recognizing the silhouette of the blacksmith's daughter, urgency etched upon her face. There was no turning back. Something was stirring in the night, and in that moment, he knew the balance between light and shadow could no longer remain undisturbed. The horizon glowed as dawn began to break, casting gentle hues across the stone walls of Nuremberg Castle. Ulrich stood at his post, absorbing the tranquility that followed a night filled with uncertainty. He couldn't shake the feeling that shadows still lingered beneath the surface, whispering reminders of the threats that had stirred his heart. He turned to the east, recalling the clandestine meeting he had overheard in the great hall, voices murmuring about alliances fraught with hidden agendas. With renewed determination, he set off to the castle's library, where ancient tomes stood sentinel over forgotten lore. There he sought wisdom that could illuminate the path before him. Dust motes danced in the beams of sunlight filtering through the stained glass, and as he carefully thumbed through the brittle pages, he found not only tales of past betrayals, but also hints of hope, strategies that had once united the people of Nuremberg against their foes. As he read, a sense of purpose began to kindle within him. Ulrich knew that understanding history was essential to safeguarding the castle's future. The day ahead shimmered with possibility. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth as Ulrich patrolled the castle grounds, his thoughts a turbulent sea of anxious waves. The darkened corners seemed more pronounced this evening, shadows stretching long as if reaching out to him, urging him to confront what lay hidden beneath their veil. Whispers among the guards hinted at a brewing conflict. Tales of dissension among those who dared to conspire against the Duke rippled through the stone corridors. As he approached the hidden passage discovered weeks prior, the chilling draught from within beckoned him, enticing yet unsettling. Curiosity surged, and he found himself mesmerized by visions of the castle's ancient secrets, yearning to unravel them. But would he uncover only truths, or would he find treachery entwined in the castle's very foundation? The weight of uncertainty hung like the storm clouds above, and Ulrich took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead, propelled by an unshakable bond to the shadows he guarded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the courtyard, Ulrich stood sentinel at the castle gates, his senses tingling with an unshakable foreboding. The echoes of laughter from the festival resonated faintly, tantalizing yet distant, as if taunting him with the frivolities he could not indulge in. He carried the weight of his duties like a heavy cloak, cloistered by the walls of responsibility while the townsfolk reveled in the night's merriment. A stubborn chill wrapped itself around him as he peered into the gathering dusk, where the first stars blinked into existence, bringing with them whispers of the unknown. It was then he spotted a flicker of movement at the edge of the tree line, an unsettling glimpse that sent a jolt through his heart. Could it be mere shadows playing tricks? or a harbinger of something far more sinister. With a resolve forged from years of vigilance, he stepped away from the gate, ready to confront whatever lurked in the darkness. The night's shadow deepened, and with it, Ulrich prepared to dive headlong into a mystery that beckoned just beyond the castle's threshold. As the pall of twilight settled over Nuremberg, the castle's silhouette rose ominously against the darkening sky. Ulrich stood at the old window of his chamber, inhaling the crisp air that carried whispers of distant trouble, a portent of the times. Below, the marketplace buzzed with the last vestiges of trade, voices intertwining in laughter and gossip, yet a disquiet lingered beneath their mirth. It was then that he noticed it, a figure, cloaked and hooded, moving furtively amongst the crowd, glancing back as though aware of an unseen watcher. A chill threaded through him, recalling the murmurings of treachery that had echoed in the halls. He felt a pull within him, a need to peel back the layers of suspicion. Driven by an instinct deep-seated in his bones, Ulrich hesitated only for a moment before striding out of his chamber and into the embracing shadows of the castle. Each step reverberated with purpose, leading him toward the heart of a brewing storm. The mist hung low over Nuremberg, shrouding the castle in an ethereal veil as Ulrich paced the ramparts, the chill of twilight creeping into his bones. Shadows danced in the flickering torches, their eerie glow illuminating the stone walls that had borne witness to centuries of history and heartache. That evening's whispers told of renewed strife. A band of marauders was rumored to be lurking in the forests beyond the town. The gatekeeper's heart tightened at the thought, knowing that the safety of the townsfolk rested on his watchful vigilance. Lost in reflection, he found his thoughts drifting to the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter a melody that cut through the din of his worries. He had not seen her in days, and the silence left a hollow ache. Duty called, yet his heart yearned for connection in a time of upheaval. As the wind howled through the battlements, he resolved to forge a path that would protect both the castle and those he loved, for in the depths of despair, hope ignites. As whispers of unrest grew louder within the castle's echoing corridors, Ulrich found himself drawn back to the shadows of his past. Alone in the lantern-lit library, he sifted through ancient tomes, their yellowed pages crackling with stories untold, the histories binding him to this fortress of stone. Outside, the wind howled a mournful tune, nudging him to confront those ghosts lingering just beyond his memories, friends lost to time and decisions that swayed the course of fate. In a moment of vulnerability, he recalled the laughter of his childhood companions, their faces painted in the flickering candlelight. Their fleeting joys had once seemed eternal, yet now felt like specters dancing in the corners of his heart. The gravity of his role settled heavily upon him, a keeper of shadows, tasked with preserving not just the legacy of Nuremberg, but the essence of humanity woven into its very fabric. He yearned for connection amid the looming uncertainty. Ulrich stood at the threshold of the castle's great hall, the enchanting aroma of spiced wine and roasted meats wafting through the air, promising a night rich with camaraderie. It was the eve of the Harvest Moon Festival, a celebration that pulled the town's jubilant spirit into the castle's embrace. Lanterns flickered like fireflies, casting playful shadows that danced along the stone walls, reminding him of the fleeting moments he cherished with friends and family. As laughter echoed under the high arches, Ulrich felt a swell of nostalgia, a bittersweet reminder of his youth entwined with his present duty. Nearby, townsfolk engaged in animated tales of the season's bounties, while the melodies of fiddles intertwined with the lively chatter. But beneath this veneer of joy, Ulrich sensed a lingering unease. Dark murmurs of impending change hinted at unrest beyond the castle gates, shadowing the revelry with the stark reality he couldn't ignore. Despite the moment's warmth, his heart remained heavy with the knowledge that shadows were poised to encroach upon their light. As dusk settled like a shroud over Nuremberg, Ulrich found himself drawn to the whispering trees that bordered the castle grounds. The day had been heavy with unspoken tensions. Shadows flitted along the cobblestones, as if to mock his troubled mind. Each step brought the scent of damp earth, mingled with the faint echo of laughter from the market, where joviality clashed sharply with his stilled heart. Pausing at the edge of the forest, He recalled the tales of woodland spirits that danced among the shadows. They, too, bore secrets, of lost loves and unfulfilled destinies. As the final light surrendered to the dark, a flicker beyond the trees caught his eye. Curiosity ignited, Ulrich ventured deeper, abandoning his watchful post for the promise of revelation. The flickering light seemed alive, beckoning him toward the unknown, where perhaps he might confront the very essence of his own fears, an encounter with fate itself. As twilight enveloped the castle, shadows lengthened across the cobbled stones, weaving tales of both history and longing in the cool evening air. Ulrich, burdened by the weight of mounting uncertainty, found solace in the embrace of familiar routines. He strolled through the courtyard, where flickering lanterns cast warmth against the encroaching darkness, illuminating whispered conversations and furtive glances among the townsfolk. Tonight, whispers of rebellion resonated deeper, igniting a fire in his heart. Huddled in secret corners, residents shared hushed fears about encroaching threats, the castle's atmosphere thick with tension. Ulrich felt the pulse of their hopes and worries as if they were his own. It was in this fragile moment that he caught the eye of the blacksmith's daughter, her gaze a beacon amidst the storm. She offered a smile, a silent promise of two souls resisting the shadows amassed around them. Yet the foundations of trust wavered, and Ulrich sensed that different kinds of shadows lurked just beyond the walls, waiting to unveil their truths. The moon hung low over Nuremberg, casting pale light upon the cobblestones, where shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. Ulrich leaned against the cold stone of the castle wall, lost in thought. The weight of the day's events clung to him like a shroud. Whispers of treachery lingered in the air, and mistrust had woven itself into the very fabric of the castle. Tonight, old alliances frayed, and the bonds once unbreakable faced the test of suspicion. The distant clang of metal hinted at preparations for conflict, echoing through the halls. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in his heart. Could he shield the ones he cared for from the encroaching darkness? With each heartbeat, the castle pulsated with unanswered questions, secrets aching to be revealed. As he pushed through the gates, a chill swept over him. Tomorrow was laden with uncertainty. Yet Ulrich knew he must confront the shadows that whispered, lest they consume all that he held dear. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the castle courtyard, Ulrich felt an unsettled stir within. Whispers of discontent reached him more frequently, like tendrils of smoke curling through the stone corridors. He had spent the afternoon polishing the gate's ironwork, but his mind wandered to the murmurs of betrayal he had overheard among the guards. Was there someone plotting against the castle? Each creak and echo in the walls felt more ominous now, shadows lengthening under the weight of unspoken fears. Tonight, the air buzzed with an anxious tension. The last rays of light painted the horizon in hues of crimson and gold, a fierce reminder of the day's fleeting joys. As Ulrich prepared for a solitary night watch, he clutched the hilt of his sword, glancing back at the bustling marketplace. It was a world filled with laughter, yet he felt the distant pull of darkness, propelling him toward an uncertain confrontation with the unknown. The shadows stretched long across the castle courtyard as dusk settled over the ancient stones. Ulrich's heart thrummed with an unsettling rhythm, a harbinger of the whispers he'd overheard in the great hall, talk of betrayal woven through quiet conversations. As he made his way through the labyrinthine corridors, the flickering torchlight cast dancing shapes that reminded him of ghosts of past nights, their stories entwined in the very fabric of the castle. He paused outside the armory, where the scent of oil and fresh metal mingled in the air, and for a moment nostalgia threatened to engulf him. The camaraderie of his youth, the laughter shared with brothers in arms, the clanging of swords as they trained, it all felt like a distant dream. But tonight, the air was thick with tension, and the stakes had shifted. Trust was a fragile thread, and Ulrich sensed a storm approaching, one that could either unite or shatter the very heart of Nuremberg. He turned, ready to confront the shadows lurking within and outside these formidable walls. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg, an ominous hush enveloped the castle, broken only by the distant murmur of the town settling into a restless night. Ulrich stood on the battlements, eyes scanning the horizon, where dark clouds gathered like whispers of impending turmoil. The air felt electric, charged with both anticipation and dread, a reflection of his own heart. In the shadows below, figures moved furtively, their intentions masked by the gathering gloom. With thoughts of betrayal still haunting him, Ulrich's pulse quickened. These were the hours when secrets dared to stir. His fingers brushed against the cold stone, grounding him as memories of the past flickered like dying embers, igniting a fierce resolve within his chest. Just then, a flicker of firelight caught his eye, a sign of life, possibly a messenger bearing news that could change everything. With determination, he turned away from the battlements, ready to confront whatever shadows awaited him. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced along the stone walls of Nuremberg Castle. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone of the battlements, the weight of the world hanging heavily on his shoulders. Rumors of betrayal twisted through the air like a chill breeze, sapping the vibrant warmth of the day. As he gazed over the bustling marketplace below, the laughter of children mingled with the cries of merchants, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within the castle. A familiar face cut through the crowd, Greta, the blacksmith's daughter, her fiery spirit shining as brightly as her hair. She flashed a knowing smile that ignited a flicker of hope in Ulrich's heart, dispelling the encroaching shadows. Her presence reminded him that within every treachery lay the possibility for redemption. Resolute, he turned back toward the castle, prepared to unravel the threads of deceit threatening his home and ultimately choosing to confront what shadows lurked in the depths of loyalty. As dusk draped itself over the castle, casting long shadows across the courtyard, Ulrich leaned against the ancient stone wall, deep in thought. The wind carried whispers of uncertainty, stirring within him a sense of foreboding that had settled like dust over the past few days. Talk of betrayal loomed, echoing through the hallways of Nuremberg Castle, each unsettling word twisting tighter around his heart. He recalled the loyal faces of his comrades, their unwavering courage now shadowed by the palpable tension that gripped their hearts. Tonight, he resolved to uncover the truth, wanting to stitch together fragments of the secrets that led to this treachery. The flickering torchlight illuminated his path as he descended into the bowels of the castle. With each step, an understanding began to unfurl. Unity, once a steadfast shield, now teetered on the brink of disarray. The cool air below whispered promises and threats alike, compelling him to confront the shadows that danced in the dark corners of his world. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in deep crimson and gold, Ulrich found himself standing on the castle ramparts, his gaze sweeping over the darkening streets of Nuremberg. The day's events had unfolded like the intricate threads of a tapestry, each encounter revealing more about the shadows lurking within the castle walls. He recalled the whispers he had overheard, the fractured alliances, the palpable tension thickening with every breath. Beneath the gathering twilight, figures flitted about, their silhouettes casting long shadows that intertwined with the ancient stones. A sense of foreboding clung to the air, wrapping around Ulrich like a cloak. Tonight, he would seek answers. With every step echoing on the cobblestones, he resolved to confront the whispers of betrayal, inching closer to a truth that gnawed at the edges of his heart. The night awaited him, thick with secrets and entangled fates, as he descended into the castle's depths where shadows danced and the past beckoned. The night was heavy, with an unnatural stillness, a silence that tugged at Ulrich's heart, eclipsing the usual sounds of the castle. Shadows danced ominously against the stone walls as he made his patrol, each flicker of torchlight revealing fleeting glimpses of his past. He paused at the entrance to a hidden corridor, where the air turned cool and thick with the scent of damp earth. Memories flooded his thoughts, not just of the castle's storied legends, but of the faces and lives woven into its fabric, especially the haunting gaze of the blacksmith's daughter. She had become a bright thread in the tapestry of his often solitary existence, igniting something long thought dormant. Throughout the evening, whispers of betrayal echoed in his mind, a nagging thought that danger lurked not only outside the castle, but also within its very heartbeat. As he turned the corner, his heart raced, instinct urging him to trust the deep-seated connections he had forged in this fortress of shadows. The sun dipped low in the western sky, casting elongated shadows that danced along the castle walls. With each step, Ulrich pondered the lingering unease that settled over Nuremberg like a fleeting mist, both familiar and foreign. It seemed the walls whispered secrets again, hinting at clandestine gatherings and furtive glances exchanged in dimly lit corridors, stoking the embers of suspicion. An errant thought struck him, a flicker of doubt, regarding those he called allies. The marketplace buzzed with life, filled with laughter and the fragrant scents of spices and baked goods. Yet Ulrich felt an undercurrent of tension that went unnoticed by the revelers. He approached a stall where a woman sold intricate charms, the trinkets glinting in the fading light, each a story untold. As he exchanged pleasantries, he caught her eye, and she nodded knowingly. In that moment, a shiver ran through him. Perhaps the shadows were not just figments of his imagination. He felt time slip, as if the past and present entwined, urging him toward revelations awaiting just beyond the horizon. As dusk unfurled its velvet cloak over Nuremberg, the castle's silhouette loomed against the deepening twilight. Ulrich stood at the edge of the ramparts, the cool breeze tugging at his cloak, teasing out memories long tucked away. He had heard whispers among the townsfolk, unsettling tales of shadowy figures lurking beyond the gates, emboldened by the unrest that brewed in the air. Just as the horizon blazed with fiery oranges and purples, a figure emerged from the sprawling darkness, a woman, much like the blacksmith's daughter, who had haunted his thoughts. Yet there was something different about her, an air of defiance mingled with desperation. With cautious steps, Ulrich approached, heart racing like a drum, echoing in the night. She spoke of hidden passageways beneath the castle, of dangers waiting to be unearthed. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Ulrich felt the weight of his responsibility shift as shadows deepened, urging him to delve into mysteries yet unsolved. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows along the weathered stone walls, whispering secrets only the walls had heard. Ulrich leaned against the cold granite, eyes closed, absorbing the remnants of the evening's tumult. The echo of distant laughter from the festival resonated in his chest, a bittersweet melody that intertwined joy and the haunting weight of duty. It felt as if the very stones of Nuremberg were alive, pulsating with the heartbeat of its inhabitants. As the lingering scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries wafted up from the market square below, Ulrich's mind drifted to the quiet tension simmering within the castle's depths. The whispers of conspiracy, like shadows lurking just beyond his grasp, began to weave a troubling tapestry in his thoughts. Tonight, he'd overheard something unsettling, a hint of betrayal cloaked in the guise of friendship. He couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was creeping closer, blurring the line between ally and enemy. Gripping the hilt of his dagger, he resolved to delve deeper. Such secrets could not remain buried in the light of day. The night was still young, and he was the keeper, bound to unravel the threads of deception coil by coil. As dawn broke over the ramparts, a golden hue washed over the castle, illuminating the scars of last night's skirmish. Ulrich stood at the battlements, taking in the stillness that cloaked the aftermath of chaos. The air, tinged with the scent of damp earth and smoke, signaled a quiet reprieve for Nuremberg, but tension still lingered like a heavy fog. Ulrich's mind raced with fragments of the previous day's conflict, faces of the fallen etched into his memory, their stories forever entwined with the stones of the castle. In the hustle of the morning, townsfolk began to stir, exchanging hushed whispers of unspoken fears and hopes for unity amidst turmoil. Driven by a sense of duty, Ulrich descended into the heart of the castle, where preparations for rebuilding commenced. Gathering the fragments of the night's chaos, he understood that only together could they mend the rift threatening to tear their community apart. Just as the sun was mending the horizon with its tender light, reflections of courage and sorrow would shape the day ahead, but with each brick laid, a new story began to form, a story of resilience, one that would carry the spirit of Nuremberg into an uncertain future. As dusk cast a purple veil over the castle, Ulrich stood at the highest tower, the wind whispering ancient tales through the weathered stones. Tonight was one of those rare moments when the world felt suspended. The eager anticipation of the imminent festival seeped into the very fabric of the air. Below, lights flickered to life, illuminating the market square, where laughter mingled with the aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries. But amidst the revelry, Ulrich's mind churned restlessly. The stranger's words lingered like smoke, dark and choking, whispers of a coup brewing within the castle walls. He could feel his heart thumping in synchrony with the distant drums, each beat reminding him of a duty far heavier than the weight of his armor. With each tread down the spiral staircase, resolve coiled within him. He wouldn't let shadows claim Nuremberg. The festival must proceed, but he'd remain vigilant, a guardian in the midst of flickering lights and hidden threats. The hushed hush of twilight enveloped Nuremberg Castle as Ulrich stepped quietly into the courtyard, the weight of his thoughts heavy upon him. Shadows stretched long against the cobblestones, and he felt as if the stone walls bore witness to his every heartbeat, each one echoing the doubts swirling through his mind. The festival had sparked a fervor among the townsfolk, yet beneath the surface excitement lurked a tangible tension. He recalled whispers of dissent that had woven through the market, thick as the evening mist. Tonight, secrets of alliances and betrayals danced like fireflies just out of reach. He needed to decipher their songs. As he wandered towards the flickering torches lining the path, Ulrich's instincts tingled. He halted at the sound of hushed voices, a breach of trust that gnawed at his vigilance. The fabric of loyalty seemed to fray at the edges. Driven by urgency, he crept closer, ready to unravel the truth, unaware that a shadow of fate loomed behind him, poised to step into the light. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, casting elongated shadows that danced along the stone walls, Ulrich found himself wandering through the castle's twisting corridors, each footfall resonating with echoes of the past. Memories whispered from the cracks in the walls, inviting him to revisit moments long obscured by time. He paused before the tapestry depicting the castle's founding, fingers gliding over the faded threads, tracing the heroic tales of yore. They spoke of valor and sacrifice, echoing the burdens he now bore, the weight of secrets and the impending storm brewing on the horizon. A flicker of movement captured his eye, stirring a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The shadows coalesced into a figure, cloaked and enigmatic, heading toward the library. Intrigued yet cautious, Ulrich followed, his heart quickening with cautious anticipation. What truths awaited him in the whispers of the pages? A key to the castle's future, or perhaps a revelation to unsettle the fragile peace he clung to. As dusk cloaked Nuremberg in hues of violet and gold, Ulrich stood beneath the ancient arched gateway, examining the delicate patterns of ivy creeping along the stone. The whispers of a restless evening wrapped around him, threading through his thoughts. He instinctively reached for the hilt of his dagger, feeling the familiar weight, grounding him amidst the rising tension. Today, rumors had swirled through the markets like autumn leaves in the wind, whispers of betrayal that clawed at his heart. His attention drifted to the clusters of townsfolk, their faces shadowed by uncertainty, as they spoke in hushed tones. Each furtive glance seemed rehearsed, a performance cloaked in fear. What secrets did they harbor? With resolve hardening in his chest, Ulrich turned on his heel, striding through the castle's winding corridors. Each echoing footfall propelled him deeper into the shadows, where truths awaited, shrouded and menacing, challenging him to uncover them, or remain ensnared by the very layers of history he had sworn to protect. As twilight draped the castle in hues of indigo, Ulrich ventured into the courtyard, the echoes of recent conflicts still resonating in his mind. The sun dipped below the horizon, and flickering torches ignited along the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that taunted the remnants of his fears. Amidst the heavy stillness, he sought the solace of the familiar. The soft whinnies of horses and the distant murmur of townsfolk reminded him that life continued, even in turmoil. Tonight, he was to meet with the keeper of the castle's legends, a wizened storyteller whose voice wove tales of valor and betrayal, an essential thread in the fabric of their shared history. As he approached the hearth where the flickering flames crackled, Ulrich pulled his cloak tighter, feeling the weight of expectation upon him. In the stories to unfold, he knew truths would emerge, guiding him towards the resolution he craved, as shadows danced eagerly around them, waiting to unveil their timeless secrets. The echoes of laughter and music from the festival still lingered in the stone corridors of the castle, a bittersweet memory brushing against Ulrich's heart. As he patrolled the flickering candle-lit passages, shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets that only the ancient stones knew. His mind wandered to the moments shared with the blacksmith's daughter, her laughter intertwining with the melody of the night, crafting a symphony of emotion within him. Yet the weight of unrest loomed heavy, a silent threat veiled beneath the joyous facade. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye drew his attention. He pressed forward, heart pounding, and cornered a figure cloaked in darkness. "Who goes there?" he called out, his voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air. As the figure stepped into the faint glow of torchlight, Ulrich's breath hitched. This was no ordinary trespasser, but the very harbinger of the chaos he had feared. The dim light of dawn crept through the narrow slots of Ulrich's chamber, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. He rose with the weight of another day pressing upon his shoulders, the echoes of yesterday's disturbances still reverberating in his mind. As he moved to the castle's ramparts, the world below awoke, a tapestry of life woven with the threads of anxiety and hope. Yet today felt different. An invisible current surged through the air, hinting at unseen possibilities. A local noble had announced plans for a great feast to honor the resurgence of trade routes, promising splendid revelry and perhaps a chance to mend the fractures within the community. Ulrich observed the townspeople gathering supplies, their expressions a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The preparations reverberated through his heart like a distant drum, urging him to consider the bonds forged in celebration, and he resolved that, amidst the laughter and light, truths would come to life, a necessary balm for the growing shadows that loomed ever closer. Ulrich stood under the ancient archway, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, where shadows danced playfully along the cobblestones. The air hummed with the remnants of day, yet a palpable tension loomed like the thickening clouds above. Whispers of unrest had spread through the castle, coiling around its inhabitants, entwining fears with hopes. Yet here, in this moment, he found a fleeting sanctuary as distant laughter echoed from the festival grounds below, a stark contrast to the unease bubbling inside him. As he turned to the ramparts, the landscape stretched beyond, so familiar, forged in memory and history. Yet the unease of impending change gnawed at his heart. Pressing his palms against the cool stone, Ulrich felt the castle's pulse thrum beneath his fingers, a steady reminder of his duty. With resolve he drew a breath, prepared to weave through the tapestry of whispers that awaited, unraveling the threads of loyalty that bound him to this hallowed place. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone wall of the castle, the weight of uncertainty pulling at his heart. The air was thick with anticipation, as if even the shadows conspired with the flickering torches to whisper tales of an impending storm. His thoughts drifted to the secrets he had unearthed, the tangled threads of treachery weaving through the castle's halls, tightening around him like a noose. The distant sound of clanging metal and laughter from the marketplace below felt both reassuring and distant, a reminder of the world beyond the castle's confines. With renewed determination, Ulrich pushed himself away from the wall and ventured outside, the sun casting a warm glow on his weathered face. Each step echoed like a drumbeat of fate, guiding him towards a confrontation long overdue. He could not ignore the shadows, nor could he abandon those who relied on him. Today he would shine a light into the darkness, unearthing the truths that lurked just beyond his grasp. As dusk thickened over Nuremberg, Ulrich made his rounds, the castle's silhouette cutting sharply against a burgeoning twilight. He felt the cool stone beneath his fingers, each crevice echoing stories of countless lives lived within these walls. Tonight, whispers floated through the air like murmurs from the past, as townsfolk drew together beneath flickering lantern light for an impromptu gathering in the courtyard. The laughter of children entwined with the clinking of mugs, bringing a sense of warmth that defied the chill. Yet among the revelry, Ulrich sensed an undercurrent of unease, a subtle tension veiling joy with shadows. He caught sight of a shadowy figure lingering at the edge, watching with wary eyes. This presence disturbed him, igniting his protective instincts. Shouldering his fears, Ulrich stepped closer to the gathering, determined to find solace among familiar faces. even as the specter of uncertainty loomed larger within the castle's ancient heart. The whispers of the night seemed thicker than usual, wrapping around Ulrich like a cloak of unease as he patrolled the quiet battlements. The moon cast silver beams upon the stones, illuminating cracks where shadows pooled, eager to devour the light. He paused at the edge, gazing out over the silent countryside, where trees bent low against an unseen force in the air. His heart raced with unsettling apprehension, a hint of danger lurking just beyond the horizon. Tonight, he felt the weight of generations pressing down on him. The castle harbored an age-old secret, buried under layers of time and stone. As he slid his fingers across the cool roughness of an ancient wall, memories of past guardians permeated his thoughts. Each battle fought, every promise made. Would he be able to safeguard the castle as they had? The question echoed in his mind, amplifying the urgency of what lay ahead, compelling him to delve deeper into the heart of Nuremberg's darkness. As twilight enveloped the castle, the flickering light of torches cast dancing silhouettes on the cold stone walls, giving life to the shadows that cradled Ulrich in their embrace. Tonight, the air was thick with whispers of uncertainty, a soft echo of the unease that had begun to spread like wildfire among the townsfolk. In the simmering twilight, he made his way to the castle's highest turret, seeking solace in the panoramic view of Nuremberg below. His gaze swept over the familiar rooftops, now wrapped in a cloak of brewing night. The distant clamor of the market echoed in his mind, a stark juxtaposition to the tension that filled the air. As he leaned against the battlements, memories of laughter and festivity dwindled, leaving shadows of fears unspoken. The weight of his duty pressed down on him, intertwining with the darkening sky, as he contemplated the storm that brewed both outside and within. The sun slipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the castle courtyard, where echoes of laughter mingled with the flicker of torches. Ulrich's heart, heavy yet momentarily lightened by the festivities, pulsed with a rhythm caught between duty and the sweet allure of fleeting joy. As the villagers danced, a somber figure emerged from the crowd. It was Edda, the healer, her eyes shimmering with unspoken urgency. "Ulrich," she urged, voice low and tentative, "there are whispers of unrest spreading like wildfire. We must prepare." The gravity of her words pulled at him, dredging forth memories of past warnings wrapped in folklore, the tales that danced on the line between myth and reality. Beneath the mantle of uncertainty, he felt a stirring of defiance. The castle's heart was more than stone and mortar. It was a pulsating entity, alive with the hopes and fears of its people. Together, they would confront this shadow looming over Nuremberg. The shadows lengthened across the castle's ancient stones as twilight settled over Nuremberg, painting the walls with hues of deep purple and gold. Ulrich stood vigilant at the gates, his thoughts swirling like the mist that clung to the earth. He found himself pondering the laughter that had filled the courtyard just days before, now transformed into an unsettling silence as unease permeated the air. Tonight, an urgent meeting convened in the great hall. A whisper of suspicion had reached him, suggesting a plot threaded through the very fabric of the castle. The weight of his responsibilities bore down on him, yet within it lay a flicker of purpose. As he observed the darkened sky, his resolve solidified, entwining his fate with the secrets lurking within the keep. He knew he must uncover the truth, for the safety of those he had sworn to protect depended on it. As the hour approached, determination coursed through him, igniting the shadows that clung to the castle walls. The chill in the air bit at Ulrich's skin as he emerged from the shadowed corridors of the castle, where whispers of the past clung to the stone walls like fog. The marketplace was alive with vibrancy, yet beneath the surface, an unease simmered. Ulrich paused to observe the townsfolk, their smiles strained, eyes darting to the darkening sky, as if sensing the impending storm. He approached a group huddled over a spilled crate of apples, their laughter briefly breaking the tension. "Something weighs heavily on your hearts," he remarked, his voice low but steady. They exchanged furtive glances before one of the women, a merchant's wife, spoke of the strange occurrences haunting the edges of Nuremberg, cattle found lacking in strength, crops wilting unexpectedly. Her voice trembled as she recounted sightings of shadows flitting through the fields at dusk. Ulrich felt a knot tighten in his stomach. These were no ordinary omens, and he knew the time had come to confront the darkness brewing beyond the castle walls. As dusk cast its silken veil across the castle, Ulrich felt the shadows whisper stories of old. The eerie call of a distant owl reminded him of the inescapable weight that rested on his shoulders. With every creak of the ancient stones, he traced the path of his heart, battered by choices long past, yet still echoing in the chambers of his mind. Tonight, a council convened, gathering not just to discuss defenses, but to delve into the treachery lurking in their midst, a disease creeping closer like the encroaching night. Gathered around a flickering torch, each face was a canvas of concern, their voices murmurings of shared unease. Ulrich's gaze fell upon his comrades, faces once brightened by laughter now shadowed by anxiety. Secrets ancient as the castle itself threatened to unravel like threads pulled from a tattered tapestry. As he braced himself to speak, the chill of unease settled in, yet a flicker of resolve ignited within him. It was imperative to confront the darkness before it consumed them all. As dusk draped its velvet shroud over Nuremberg, Ulrich found himself wandering the quiet halls of the castle, drawn by an unspoken urge. In the shadows of the ancient stone, he revisited the whispers of legends that had once ignited his youthful imagination. Each echoing footstep felt like a brush with the past, as ghosts of forgotten tales lingered in the corners, urging him to listen closer. Descending into the heart of the castle, he entered the dimly lit chapel, where flickering candles cast dancing silhouettes. It was here that he sought solace, poring over the intricate carvings on the altar, each depicting a moment of triumph and despair. As he contemplated the weight of history upon his shoulders, a sudden noise shattered the silence, a distant murmur, as if the very stones were sharing secrets. Intrigued and cautious, Ulrich pressed onward, the pull of the unknown leading him deeper into the mysteries that awaited. As twilight enveloped Nuremberg, shadows danced across the ancient halls of the castle, teasing secrets from the past. Ulrich stood at the window, gazing out at the realm he cherished, a sense of unease settling in his bones. The thanes of distant lands whispered of brewing discontent, and Ulrich knew that the castle's peace teetered on a precipice. The air crackled with an electric tension, hinting at an approaching storm, not just of weather, but of fate itself. Below, snatches of laughter echoed from the market, ringing hollow in contrast to the gravity of his thoughts. As he turned away, he noticed a flicker of movement in the courtyard. A figure cloaked in darkness slipped between the stone pillars. Heart racing, he ventured out into the night, determined to unravel what secrets had seeped into his sanctuary. The castle's heartbeat synchronized with his own, a rhythmic pulse of history, duty, and a destiny yet unwritten. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the castle walls, Ulrich stood atop the ramparts, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Whispers of a brewing storm, both in nature and in the hearts of the people, lingered in the air. Beneath him, the bustling market that had thrived for years now thrummed with an uneasy tension, merchants eyeing one another with suspicion as fear of the unknown crept into their exchanges. Recalling the tales of old, Ulrich pondered how history often repeated itself within these very stones. He felt the weight of expectation pressing upon him, a forgotten promise tethering him to a destiny entwined with the castle's soul. Suddenly, a murmur rippled through the crowd, drawing his attention to an emerging figure cloaked in darkness, its presence igniting a spark of apprehension. A chill ran down Ulrich's spine. The keeper of shadows must remain ever vigilant. The night called to him, echoing with secrets he had yet to unearth. As dusk brushed the castle walls with fingers of gold and violet, Ulrich stood at the edge of the parapet, the weight of whispered fears drifting through his mind like smoke. The tension among the townspeople hung heavy in the air, mirroring the foreboding clouds above. He sensed a shift, a tremor in the very stones of Nuremberg Castle that echoed the deep-seated unrest within. A lone raven circled overhead, its call piercing the stillness, as he felt the shadows stretch longer beneath the towering spire. Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, Ulrich descended the spiral staircase towards the great hall, where flickering candlelight danced on the worn stones. As he entered, he was met not only by the warmth of familiar faces, but also by the urgent murmurs of conspiracy swirling through the room. The castle's heart was racing. Matters of trust and loyalty were about to unravel in ways he could not yet foresee. Ulrich stood in the dim light of the castle's hall, contemplating the weight of whispers that had hung like smoke in the air. Shadows flickered along the walls, reflecting his restless thoughts as he pieced together the fragments of treachery lurking among familiar faces. Rumors flowed like a dark river, winding through the castle's chambers. He could sense the tension stitched into every interaction. Had not his heart longed for camaraderie, yet now it felt tainted by mistrust. The corners of his mind flashed images of loyalty betrayed, an exchange of glances, a hushed conversation, each moment laced with the electric thrill of danger. With every breath he felt propelled to dig deeper, to unearth the truth buried beneath layers of fear. Outside, the first signs of dusk crept over the horizon, casting the castle in deeper contrasts, both terrifying and beautiful. As the call of the evening bells rang out, Ulrich steeled himself for the shadows that awaited him on his path of discovery. As twilight draped its silken veil over Nuremberg, Ulrich found himself meandering through the castle's shadowy corridors, his mind heavy with uncertainty. The whispers of doubt danced around him, melding with the settling dust of forgotten tales. It was here, in the quiet heartbeat of stone, that he stumbled upon a flickering light emanating from a narrow chamber he'd overlooked before. Curiosity piqued, he pushed the door ajar, revealing remnants of ancient scrolls, their parchment worn and brittle, inscribed with tales of valor and treachery. Slowly, the weight of the past enveloped him, as he recognized the names of those who had come before him, keepers of shadows, each wrestling with their own identities. The air was thick with history, echoing the choices that shaped the castle's fate. Caught in the gravity of their stories, Ulrich sensed a renewed purpose unfurling within him. He was not merely a gatekeeper. He had become a guardian of legacies, an architect of dreams woven through time. As the shadows lengthened, so too did his resolve. With a final deep breath, he stepped back into the embrace of dusk, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead on this uncharted journey. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, a veil of orange dimmed the world outside Ulrich's stone confines. Shadows lengthened and danced, intertwining with the murmurs of the coming night. The weight of unsent letters stirred in his mind, each one an unspoken longing nestled within the creases of his soul. Tonight, as he stood watch, the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and the quiet whisper of ancient promises. Haunting echoes of laughter drifted from the festival below, a stark contrast to the silence enveloping the castle's lonely towers. Memories flooded back, of joyous celebrations and fleeting glances shared with the blacksmith's daughter, stirring embers of what could have been. His heart heavy with unexpressed wishes, Ulrich found solace in the lingering flicker of torchlight, illuminating the path before him. Would this evening bring clarity, or merely deepen the shadows cast upon his heart? Determined, he readied himself. Just beyond the gates, life pulsated, it beckoned him. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue through the castle's arched windows, as Ulrich returned to the quiet of his post. Shadows danced across the stone walls, echoing the whispers of old secrets long held within the castle's depths. The scent of burning wood wafted through the corridors, blending with the chilly air that spoke of distant storms. He had just closed his eyes for a moment of reflection when a soft knock on the heavy wooden door broke his reverie. The young scribe, Greta, entered cautiously, her eyes alight with a mix of fear and determination. "A letter from the Duke, Keeper," she said, extending her trembling hand. "He requests your presence at the council." Ulrich took the parchment, his heart racing. The Duke's summons always carried the weight of impending decisions, navigating politics, alliances, and perhaps even unraveling the threads of betrayal. Resolute, he steeled himself for the meeting ahead, knowing well that the castle's fate and his own hung precariously in the balance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the courtyard, Ulrich found himself drawn to the castle's ancient battlements. It was there that whispered tales of the past mingled with the chill of the evening air. Tonight, beneath the velvet canopy of stars, the world felt both vast and intimate, a paradox he couldn't ignore. He leaned against the cool stone, contemplating the recent tensions that had begun to ripple through Nuremberg like an unsettling breeze. Rumors of dissent among the townsfolk gnawed at his mind, much like the creeping vines that clung to the castle walls. The peace he had cherished seemed fragile, like a thread stretched too thin. In the distance, he could hear laughter from the market, a stark contrast to his troubled thoughts. Yet, amidst the revelry, a sense of foreboding settled deep within him. Ulrich knew that the shadows he had guarded against were shifting, and soon he would have to confront them head-on. The shadows of uncertainty clung thickly to the castle as dawn's light struggled to penetrate the gloom. Ulrich stood at his post, contemplating the silence that hung heavy, ominous whispers weaving through the air. Rumors of discontent simmered among the townspeople, each tale more harrowing than the last. A night of unease unfolded, marked by distant echoes of conflict and the uneasy stirrings within the markets, merchants casting furtive glances, children playing with an underlying tension. With a deep breath, Ulrich resolved to seek clarity amongst the chaos. He ventured down the stone corridors, drawn to the familiar sound of laughter echoing from the great hall where the festival preparations had begun anew. It bound the community in a fragile thread of hope, glistening like a dawn dew on rose petals. Within this familial warmth, he held a flicker of faith that the coming days may yet carry a promise of peace amidst the growing shadows encroaching upon Nuremberg. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the courtyard, a silent harbinger of twilight. Ulrich leaned against the cool stone wall, the weight of the day pressing heavily on his shoulders. Whispers from the townspeople echoed in his mind, tales of treachery weaving through the fabric of Nuremberg. Even the air seemed charged with tension, thick and palpable, as if the very castle itself held its breath, waiting for a reckoning. He shifted his gaze toward the horizon, where dark clouds gathered ominously, their presence a reflection of the turmoil brewing within both the kingdom and Ulrich's heart. The blacksmith's daughter, her laughter an enchanting melody of warmth, lingered in his thoughts, contrasting sharply with the shadows threatening to consume him. Yet nestled within that fear was an undeniable stirring, a resolve ignited by love, urging him to confront the darkness head-on. As night descended, the Keeper of Shadows readied himself for the trials that lay ahead, knowing that only by confronting the unknown could he hope to shield those he cherished. With the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon, Ulrich stood on the castle's ramparts, the chill of the morning whispering echoes of impending change. The events of the past weeks had woven an intricate tapestry of tension around Nuremberg, splashed with shadows of uncertainty. Lowering the mantle of duty, he scanned the valley below, where flickers of movement hinted at the townsfolk beginning their daily routines. Ulrich felt the weight of their gazes, yearning for assurance amidst the tumult. Each face was a reflection of hope and anxiety, mirroring his own internal struggle. As he descended the stone steps toward the courtyard, he pondered the delicate interplay of power and trust that fractured the castle's unity. The arrival of news from distant lands loomed over him like a storm cloud, threatening to overshadow the fragile calm. He could feel it deep in his bones. Something was stirring, and soon the shadows he guarded would demand the light of action. Shadows danced along the castle walls as Ulrich navigated the labyrinthine corridors, the echo of his footsteps mingling with the whispers of ancient stones. Tonight, the air was thick with anticipation, a sense that something pivotal lingered just beyond his reach. He paused by a small flickering candle, its light revealing the old tapestry adorned with the history of his lineage. Each thread told a story of bravery and sacrifice, mirroring his own tumultuous journey. As he turned a corner, a low murmur reached his ears, voices coiling together like the smoke from the hearth. With cautious steps, he drew closer, recognizing the familiar tones of his fellow guards, enmeshed in a hushed discussion that bore the weight of secrets. The news of unrest from distant lands had ignited a wildfire of nervous energy among the castle's protectors, and Ulrich's heart quickened. He understood that the shadows were not just remnants of the past. They also hinted at the formidable challenges that awaited him. He steeled himself, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, for the Keeper of Shadows must always be vigilant against encroaching darkness. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across the sturdy stone of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich found himself on the battlements, gazing out over the landscape. The townsfolk were bustling below, their laughter and shouts mingling with the rustle of leaves, but his mind was consumed by the weight of the approaching storm, a tempest not just in the sky, but brewing within the hearts of those around him. Whispers of discontent floated through the corridors like the chill night air, seeping into the very stones he was pledged to protect. What had once felt like a haven now echoed with the clamor of dissent. An image of Leni, the blacksmith's daughter, crossed his mind, a reminder of the warmth he longed to embrace amidst the encroaching shadows. Yet could he bear the burden of loyalty when treachery lurked in every corner? Just then, he sensed a movement behind him, a cloaked figure emerging from the darkness, and instinctively his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Ulrich stood at the edge of the courtyard, the vibrant chaos of the festival swirling like a living tapestry around him. Laughter floated through the air as children chased one another, their joyous cries unwittingly masking the apprehension that had nestled within his chest like a restless shadow. Amidst the gaiety, he couldn't shake the unsettling dreams that had plagued him, visions of encroaching darkness and whispered betrayals. Determined to shake off his unease, he turned to the flickering torches that illuminated the stone walls, casting long, jubilant shadows. Yet, as he wove through the crowd, each face seemed to hold secrets, each smile concealing unspoken words. The blacksmith's daughter, radiant in her festive attire, caught his eye, and his heart quickened despite the surrounding turmoil. The enchanting melodies of lute and flute beckoned him closer to her, urging him to embrace this moment, if only to momentarily silence the apprehensive murmurings that echoed in his mind. As they began to dance, the castle remained vigilant, a silent guardian of every whispered promise and flickering flame. As the sun dipped behind the castle's ancient towers, painting the horizon in hues of crimson and gold, Ulrich took a moment to savor the stillness that blanketed Nuremberg. The day had been fraught with whispered tensions, rumors of dissent flitting through the air like elusive shadows. He traversed the familiar path to the battlements, where the scent of damp stone melded seamlessly with the crisp evening breeze. Tonight felt different, almost electric. Ulrich sensed that beneath the surface calm, currents of change surged. As he gazed out at the bustling market square, flickering lanterns illuminated both the laughter and gossip of the townsfolk. Tension hung palpable in the air, each murmur carrying hints of revolt. He spotted the blacksmith's daughter, her eyes glimmering with determination, and felt a pang of longing mixed with dread. Just as he turned to retrace his steps, a distant clamor erupted, an urgent cry piercing the night. The peace he cherished began to unravel, drawing him into the looming darkness ahead. The castle settled into an uneasy quiet as dusk enveloped Nuremberg, cloaking its stones in a shroud of twilight. Ulrich stood at the battlements, his gaze sweeping over the horizon where shadows deepened, swirling like anxious phantoms. The air seemed charged, every gust whispering secrets of the past and hinting at the challenges yet to come. Tonight, a sense of urgency gnawed at him, tethering him to the memories of fallen comrades and whispered betrayals. He recalled the ancient tales of the castle, stories shared in flickering firelight, which had once inspired him with bravery. Now they merely stoked the flames of doubt. As a chill crept in, he made his way down cobbled corridors, drawn toward the chapel where candles burned low. It was a sacred refuge. Here, amidst the flickering flames, clarity emerged. In this solemn space, he sought guidance, not just for himself, but for all those who relied on his vigilance, and perhaps to confront the shadows that threatened to engulf them all. Ulrich lingered at the edge of the battlements, his gaze tracing the horizon where the setting sun began to bleed into rich oranges and deep purples. The day had been a stern test of resolve, each breath steeped in tension as whispers of dissent percolated through the castle halls. Tonight, though, the air felt different, imbued with an electric anticipation that crackled against his skin. He recalled the gathering below, townsfolk huddled together, vulnerable yet united in their shared apprehension. Each face mirrored his own anxiety. Once familiar laughter had transformed into hushed conversations of uncertainty. As shadows danced across the cobblestone streets, Ulrich's heart raced, feeling the weight not just of stone but of the lives dependent upon his vigilance. Driven by a sudden surge of determination, he descended the spiraling staircase. He would not allow the darkness to envelop them. They would not face their fears alone. With renewed purpose, Ulrich set forth, ready to weave bonds of courage among his people in the gathering twilight. The air crackled with tension as Ulrich stood before the stone archway leading to the castle's ancient courtyard. Shadows danced under the flickering torchlight, the dim glow illuminating the worried faces of those gathered. Word had spread of a gathering storm, not merely in the skies above, but one brewing among the nobles themselves. Whispers of betrayal and discord hung thick in the air, coiling around Ulrich like a serpent ready to strike. He could feel the weight of his duty pressing against his chest, a mantle heavier than ever. The townsfolk looked to him for reassurance, their eyes reflecting the flickering light, mirroring the fears lodged within his own heart. As he moved among them, listening intently to their murmurs, the stories he had gathered over the years echoed in his mind, each thread weaving a tapestry of loyalty, history, and impending peril. Steeling himself, Ulrich took a deep breath, ready to confront the storm brewing on the horizon and protect what he had sworn to guard. The echoes of Nuremberg's crumbling walls whispered the tales of old as Ulrich wandered into a forgotten chamber deep within the castle. Dust motes danced in filtered light, revealing remnants of a forgotten era. An ancient tapestry draped across one wall caught his attention, its vibrant scenes of heroism and love hushing his racing thoughts. As he traced the fabric with calloused fingers, a sudden chill swept through the room, sending shivers down his spine. Was it simply the draft, or did shadows linger just beyond his sight? Leaning against the cold stone, he pondered the intertwining threads of fate that bound him to this castle. Memories of laughter and sorrow flickered in his mind like the wavering candlelight. Each thread interwoven with the past began revealing not only who he was, but also who he might yet become. Just as Ulrich started to unravel these secrets, a faint noise broke the heavy silence, pulling him back into the present and towards conversations that waited at the castle's heart. The air within the castle grew thick with tension as whispers echoed through the stone corridors, secrets dancing like shadows at dusk. Ulrich tightened his grip on the worn railing of the staircase, the weight of impending decisions heavy on his heart. He'd spent the night piecing together fragments of conversations, each revealing a more intricate web of betrayal that threatened not only the castle, but also the fragile bonds of trust he had forged. As dawn's light crept through the narrow slits of the castle walls, illuminating the dust motes that swirled like ethereal spirits, Ulrich felt the stirring strength of resolve. Today, he would confront the veiled truth lurking in the hearts of those he once considered allies. With each step echoing through the cool stone halls, he steeled himself for the encounters awaiting him, confrontations fraught with the potential to shift allegiances and reveal loyalties forged in both trust and silence, the shadows lying heavier than ever. The evening air hovered heavy with unspoken tension, the kind that prickled at Ulrich's skin like the brush of unseen fingers. As shadows stretched along the castle walls, he felt the weight of the day settle squarely on his shoulders, a burden heavier than the iron bars of the storied gates he had always guarded. Whispers of trouble circulated among the townsfolk, emboldening his resolve to unravel the truths buried beneath layers of rumor and fear. Under the pale light of the moon, he embarked on a quiet patrol through the dimly lit corridors of the castle, each echoing footfall a reminder of the secrets hidden within. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a shadow flitting through the alcoves, a fleeting glimpse that ignited a flare of urgency in his heart. Instinctively he followed, driven by a sense of duty that outstripped the flickering doubts in his mind. There, within the depths of darkness, lay the answers Ulrich sought, and perhaps the chance to reclaim the light. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, veiling the castle in a cloak of dimming light, Ulrich stood near the battlements, a watchful sentinel against encroaching shadows. The wind whispered secrets, stirring memories of days long past, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the air crackled with unspoken tensions. He recalled the tales of old, where boundaries blurred between realms of the living and the lost, reflecting on the weight of his own unseen burdens. Tonight, the castle felt alive, breathing with an energy that resonated within him, urging him to confront the darkness that threatened to seep into their very souls. He sensed a gathering storm, both in the sky and within the hearts of those who dwelled behind the thick stone walls. With determination, he turned from the battlements, resolved to delve deeper into the shadows, to uncover the hidden truths lurking just beyond his reach. The Keeper of Shadows would remain vigilant, for the true battle was just beginning. As the sun dipped low in the sky, golden hues bathed the castle in a warm embrace, but a restless tension clung to the air. Ulrich's heart thudded against his chest as he observed a gathering in the courtyard. Word had spread of whispers, rumors of a clandestine meeting among the nobles, their voices hushed yet fraught with urgency. Each murmured exchange felt like a drumbeat, echoing the uncertainty that thrummed within his bones. His instincts sharp, Ulrich moved through the gathering shadows, his footsteps silent on the cobblestones, intent on discerning their motives. The wind whistled secrets through the ancient stones, tinged with the scent of impending rain. Lines of worry etched into chosen faces suggested that tides were changing, and alliances would soon be tested. As a figure stepped forward, resolute and defiant, Ulrich felt the weight of history shift beneath him, as though the very stones of Nuremberg longed to speak of the truths he would uncover. The flickering shadows danced along the cold stone walls of Nuremberg Castle, casting ghostly shapes that whispered of times long past. Ulrich stood at his post, the weight of the day's revelations heavy upon his shoulders. The parchment detailing merchant grievances lay crumpled in his hand. The tradesmen's quarrels, once mere irritations, now echoed deeper fears of collapse and betrayal. Ulrich recalled the merchant's once jovial face, now strained under the burden of unrest. As dusk embraced the castle, he methodically strode down the corridor, each step resonating with purpose. Outside, the vibrant hues of dusk painted the horizon, a stark contrast to the growing shadows within. He paused, taking a moment to inhale the crisp air, sensing whispers of approaching change. The rumble of distant thunder seemed to respond to his thoughts, a reminder of the storm brewing not just in the skies, but within the fragile fabric of community. Perhaps tonight would unveil truths he had yet to confront. The Keeper of Shadows pondered. Was he ready to face the darkness lurking in the hearts of those he vowed to protect? As dawn's light spilled over the battlements, Ulrich stood at the castle's parapets, contemplating the world below. The market square buzzed with a fervor that felt both invigorating and ominous. Rumors of unrest had stirred the townsfolk, intertwining their daily lives with a tension that was palpable. He observed the merchants haggling furiously, their voices rising above the clamor of the crowd, while shadows flickered along the cobblestones like specters of the past refusing to fade. In the midst of this tumult, a familiar figure emerged, a young boy from the village who had often shared tales of wonder and woe. The boy approached with wide eyes, clutching a small, tattered parchment. "Sir Ulrich," he exclaimed, breathless with excitement, "I found this by the river, and I think it's important." Intrigued, Ulrich bent down, brushing aside the lingering chill of uncertainty. The boy's words felt like a beckoning call, an invitation to uncover further mysteries hidden in the dark folds of Nuremberg's history. As the sun dipped low beyond the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the castle walls, Ulrich felt the weight of impending decisions heavy upon his heart. The whispers of the townsfolk lingered in the air, laden with the news of unrest bubbling just beyond Nuremberg's borders. His gaze drifted toward the towering spires, where the last rays of light seemed to flicker like embers, and he pondered the choice before him, whether to bolster defenses or risk the wrath of a foe emboldened by darkness. Restlessness coursed through his veins, intertwining with a deep longing for resolution. He recalled the faces of those he'd sworn to protect, the blacksmith's daughter with her spirit akin to the flame, the merchants whose livelihoods depended upon peace. Each memory ignited a fierce determination within him. Before day's light succumbed to night, he resolved to rally the castle's defenders, banding together in the face of uncertainty, for it was time to confront the shadows looming ever closer. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg, Ulrich found himself standing at the edge of the ramparts, the battlements whispering secrets of impending change. He gazed into the darkening horizon, feeling the weight of ancient stones beneath his fingertips, resonating with stories untold. Tonight's air was charged with an electric tension, as if the castle itself held its breath. Shadows danced playfully with falling leaves, and a distant rumble of thunder echoed the restlessness surging within him. It was a night meant for reflection, yet Ulrich wrestled with the choices that loomed over him, each pulse of thunder mirroring the conflict in his heart. The bonds he'd formed with the townsfolk and the cherished friendship with the blacksmith's daughter felt like fragile threads, fraying under the strain of destiny. Just as the first raindrops began to fall, he vowed to confront the stirring tempests of fate, realizing that every shadow held a whisper of light, waiting to be unveiled. Ulrich found himself wandering through the castle's dimly lit corridors, the air thick with the lingering scent of damp stone and ancient wood. Shadows danced across the walls, playing tricks on his mind as his thoughts turned inward. The burdens of his duty weighed heavily upon him, each step echoing with the unspoken fears of a guardian at the edge of an impending storm. He paused before an ornate tapestry depicting the castle's storied past, a vibrant reminder of its glory and the pains it had endured. As the flickering torchlight illuminated the figures woven into the fabric, Ulrich felt a surge of inspiration. Stories of sacrifice and loyalty twined with his own memories, urging him to reconsider his place in this sprawling tapestry of time. What legacy would he leave behind? Just as the first cracks of thunder rolled beyond the castle walls, he understood. He was not merely a keeper of shadows, but a weaver of hope. And with that realization came renewed determination. Even the castle's stones seemed to resonate with an unspoken urgency as Ulrich stepped into the shadowed corridor, each echoing footfall a reminder of the weight he carried. The murmurs of the past brushed against his thoughts, tugging at him like the cool breeze swirling around the ancient battlements. Today, the castle felt different, imbued with an atmosphere thick with anticipation, a storm gathering, not just in the skies, but in the very fabric of his world. In every nook and crevice of Nuremberg, whispers of dissent had flourished among the townsfolk, yet loyalty remained a flickering flame, stubbornly refusing to be extinguished. Eyes reflecting both fear and defiance met his gaze, and he felt the pulse of his people connect with his own. The time had come to act. As Ulrich gathered his resolve, the distant tolling of the castle bell reverberated through the air, heralding change. What lay ahead would demand his courage, a test of his very identity as the gatekeeper. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows along the cold stone walls of the castle, mirroring the turmoil brewing within Ulrich's heart. He stood on the battlements, eyes scanning the horizon, seeking something, anything, that would ease the gnawing dread gnawing at his insides. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, a fragile quiet before the thundering storm that loomed just beyond the forested edge. Thoughts of betrayal pulled at him, and the unrelenting echoes of whispered treason haunted his mind. He knew the trust he'd built was teetering on a razor's edge. Within the castle, furtive glances exchanged among guards hinted at unspoken fears. As Ulrich recalled the faces of those he once considered brothers, the tightness in his chest deepened. What would become of them if shadows of disloyalty unraveled the very fabric of their lives? Tormented by visions of a fractured home, he gripped the stone railing tighter, momentarily grounding himself. The weight of his duty pressed down, a reminder that the true keeper of shadows must confront the darkness, even if it lay within. Though the shadows of Nuremberg Castle deepened with the setting sun, Ulrich found no solace in their embrace. The whispers of discontent still lingered from the clandestine meetings he had monitored, leaving him wrestling with a knot of unease. As he moved through the castle corridors, every creak of stone and flicker of torchlight to echo with unspoken fears. His heart raced at the thought of betrayal, lingering ghosts rising from the past to taunt him. Resolved, he navigated the labyrinth of history that surrounded him, each step reverberating not just with the weight of duty but also with the pulse of impending change. In a secluded chamber, he uncovered a forgotten tapestry, its threads telling tales of loyalty and courage intertwined with treachery. The tapestry mirrored his own struggles, binding him to those who dared to protect what was precious. An unexpected resolve ignited within him. He would not stand idle, as shadows threatened to consume all he held dear. As shadows lengthened in the late afternoon light, Ulrich stood at the edge of the castle's ramparts, the wind tussling his hair as it whispered secrets long kept by the stones around him. Below, the bustling townsfolk moved in a harmonious rhythm, laughter mingling with the clamor of daily life. But within Ulrich, an unsettling quietude brewed. A sense of something amiss prickled against his skin, alerting him to a shifting tide, a change looming on the horizon where dark clouds met the horizon. His thoughts drifted to the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter had echoed in his mind throughout the day, a bittersweet reminder of the life he yearned for, yet felt was forever beyond his grasp. The castle, a bastion of stone and memory, pulsed with an ancient energy, hinting at its own desires and designs. With a heavy heart, Ulrich descended from the walls, determined to seek clarity and truth amid the encroaching shadows. Each step took him closer to revelations that might redefine his purpose forever. The sun dipped behind the battlements as he made his way through the castle gates, and Ulrich couldn't shake the feeling that with the darkness, something or someone was about to emerge, intent on altering the fate of Nuremberg. The moon hung low over Nuremberg, casting a silvery glow that danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of the night. Ulrich, feeling the weight of his years press upon him like the ancient stones of the castle, ventured into a secluded garden hidden within the fortress walls. Here the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade. Shadows seemed to stretch longer, twisting ancient truths into ephemeral dreams. As he knelt to tend a patch of fragile herbs, lost in thought, a soft rustle caught his attention. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed a figure cloaked in darkness, their face obscured by the night. Heart-pounding, Ulrich stood, ready to defend his sanctuary. "Who goes there?" he called out, his voice steady, betraying none of his apprehension. A moment passed in silence before a familiar voice emerged, calm and haunting. It was the blacksmith's daughter, returning to the castle in a manner that would forever alter his path. A chill hung in the air as Ulrich stood at the castle's highest tower, gazing over the sprawling landscape of Nuremberg. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced between the ancient stones, igniting memories of the many lives intertwined within these walls. Today, the town buzzed with an energy that felt almost electric, charged with anticipation for the gathering that would unveil the latest intrigue threatening the castle's peace. Voices floated up from the courtyard below, laughter laced with the tension of uncertainty, good friends trading barbs and whispers of a brewing storm. Ulrich turned, giving one last contemplative glance at the horizon before descending the stone spiral staircase. He could almost feel the weight of history pressing against him, urging him forward. He wondered if the answers to his lingering questions lay hidden in the gathered crowd. With resolve, he strode towards the heart of the castle, ready to confront what fate had woven into the fabric of his world. As moonlight spilled through the narrow slits of the castle's window, Ulrich found himself ensnared in thoughts that danced like flickering shadows upon the stone walls. The air was thick with unspoken words and fragile dreams, whispers of hope echoing in the deep recesses of his heart. He ventured into the courtyard, where the flicker of torches illuminated the jagged path to the castle's well, now silent but for the gentle rustle of leaves. In the calm of night, he could almost hear the tales the stones would tell if only they had voice. Suddenly, a low rustle caught his attention, shifting from a ghost of a breeze to a tangible presence. As he stepped closer, a figure emerged, a familiar silhouette that sent a chill of recognition down his spine. Confronted by a shadow of his past, the weight of memories pressed heavily upon his chest, compelling him to confront what he had long tried to forget. The sun hung low over Nuremberg, casting long shadows across the courtyard, where whispers of unease seemed to coil in the air. Ulrich stood, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, where dark clouds brewed ominously. It was a reminder that peace often dances on the precipice of turmoil. Today the villagers spoke of peculiar happenings, livestock behaving strangely, children hearing echoes of footsteps in the night. As gatekeeper, he dismissed the fears as mere figments of imagination, yet a knot of concern tightened in his chest. In the evening, Lenora, the blacksmith's daughter, approached him, her brow furrowed with anxiety. "The people are restless, Ulrich. They sense something amiss." Her eyes, pools of earnestness, pierced through his stoic facade. For a moment, time seemed suspended. Ulrich felt the weight of his position deepen. Fueled by a newfound resolve, he set off towards the heart of the castle, determined to uncover the truth hidden within the shadows. The flickering torchlight cast wild shadows along the ancient stone walls as Ulrich meandered through the dimly lit corridors of the castle. The day had been rife with uncertainty, the air thick with unspoken fears. Whispers of discontent echoed through the hallways, sending ripples of unease that would not settle. Yet as he paused outside the chapel, the tranquil scent of incense mixed with the worn wood of the pews brought a fragile comfort. He could almost hear the hushed prayers of those who had come before him, their faith grounding him as he faced the tempest brewing within and without. Steeling himself, Ulrich recalled the wisdom imparted by the old healer earlier that day, the power of vulnerability and strength. He closed his eyes, allowing the warmth of their words to envelop him like a soft shroud. As determination ignited within him, he set forth, ready to confront the growing shadows that threatened to consume all he held dear. There, in the depths of his heart, he felt the stirrings of a newfound purpose, one that would guide him through the encroaching darkness. The air hung thick with tension as Ulrich stood at the castle's highest parapet, watching the distant horizon, where dark clouds swirled ominously like a gathering storm of uncertainty. Each heartbeat echoed with memories of battles past, urging him to confront not just the looming threat at their gates, but the shadows lurking in his own heart. He remembered those he had lost to treachery and time, their faces flickering in the recesses of his mind, whispering of forgotten loyalties. At the market below, laughter mingled with worried murmurs, creating a backdrop of life that felt increasingly fragile. Ulrich could see the blacksmith's daughter weaving through the crowd, her spirit undiminished by the weight of approaching darkness. In that moment, a resolve crystallized within him. He realized that to safeguard the castle and its people, he must embrace not only his role as the keeper of its walls, but also the keeper of their hopes. The dawn of reckoning awaited, and he was ready to face it. As dusk settled over Nuremberg, an unsettling stillness engulfed the castle's stone corridors. Ulrich paced the walls, shadows slinking alongside him like whispered secrets. Each flickering torch illuminated not only the ancient stone, but also a procession of memories. The faces of friends lost, the laughter that once filled the halls now reduced to echoes. Tonight marked the eve of decisive change, and the air crackled with tension. Gathering in the great hall, familiar figures exchanged furtive glances, their thoughts hidden behind carefully composed masks. Though duty bound him to remain steady, uncertainty gnawed at Ulrich's resolve. He could sense a tremor in the foundation of loyalty that held them together. The walls felt alive, breathing the weight of histories untold, urging him to act. An unshakable instinct flickered within him, a call to confront the truths lurking in the half-light, heralding the dawn of a reckoning that none in the hall could foresee. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the castle's worn stones, Ulrich sensed the palpable tension in the air. The murmurs of discontent echoed through the corridors, a whisper of unrest that gripped the hearts of both guards and townsfolk alike. He padded softly through the dimly lit halls, every creak of the floor beneath his feet a reminder of the secrets hidden within these ancient walls. In the common room, wary faces gathered around flickering candlelight, their laughter hollow to Ulrich's ears, swallowed by uncertainty. A new urgency stirred within him, a determination to shield those he had sworn to protect. He sought counsel from the aging mentor who had once guided him through darkness, hoping to glean wisdom from the shadows of their past misfortunes. As words of caution merged with memories of bravery, Ulrich felt the weight of his choices emerge like a dawn breaking through the night. His heart quickened. The final reckoning awaited, and he must not falter. The air inside the castle grew thick with tension, an almost tangible silence hanging over the stone walls as Ulrich leaned against the weathered parapets, gazing out at the horizon. Shadows danced with the flickering torchlight as twilight merged with the encroaching night, a curtain drawn on the day's events. Word had spread, whispers of the gathering forces that threatened not only the castle, but also the fragile peace of Nuremberg. In the distance, dark clouds roiled ominously, a reflection of the turmoil brewing within. Each breath felt heavy with foreboding, stirring within him a long-buried sense of unrest. Ulrich closed his eyes, recalling the echoes of laughter from the festival, now tainted by this encroaching dread. How quickly joy could turn to despair. With renewed resolve, he turned from the battlements, determination igniting within him. There were choices to be made, and allies to rally, as he prepared to confront the shadows that loomed ever closer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the castle grounds, Ulrich felt the familiar weight of foreboding settle upon him like a heavy cloak. The whispers of the wind carried secrets he could not yet decipher, leaving him to ponder the unspoken tensions brewing within both the castle and the town. Each creak of the ancient stones reminded him of the histories interwoven with his own, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who had walked these halls before. Nights spent on patrol began to blend into a tapestry of unsolved mysteries. Encountering a figure cloaked in darkness near the lower battlements, Ulrich instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Who goes there?" he called into the chilling stillness, heart thundering. The figure turned, revealing not an enemy, but a messenger bearing news that threatened to unravel everything he believed about loyalty and duty. It was a message that could change the course of Nuremberg forever. Ulrich stood at the tower's edge, gazing out over the sprawling landscape of Nuremberg, his heart a tumultuous sea of regret and resolve. The echoes of the recent battle still reverberated within the castle's ancient stones, each crack a reminder of the sacrifices made and the lives shifted like shadows on the walls. As he contemplated the looming horizon, hues of crimson and gold stretched across the sky, a breathtaking juxtaposition to the weight he bore. This dawn was different, an awakening perhaps, or the promise of something irrevocably altered. Determined to mend the rift between trust and betrayal that now festered among the townsfolk, Ulrich descended the spiral staircase, each step imbued with purpose. The whispers of the past had shaped him, but it was the resolve to forge a brighter future that ignited the flicker of hope within him. Outside, the markets buzzed, an orchestra of life resuming beneath the watchful gaze of stone walls, urging Ulrich forward into the fray. The air within the castle was heavy with anticipation, a palpable hum of energy that coursed through its ancient stones. Ulrich, standing at the gate, sensed that fate was drawing near, like a storm swirling just beyond the horizon. Shadows danced around him, not merely cast by the fading light of day, but echoing the uncertainty that had gripped his heart for so long. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of wet earth and damp wood, grounding himself amid rising tensions. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure, a young boy with a ragged tunic, eyes wide with hope and mischief. He remembered that gleam in his own youth, when dreams felt within reach. As the child scampered forward, a thought flashed through Ulrich's mind. Innocence could be a strength, a light in the profound darkness that sought to envelop them. With renewed determination, he steeled himself for the trials ahead, aware that the coming storm would test not only the castle's defenses, but the very bonds of trust forged over years. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across the worn stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle, Ulrich felt the familiar weight of impending change. The whispers about betrayal had intensified, echoing in his mind like a persistent drumbeat. He stood at the edge of the battlements, peering out toward the horizon, where dark clouds loomed ominously, not just in the sky, but within the hearts of the castle's inhabitants. The bonds forged through hardship now seemed fragile, prone to shatter at the first sign of conflict. Rather than succumb to despair, Ulrich mulled over the stories of resilience that coursed through the castle's history. The tales of his ancestors, guardians in moments of strife, kindled a defiant spark within him. He resolved to confront the shadows that had begun to creep into his relationships, vowing to unearth the truth. As twilight settled like a soft blanket over the land, Ulrich prepared himself for the difficult conversations awaiting him, recognizing that the path to illumination often wound through the darkest of places. Ulrich stood at the castle's battlements, his gaze lost in the swirling mists of dusk that blanketed Nuremberg. A chill permeated the air, for the weight of uncertainty hung like a storm cloud above him, heavy with unspoken fears. Just days ago, he had felt the pulse of the community, the vibrant festival illuminating the castle grounds. Now, shadows crept back, whispering of treachery and unrest. The flickering torchlight cast a dance of moving forms on the ancient stones, echoing the haunting rhythms of his unsettled thoughts. As he turned from the edge, a familiar but unexpected voice interrupted his reverie. It was the blacksmith's daughter, her presence both a balm and a reminder of everything he longed to protect. With a mixture of trepidation and hope, she stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with unspoken truths. "We need to talk," she said, drawing him into a conversation that could shift the very foundations of his responsibilities and heart. As shadows lengthened throughout the castle, Ulrich leaned on the cold stone of the ramparts, contemplating the impending storm that loomed both outside and within. The whispers of the townsfolk had morphed into a cacophony of fear, unsettling rumors swirling like crows over the market. That night, the sky fractured with lightning, illuminating the castle's stark silhouette, accentuating its ancient scars. His heart pounded with the weight of responsibility, a guardian torn between duty and the ghosts of his past. In the flickering torchlight, memories surged, faces of friends long lost, and the haunting laughter of days filled with innocence. A fervent resolve ignited within him. He would confront the shadows creeping into his heart and the castle's walls. As Ulrich descended into the castle's depths, a determination radiated from him. The Keeper of Shadows would no longer stand idly by, for the heart of Nuremberg demanded a reckoning, and he would not falter in his watch. As dusk descended upon Nuremberg, the castle's silhouette against the crimson sky felt like a harbinger of change. Ulrich stood at the battlements, the chill of the evening air tingling against his skin, each breath a reminder of the weight he carried. Shadows danced at his feet, whispering tales of the past as the specter of treachery hung overhead like a storm cloud threatening to burst. Earlier, whispers had filled the stone halls, betrayals woven into the fabric of castle life, igniting apprehension in even the staunchest of allies. As he pondered the loyalties buried beneath layers of politeness and feigned camaraderie, urgency knotted in his stomach. With newfound resolve, he descended the winding staircase, determination propelling him into the heart of the castle. The echoes of the gathered crowd beckoned him forth. He could no longer linger in the shadows. Tonight, he would confront the whispers, unearthing truths hidden in the dark corners, for their secrets could shape the future he yearned to protect. As the pale light of dawn crept through the narrow slits of the castle's battlements, Ulrich stood silently, his heart heavy with the weight of impending decisions. Today, he would confront not just the threats looming outside, but the turmoil within. Echoes of his past reverberated through his mind, every choice carved into the very stones beneath his feet like ancient runes, marking the path of loyalty and sacrifice. He could almost hear the laughter of friends long gone, their voices mingling with the whispers of the wind, urging him to embrace the unraveling threads of fate. With a resolute breath, he stepped down from the parapet, the cold breeze kissing his weathered face as he made his way toward the great hall. The air thickened with anticipation, and as he crossed the threshold, he caught sight of the assembled townsfolk, their faces a tapestry woven with hope, fear, and determination. Time stood poised, a fragile moment before the storm. Instead of casting shadows, perhaps it was time for Ulrich to become the dawn itself. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg, a palpable tension enveloped the castle. Ulrich traversed its shadowy corridors, the echoes of his footsteps mingling with whispers of impending change. With each passing moment, the weight of the past pressed heavier upon him, as unsettling dreams of treachery haunted his nights. The night air, thick with anxiety, seemed to tremble with the unspoken knowledge of a reckoning on the horizon. In the flickering glow of torchlight, he paused before the gates, where countless souls had passed, each carrying fragmentary histories and whispered legends. Tonight, though, their tales were eclipsed by a singular urgency. As he contemplated his role in the grand tapestry of the castle's fate, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and enigmatic. Recognizing the familiar silhouette of the blacksmith's daughter ignited a flicker of hope amidst encroaching darkness. Ulrich knew that the time had come to confront not just external threats, but the complexities of his own heart, as the castle prepared for its final test. As the final echoes of clang and thrum settled into an ominous silence, Ulrich steeled himself at the castle gates, heart pounding like a war drum. The shadows lengthened around him, dark specters of his past rising to clutch at his resolve. Today, destiny wove its strands tighter than ever, as enemies loomed perilously close, their intentions as murky as the twilight that draped over Nuremberg. In the castle's heart, whispers stirred, a mix of hope and dread among the defenders. Here, Ulrich stood on the precipice of history, where loyalty and valor would be tested in their crucible. Memories of friends lost and bonds forged illuminated the path ahead, urging him toward an unexpected reckoning. With each step, he embraced the weight of the past, surrendering to the mantle of keeper. For in the grip of shadows, he found the flicker of light that guided each heartbeat, heralding a new dawn for the castle he had vowed to protect.